In an age of endless information, the true advantage is not access, it is interpretation. Welcome to Aneke TV, where journalism goes beyond headlines, beyond reaction, beyond speculation. Here, stories are investigated, issues are analyzed, voices are challenged, because an informed society is a stronger society. A discerning audience is a powerful audience. We are live, daily broadcasting, relentless clarity. Aneke TV, where knowledge meets broadcast.
There are two types of kola nut produced in Nigeria: kola nitida, otherwise called gworo, and widely eaten in northern part of Nigeria. Kola acuminata, also referred to as Igbo kola, is of local origin and occupies an important position in social, religious, and sacred ceremonies in Igbo society. It is seen as a vital and sacred fruit in Igbo land and serves as the major instrument of prayers connecting the ancestors. It cements discussions and also the fundamental bedrock of philosophy and proverbs. It is a symbol of welcome, unity, and peace. If kola nut contains one cotyledon, it is regarded as dump kola nut and thrown away. Kola nut with 4 cotyledons represents the 4 Igbo market days: Eke, Orie, Afo, and Nkwo. If kola nut contains more than 6 cotyledons, it signifies blessings and wealth, and it is celebrated. There is also another type of Igbo kola nut called Ojugo, which is referred to as the king of Igbo kola. The reproductive organ of the kola nut is referred to as the tongue, and it is removed after prayers and thrown to the spirit of the ancestors.
Aneke television. How I get one with the father and I am what you go How Mbo Wabian here, Bube, Emel, Mbo Wabatawan here, Bube, Emel. I got a bit on the mellow way, Yamela Madia, in our uncle, in America, Putanwa, in our Hozu, in our Apukon, the one I got television, the Arcades, your man, the one I got television, you do man, help the mellow way, Yamela Madia, who me, Bodia, Nanka, Bunkai, you might have a girl, if you want to come over, Yamela, you were what I look telivishọn heu agịrịgbo m dị egwu nkwa azụghị n'ahịa mgbochi ogwugwu kakwa ogwugwu mma heu mba ụwa bịa na ihe ebube eme mgbagbu ụwa gbatawa na ihe ebube emewa Aneke telivishọn na-emere ogbenye mere amadi ihe ị na-agba nkwụ ị na-eme nkepụta nwa ị na-akwa ozu ị na-agba akwụkwọ bịawa na Aneke telivishọn bịa ka ezuoru gị ozi ọma bịawa na Aneke telivishọn idume na-emere ogbenye mere amadi ihe ume Igbo bịawo na nke a bụ nke anyị ịmara ebe ọ ga-alụ etiwo mọnwụ ntakịtụkwa mọnwụ si nne ya mere ha ji wee weta Aneke telivishọn ọ bụ onye gbagburu agụ nna ọ dị na soshal midia ọ dị na mgbagbu ọ dị n'Enugu site ọ dị na
Across Nigeria, from bustling cities to quiet rural communities, one institution has endured the test of time: the traditional leadership. Long before modern governance structures emerged, these institutions were the heartbeat of society, providing leadership, justice, and social cohesion in ways that remain indispensable to this day. Traditional institutions are not merely ceremonial. They are custodians of Nigeria's rich and diverse cultural heritage. From the Obas of Yoruba land, the Emirs of the North, to the Iwe and Obi of Igbo land, traditional rulers preserve centuries of customs, language, festivals, and rituals. They ensure that the stories, values, and identity of their people are not lost in a rapidly changing world. What sets these institutions apart is their organic legitimacy. Unlike elected officials whose authority depends on periodic votes, traditional rulers derive their influence from ancestry, community consent, and deeply rooted cultural norms. This legacy makes them trusted arbiters, moral authorities, and stabilizing forces within their communities. Their position above partisan politics allows them to mediate dispute and guide society with a unique combination of wisdom and authority. At the grassroots level, traditional institutions are indispensable for governance and social order. They resolve dispute, manage land and chieftaincy matters, and acts as intermediaries between local communities and government policy. In rural areas where formal structures are often distant or overstretched, the presence of these leaders ensures continuity, fairness, and accessibility.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Okay, good morning. Good morning and welcome to another section of the Word of Life. We've been on a walk with the Lord and Precisely, I know that the Lord has been speaking to us, directing us, and encouraging our hearts as His children, especially in our walk with Him. We've been looking on the sub-theme, living like Jesus. But today we're going to take it a bit further as we look at the life of a Christian in relating to living like Jesus on the sub-theme that said helping others. I want to look at the concept of helping others, using Jesus as a mirror to the life we live, the way we relate, and how we live our life. I'm going to invite you to open your heart to this morning study and learning, that the Lord will be able to direct our hearts properly, and we shall be well guided as we live our life daily, fulfilling the mandate of God and coming in terms with the demand of heaven. I'm going to encourage you to always tune in to Aneke TV on all our WhatsApp platforms, all our social media platforms. Share it, like it, and let people begin to hear about us. Please, let us pray. In the name of Jesus, amen. Heavenly Father, we thank you for once again you will be bringing your word to us in a direct manner. Speak to us in the language we'll understand. Make our hearts ready to receive your word. Let your word, O Lord, come to us as light on our path and as lamp on our feet, that will be properly guided and be led in your way through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. Thank you once again. Remember, we are still at Aneke TV. I encourage you to like and to share as we go into this walk and journey with the Lord. Living like Jesus, the concept of helping others, a picture of the life and the person of Jesus in the years he spent here on earth. Was Jesus able to help others? Is there advantages we get when we help others? In the world we live in today, do we find it easy to find people who are ready to live their life helping others, encouraging one another, building one another up in righteousness, possibly without any attachment, possibly without requiring anything, possibly without demanding any reward? Is there any possibility that as a child of God, I am going to live my life, I'm going to spend my days as I do my own work, as I develop my personality, I am going to render a helping hand to another person? Possibly not from my tribe, possibly not from my language, possibly not from my community, even in the political sector, not from the same political party, as the case may be. Is there a life of Christ that encourages us to raise a helping opportunity, to scout for opportunities that other people will rise upon our ladders, on our shoulders, and become responsible citizens and good Christian? We are going to be traveling in that lane to see how God will help us this morning to be able to travel and live our life, rendering help, fulfilling destinies, and encouraging others to fulfill their own destinies. Join me as we look at Luke chapter 4. I am going to be reading from verse 18 and I will stop at verse 19. Luke chapter 4, verses 18 and 19. Before I take that reading, the story in Luke chapter 4 is the story of the temptation of Jesus. Now, when Jesus had finished fasting for 40 days and 40 nights, the Bible said that the Holy Spirit led him into the wilderness to be tempted of the devil. Now, in the wilderness, he was primarily tempted on 3 areas that we know. And that is not even my concern this morning. But you remember that he was tempted as is written, if you are the Son of Man, the Son of God, make these stones to become like bread. And Jesus defeated that. Once again, he took him into the temple and asked him to worship him, and Jesus did not do that, and he take him to the top of the pinnacle and ask him to throw himself down. that the Lord will give his angels charge over him, and Jesus also defeated him. Do you know that immediately after this temptation, Jesus went into Galilee? He was also led by the Spirit. He entered Galilee, and he entered the synagogue as it was his custom to do. And on verse 18, as he entered, they gave him a scroll to open and to read, as he will often do, to teach the people. And the moment he opened the scroll, the portion that was opened before him was what Isaiah wrote. And the Bible said in verse 18, the Spirit of the Lord is upon me. This is Jesus saying that the Spirit of the Lord is upon him, because he has anointed him to proclaim good news to the poor. He has sent me to proclaim freedom to the prisoners and recovery of sight for the blind, to set the oppressed free, to proclaim the year of the Lord's favor. Child of God, this is like the commission, the mission that Jesus was committed to fulfill. This is the core ministry of Jesus. The Spirit of the Lord who has rested upon him was calling him, has anointed him, has empowered him, has graced him to preach the good news. What is the good news? To proclaim healing, to proclaim freedom, to recover the sight of those who are lost, and to set the oppressed free, and to proclaim the year of the Lord. We shall be dissecting this portion as we look at helping others in relation with the life of Jesus. Now, this is the ministry committed into the hand of Jesus, to preach the good news, to set prisoners free, and to liberate every other angle. Jesus was committed with this assignment, and he was open to doing it, and the Lord helped him. If you take a very good look at the life and times of Jesus while he lived among us as a human, all he's doing, all his life, he was busy helping people, delivering people, setting people free, encouraging the weak hearts, defending the poor, and lifting the hands. He never left the rich out. He visited them. He cared for them. In fact, let me also say that everybody in one time or the other needs to be assisted. In any way you want to picture it, at one point or the other, somebody needs assistance. And we are encouraging us this morning that if we want to live like Jesus, we are going to be able to identify the areas of people's need. We are going to assist them. We are going to help them so they will be able to fulfill their purpose in life. We are not counted worthy by the amount we control, by the influence we have, but we begin to see people's meaning to life becoming visible by the lives they impacted, by people who could say, I was helped by him. Now imagine the stories of Jesus in the parables, in the healings, in his life, in his ministry. Oftentimes we'll find miracles that Jesus had done. All this was possible because he saw himself as a helping hand to help the next person. Oftentimes we'll see it happen that Jesus will always want to find a place he can help people, he can use people, and God will be glorified. I want to encourage you to open your heart as we help Jesus.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Once again, I encourage you to like Aneke TV, share it, and let every other person be part of this program. We are still discussing on living like Jesus on our word of life. And this morning, we're looking at helping others, assisting others. As we have drawn the background, we saw that Jesus' life, his ministry, and everything he does was poised to helping others stand. If you look at all the things he did from the anchor scriptures we've used this morning, Luke chapter 4, verses 18 and 19, where the Bible said that the Spirit of the Lord was upon him because I anointed him to proclaim the good news. And we are going to be looking at this in line with what is happening today in our world. How necessary it is that we should help others as a call as Christians. With me this morning is a man of God, a youth minister who God has raised at a time like this, and he has also been contributing in helping people. He has been here with me before now, and once again he's here. I want to welcome our brother, the Reverend Victor Okweri. Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Thank you, and God bless you. We shall be driving this theme because one of the things we've seen today in our life, in our country, in our nation, around us, in our community, is that people are becoming reluctant in helping people. It's as if you help people, you are taking yourself into trouble. What do you have to say about it? What is the concept that originally our culture as Africans, as Nigerians, especially as Igbos, is that we want to see other people rise with us. We want to see people rise with us. Even fathers want to see their children become higher than them. And colleagues want to rise together. People, friends wants to grow together. But today, there is this struggle of personal growth, struggle of surviving alone. What do you think is contributing high to it?
That is selfish interest. Many people today are so selfish. They want to rise alone. And they don't care about carrying other people along, even when they want to rise. And it is usual that your parents would like you to rise above them. But most often you find out that among your colleagues, there is this competition. Nobody wants you to rise higher than him. They want to be the one to be on the top, and others will be serving them. So it's also tagged to corruption and selfish interest. So, but when you are talking about being like Jesus, I have never seen such selfish interest in the life of Jesus.
Wow.
He always carries the people along. The disciples, wherever he is, the disciples are there. He's there lifting people. In fact, I have never seen Jesus coming across someone who is broken-hearted and left the person that same.
Wow.
He will always find a way to uplift those ones that are down. And that is what Christ expects from us today.
Okay, thank you. I want to make out that our brother has pointed out that corruption, selfishness is part of what is making us to derail in helping people rise. Also in the Old Testament, I remember one story in the Old Testament where David was supposed to take over from Saul, and Jonathan, the son of Saul, who by hereditary should inherit that office, but he did not. Jonathan himself was helping David to fulfill destiny. Don't we also think that Christ, the call of Christ, the life of Christ, is helping the next person even to rise above you? And I am also trying to picture when you help somebody rise, that person will never forget you. Even though oftentimes it's as if now that so many people has helped people, and feel we needed a cover from those people we helped and we didn't see it, don't you also think it's making people to stop helping people, not actually being selfish, but because I have helped before and I was not rewarded, I needed help from somebody I have helped, I didn't get it, should I also continue to help?
Yes, that also contributes, but we need to draw the line between trying to help people and allowing those you want to help to draw you back. So there are people that, however you want to help them, they will be resistant. So as much as you are trying to help that person to rise, he's drawing you back. So you must be that sensitive to know when you are crossing the line. There are many people to help. There are many of them. In fact, I used to have problem with some people that says, I've made up my mind not to help anybody. I will say, why? They will tell you, I've helped this person, he disappointed. I tried this person, he disappointed. Because my brother disappointed me, I'm not going to help anybody. I said, no, there are many people to help. Jesus chose 12 disciples. He didn't use because one was a betrayer and abandoned others. He started helping all of them. Even when one more among them was a thief and also a betrayer, but he was busy helping them. So when you are helping, that doesn't mean that every one of them will be perfect or good. Some might betray you. Some might disappoint you. But you continue to help. At the end, you found out that there are some, or even one, that will make you proud.
Wow. I love what you pointed as being sensitive in this journey of helping people. And you don't allow yourself to be deterred from that purpose because somebody else has failed you. I am getting an insight again beyond what I taught this morning. I want us also to look at the many of times we look at helping people as helping them find food, helping them find place of residence, helping them get their feet standing. But for me, I think that the life of Jesus was beyond the physical. The impartation that Jesus gave, many men go all out to ensure they add meaning to people's life. Most often, I want to believe that if you're able to impact in a life, by giving a meaning to that life, you might have done something more better, more bigger than giving cash. Oftentimes, people feel that if you want to help me, give me money. If you want to help me, give me employment. If you want to help me, give me this. Are there other areas that we can identify we can help people?
Yes. Giving money or material thing, they are not the only way you can help someone.
Okay.
In the scripture, you find out that at a point, Moses started having issues. He was stressed up in judging the people. But the father-in-law gave him a counsel.
Wow.
That instead of doing this thing all by yourself,
Jethro.
Train others that will assist you, that will help you, so that you not win yourself out. So that is also help. He never gave Moses any money.
Wow.
He never offered any material thing, but yet he helped him out. So there are many ways you can, with your wisdom, you can counsel someone. You can also assist someone in prayers. So you can also visit somebody who is broken-hearted. And those things, there are many people that thinks that the world, they are all against me. You can visit that person, give the person words of comfort. It's also a means of help.
Wow. Thank you. I am getting excited this morning because oftentimes we have concluded in our heart that if I want to help somebody is to give him a material presence. But this morning, our brother and our father is trying to redirect our heart that bringing help does not necessarily mean, with that powerful example of Jethro and Moses, I feel it's so good. Words of mouth. Ideas from your wealth of experience, you can counsel somebody and the person will pick up the pieces of his or her life. I want to encourage us this morning. Do you also know, I believe so, I've come across a story one day of a young lawyer who who have been finding it difficult to be relevant in the law firm. There was nothing, all the big guys in the society was making waves. Those younger people cannot rise. And there is this one man that everybody respects in the country. Everybody wants to come close. He has cases piling up, but yet he has no time to handle them. Others are busy scouting for where to stand. And this guy was pressing on that man to help him, to employ him. And the man had no space in his office to employ him. But one day the man invited him. And as he entered the man's office, the man said, "Follow me, just be talking with me." And he walked around the compound with him, holding hands, chatting with him so closely as if they are friends. And he entered his office and said, "I have helped you, go and succeed." And the young man felt like, "What have you done?" Just walking around. And he never knew he was showing to people who are trying to get to him, who cannot get to him, that he has another person like him they can relate to. And the moment he was leaving the office, crowd followed him and said, "If you can be this close to this man, it means you have something to offer." And from there, he stood his own ground. I want to feel there are people you can hold hands with and walk in the streets. You'll be giving them back their life.
You know, there is this law of association and conformity. Whoever you follows, before you know it, you become like that person. You start thinking like that person. You start reasoning like that person. That is why they say, if you show me your friend, I tell you whom you are.
Oh, yes. Oh,
so
yes.
when you mingle with the right people, it helps.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Before we round up, we want to talk about the circle you have built for yourself. Our brother talked about the right people. We want to encourage you to build the right circle around you, and we're going to see how God is going to help us to process this helping others. I am going to ask you to give us one word again before we begin to pray and look at it conclusively in helping others. What do you think is the center of it in the mind of Jesus?
Jesus wants everyone to rise. Jesus wants everyone to succeed. So on helping others, it should not end on only offering material things. It should not only end in prayers alone. In fact, something happened in Acts chapter 3. Peter was praying to that man at the beautiful gate, the lame man. He said, "Silver nor gold I have none, but what I have I give to you. In the name of Jesus, rise up and walk." And the man was sitting there looking at Peter. Peter have to stretch forth his hand and lifted him up. That was the point that man rose. So at a point, prayers alone cannot do it. You need to offer that helping hand to lift others so that all of us can rise. And remember that the best way to rise is to help others to rise.
Wow, we are going to end with that word. The best way to rise is to help others rise. We encourage everybody, go out this period, go out this season, hold somebody's hand and lift him. It is the life of Christ. And we are praying that the Lord is going to release his spirit upon us. And as we are going to go out to help, God will also send the help our ways. And everything we desire of the Lord shall come to us speedily in the name of Jesus. Amen. Thank you for standing with us and God bless you.
Thank you.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Humility. Humility is not thinking less of yourself. It is thinking of yourself less. It is the quiet dignity of those who serve when no one claps, and rise when no one cheers. In a world shouting for attention, humility whispers truth. It chooses peace over pride and silence over show. It knows that value isn't in volume and honor isn't always visible. The humble carry unseen power. They lift others without needing a pedestal. And in doing so, they rise higher than ego ever could.
Hello, good morning, and welcome to Aneke Sports. Today, I am Good Hope Chukwumata Sports Oracle. Well, today promises to be interesting and inciting, bring you what's happening around the world of sports, what's happening how it has been going in the World Cup as the performance and fusing entertainment into the World Cup, into football, into sports, has yielded a lot of numbers. It has yielded a lot of progress, which has made the whole world turn their eyes towards what is happening just in this few days. Well, the World Cup is going to be, you know, as it started, it's going to be playing, is going to be staying through for 6 weeks. 6 weeks is the time that the World Cup will stay. And in this 6 weeks, teams will create their moments, their time. Teams will be excited. Teams will fall out. Teams will qualify. Other teams would find their foot on any ground, whether solid or not solid. At the end of the day, it will be one winner and one World Cup winner. That is what we're going to have. And I don't know the team you're rooting. But before I go over to the World Cup and delve more into what's happening in the world of football, I just want to bring your way. The Night of Champions is coming, and that is the game that is in the EW. That's in the wrestling. The lightweight wrestling is coming, and it's the Night of Champions. King of the Rings tournament is coming up, where you have the likes of Mysterio, Femi Evans, and Yuso. They are coming, and then you have other people who have lined up to just feature in the same game. This is what a lot of people need to stay true. Just get your games together, get your site together, get your television together, get your phones together, so that you can view and see this game as it's going to come your way. And also talking about this, you're talking about the improvement that has come from wrestling, and how updated we are, having the information. Now, there's something that I've seen about the Nigerians wrestling. That's also talking about PFL Africa. It's 1 day to go, and it's going to take place today. Not 1 day to go, actually. Today's the 1 day that to go. It's going to take place here in Nigeria, and that's the ticket from 10,000 naira, and you have to go just by the side to see where to get the ticket. The match will be featured, and is actually professional fighters league, and I'm seeing it looks like all the while we have been shouting and screaming for promotion of our fights. It looks like these guys have actually seen that it's good to promote your own fight. It's good to promote your own game. It's good to promote your own stuff. Now they have started, and it is interesting and wonderful to have that happen. Now, still talking about that, you will see the guys who are already lining up. Wonderful people, I will tell you for a fact. You will see no one here is smiling. Then you have the ladies too. A lady is gonna box. You have guys from the East Africa, from Mexico, and the rest of them. They are getting ready to have an encounter in this game, and it's something I must tell you that you have to stay true to put it. That's additional. You have additional to additional lined up. What's the additional? And natural campus. They are going to ruffle it out. That's the weight and result. This is their weight, what they are weighing. And it's going to be some time when these two teams will stay together to battle it out. And I mean, these are Nigerian fights, even though it looks like it's more promoted from the side of the Caribbeans, but it's going to be one of the fights we have been watching. And also talking about fights, we're still talking about the Night of Champions. And talking about UFC 329, we have that's on July 11th. We were going to be having McGregor, welterweight bout, Holloway. That McGregor is just going to come out, and it's going to be one of the things that will make a lot of sense. McGregor, and Holloway, they are going to battle it out at the UFC. Yes, it's going to be still from the Paramount. Paramount are going to feature and play the games, and bring the viewership to you, and bring the viewership to us. It's going to be a time of our lives while we look at the game. Now, let's take a look at the summer blockbuster, where we have the coalition in AEW. That's the featherweight championship. That's where you have the likes of Myron Reed. Yes, you have the likes of Myron Reed there. That's Hikaru Shida and Zeta Steel. They're going to come together, survival of the fittest, and it's one of the fights that everyone has been waiting and be looking up to. Then let's just go to the summer blockbuster that's coming on June 13th. That's today. and it's today. Today is the fight I'm talking about, where you have a lot of them gathered already. Kevin Knight, and you have a cinematic street fight. That's Death Riders and Shane Taylor Promotions. This looks like a Ghost Rider kind of game, where you play games and then you have the Ghost Riders. Then you have Young Bucks and versus the Dogs. Young Bucks versus the Dogs are coming together. Then you have Julia Hart versus Persephone. That's the ladies survival of the fittest qualifying the matches. That's what I showed you before. Then we also have Hikabu Shida versus Zeta Steel. Then we have Speedvo versus Bailey Jake Vedoyle. These guys are getting ready for the squash they're going to have. And also you have in the women are going to have in their women's world champions Athena in action, and the Rascals in action too. It's going to be a 2.5-hour event this Saturday at TNT, HBO Max, and the rest of the channels which will be covering it up. I hope you just sit tight and watch, because it's a Saturday, wonderful day that everyone would just retire to see what's happening over the weekend, and it's going to be an amazing and interesting time for you to take a look at what is going on in the world of sports, and also what is happening in the world of wrestling. I know a lot of you love, you love to wrestle, you love to not the wrestle of play, you love to hit someone. So you just stay back and learn how to do this. Well, why we do sport is for the fun, and also the interesting part of it is that it pays. Now, it's not for any other thing. It's not the promotion of bad or attitude or violence against people, especially women. Sport is meant to be calm. Sports is meant to be competitive. It promotes sportsmanship and the rest of them. So you have to stay glued and stay cool to what is happening in the world of sports, and still bringing you what is happening there. We go to the Night of Champions, King of the Rings. I bring you back again because it is very important to see these guys who are getting ready for the time. Well, one thing I love about these people is that they have an amazing graphics. They have an amazing graphics, something you can use and take a look at. Like, it looks like it's fire. It's really fire. It's I would say it's a fire filled graphics, because they are bringing you the the taste of what the fire is with. That you have Femi and Evans. That's what Bafemi and Evans, and you have Mysterio and Yuso. They're going to clash it out, and you see the records of those who has fallen out from the fight. Earlier it was a complete graphics. Now they have to minus a lot of them, because Mysterio is still on the game, Femi is still on the game, Evans is still on the game, Yuso is still on the game, and it's gonna be 2 against 2 this evening as is going to come your way, and it's gonna be an interesting time, which you're going to stay back to see what's happening in the world of sports and what's happening in the world of the Night of the Champions. I think Femi would just take an awesome time to fight his battle and make sure he wins. Now let's go over to the latest side of sports, where you have the moments after Jacob. That's talking about the NCAA champ Kanisola Ajayi has taken the next level, where he had the moment where he had the time of his life and going out of the championship and run second fastest all conditions, mark in NCAA history. 6 men break the result. This is the moment he has been waiting for. This is the moment he has been pushing to have. And also talking about the 2026 NCAA Outdoor Championship, which has happened, and we are looking forward to have this happen. Do you have the NCAA 400 million record, 400 million record by Samuel Ogazi. Samuel Ogazi has been awesome. He has been pushing. He had 3.38 seconds national record, world record, NCAA record, and fourth fastest man in history. Yes, he was fourth fastest man in history, where you have Samuel Ogazi wins the NCAA men's 400-meter title style, storming to a new PB and NCAA record of 43.38 seconds in Eugene. Well, he's defending his NCAA title in stunning fashion, becoming the fastest man in NCAA history and fourth in the world of history. Yes, that's actually what's happening. Now, still talking about that, you are talking about the likes of Alyssa Jones. Alyssa Jones soars to 7.6 meters to win the NCAA track and field long jump title. Her second competition beyond 7 meters this season. That's from Alyssa Jones. Alyssa Jones is really pushing to ensure that she does what she knows best, has to do. That's wonderful. That's from the world athletics. She's getting and gaining the massive strength and morale that she needed to have the next championship. And she's actually from the US. She has taken it to the next level. When you talk about those who have been trying their best to win and scale through the games, and that is how it has been so far. Because when you look at the world of athletics and then what is happening, you would see that a lot of people have registered their marks. And you were talking about the likes of Alyssa Jones. She's rising, and just like every other person is rising in their sports, she is making progress and she's taking it to the next level, because she would one day be the world champion, which we have actually dreamed of having. And I think this is what is going to make sense, and this is what is going to take USA to the next level. Yes, talking about this guy, he has a 98% split in the game, which came all the way. And it's something that I would want to let you know, that there has never been a loser in their family. From what I saw this morning, there has never been a loser in their family. And in the sprint race, he had to take it to the next level, where he had to confirm to them that he is going to be the best of the best in this championship. And still talking about the NCAA champ is also pushing, and he is getting it ready and getting it hot. Why I also wanted to ask a question: why are these guys wearing chains? Why are they wearing chains? I will tell you why they're wearing chains, and then why are they wearing chains? Why are they wearing these things to have their race? I don't know really why they are wearing chains, but I can tell you that Sola Ajayi, who has become the 2026 outdoor champion, he actually would want to represent his country, but then it may not be as he would see it, because it's all about your determination. It's all about your goal, what you want to see. And you could see his face and how he reacted, because he had to take it to the next level. And that was also the 49.99 split. Georgia freshman Jonathan Sims and called leg split to win the 4x400 relay at the NCAA Outdoor Championship. Well, like I said, and like I will say, it's not only football that is raining. It's only football that is having the headline to make the headlines, or the sports that are making the headlines, and that's why we're bringing them your way, so that you can know what is happening and how it is going. It is very important and very interesting to know that sports goes beyond just kicking the ball around. It's also including other events like swimming. Very soon I'll bring you what's happening in the world of swimming, as we have been looking at it. Now we take a short break. When we come back, I'll bring you what's happening in the world of Formula One, as the Barcelona-Catalunya GP is taking place, and we've had some free practices just yesterday, where you have the likes of Lando Norris, Charles Leclerc of the Ferrari, and George Russell. George Russell is coming back to the podium, and we are seeing what's happening in the free practice one. We're also going to see what's happening in the next chapter, in the next level, and it's going to be something interesting. For now, let's take a short break. We'll be right back shortly. Stay with us.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world. You're welcome back. Now let's take a look at the Formula One. Formula One has been my favorite game so far, because I've been dreaming. One of my dreams in life is to at least just see these guys and also have a time of driving with them. And I could tell you I'm naturally a speedometer, I would say. Well, I'm not having that as a Nick, but I'm having that as my intentions so that you know what I intend to do. And I really love fast cars. I love cars that rave, And the other day I brought your way what happened and how the cars were lined up in the race in Monaco. Well, Monaco has been the talk of the town. Monaco's race has been one of the race that changed the game of Formula One. And this year was memorable. The likes of Lewis Hamilton, Kimi Antonelli, and George Russell could not find his way on the podium. But right now, it's looking at the fastest practice in the that's the FP2 in the Formula One about the Catalonia game is just something that you would not even believe. The likes of McLaren has boosted themselves up. Where you had the first one, I mean, they're talking about the three teams across the top three. That's judged to top the first session with plenty of running and rookies. That's I mean, talking about the Formula One free practice that they had. It was judged and. George took the first position, and then Piastri took the second position. Then Leclerc of Lewis Hamilton's guide. I mean, talking about yes, Leclerc of the Ferrari side, he took the next position. That's the last person on the list. And still talking about that, you have the likes of them rolling down, the likes of Lewis Hamilton, the likes of Hadja, who got the podium, who was on the podium with Lewis Hamilton and Kimi Antonelli in the Monaco race. These guys have lined up, and it is something that I would tell you for a fact. It is taking shape, and Barcelona-Catalunya race is going to happen today and tomorrow, as they are going to take and have their pole position. Whilst they're talking about this, let's just take a look at the funny moment where Kimi Antonelli received a towel from Kim. You will see what is written from Kimi to from Kim to Kimi from Kim. That was what happened in the race, and you will see "Thank you, Kim," and that's from Kimi Antonelli. Let me tell you what happened here last weekend. Lewis Hamilton's girlfriend, talking about Kim Kardashian, had to take Kimi's towel. I mean, looking at the bromance that Lewis Hamilton had with Kimi, looking at the bromance they had, so it looked like they had to exchange a towel, or they had the towel together. So Kim Kardashian had to go and take the towel. I don't know what she took the towel, and then she had to was holding the towel. Then earlier videos where we saw Kimi Antonelli was asking, where's his towel? So they pointed the towel, said, okay, it's with Kim Kardashian. He could not go and get the towel. I don't know whether he was actually shy. So just yesterday, the towel was sent back to him from Kim Kardashian, and it says, "Thank you, Kimi," from Kim. Yes, that has been making a round of updates on the world of Formula One, because a lot of people have been saying, okay, what is going to happen? It looks like Kimi and Kim Kardashian, it looks like they are kind of raising up to have a collaboration, even while Lewis Hamilton has been the driver of that relationship, and that's why he said, "Thank you, Kimi." He received the towel, and he was still shy when he got back the towel. I mean, these guys are really inspiring a lot of people in this Formula One, because you have the champion and the second best in the league, in the Formula One race, having to come together to talk about many things, having to come together to vibe. And while we're talking about that, we're talking about Lewis Hamilton, who has arrived for the season, who has arrived for the Catalunya-Barcelona race, which is going to take place just in the neck of time. And I don't know what's your prediction for this race, but I'm telling you from my own prediction, it's gonna be a wonderful time in the world of Formula One. Everyone, even worldwide, has predicted that Kimi would come out, but we are not having Kimi at the first free practices. And guess what? This is what Kimi used to do. Kimi does not show up for the free practices. Kimi Antonelli does not show up for the free practices, including Lewis Hamilton. These two guys, they are special. They don't even show up. If you like, drive from now till next year. As long as it's a free practice, they will not show up. Where they show up is the time to take the pole position. That's where they show up. The time to, amount to something. I don't know whether they're just reserving their strength. And let me give you an explanation of what this means. It looks like we are having to run a race, we are having to run around. We are having to, take some step. And you are saying, you are reserving your strength for the last lap. That's what's happening between these two guys. And you will see what will happen this evening. Kimi Antonelli or Lewis Hamilton will take the pole position. If Kimi Antonelli and Lewis Hamilton or Ferrari does not take the pole position, then we are going to look at this these McLaren guys. We are going to look at them. The McLaren guys are going to take the pole position. Because what I'm telling you, the McLaren guys are going to take the pole position is because both of them, that's Lando Norris and Piastri or Oscar Piastri, both of them are going to take the pole position. It's going to make a lot of sense for them. So I'm telling you from this, from the hindsight of what I've seen before, in the retrospect of what have been in existence, they are going to just amount to something today. But maybe we're going to see a new type of people, a new type of position being taken. We're going to see a new type of sportsmanship being taken, and I don't know if any of them wins the race. I'm talking about the McLaren guys, Oscar Piastri and Lando Norris. If any of them wins the race today, that would mean that the bromance could still continue. And while we expect Kimi Antonelli to do something, we expect Kimi to really, really do something. Now, well, let's move on to the next sports updates we're having and going into the full scale of football. But before I bring you that, I just want to bring you some other things that's been happening. And let me just go over to the Nigeria's case. I don't want to end with that. I want to end very happy because I'm not happy that we are not playing at the World Cup that is going on currently. We're not playing there, but we have Nigerian blood representing. You have Nigerian bloods representing, and let's see the names of people or the list of guys who would have been playing for Nigeria, but they switched allegiance to other nations. And we have the likes of Noni Madueke, who played for Chelsea, and now he is playing for Arsenal. That's Noni Madueke. You see his allegiance is to England. And then you have Bukayo Saka. Bukayo Saka was in Lagos last year, December, where he had a wonderful time. And you will see that he has switched to England. Then you have Ebere Chieze. Ebere Chieze, your own is very, very obvious that your name is Ebere Chieze and you are a homecoming boy, but you switched to England. That's fine. Then Ebere Chieze plays for Arsenal too. There's Noni Madueke, Bukayo Saka, and Ebere Chieze. Three of them plays for Arsenal, and they are the current starters in the Arsenal's top flight games. You're also talking about Antonio Nusa. There you have them he plays for Norway, and you have Folarin Balogun, the guy that scored the goal, that scored a brace yesterday for USA. He has switched allegiance to USA, where he scored the goals yesterday. Then you are talking about Manuel Akanji. It's so obvious that this guy is my brother. He's looking like my brother, and I'm so excited that I have a brother who plays for Switzerland. And I don't really know what this is all about, but I can tell you that these guys, they were dreaming, and they could tell you that they found their dream country. Then you have Noah Okafor, Switzerland, the same Switzerland, Noah Okafor. This Noah Okafor, he plays for one of the teams in the English league, that's Leeds. He's playing for Leeds. And I remember the goal he scored against Manchester United. I cannot forget that goal because that goal broke my heart. But then let me move on to other guys who have been there. You have Michael Olisa, the best player in the Bundesliga and also the best player in the French league. Sorry, in France. He had the award just last 3 weeks, where he has scored a lot of goals as just his first season. Now you have Michael Olise, who has switched to France. Then you have Kane Chukwuemeka, who has switched to Austria. Then you have David Alaba, who has switched to Austria. Then you have Felix Mecha, who has switched to Germany. And you have Yama Musiala. They say it's not Jama, it's Yama Musiala. Yama Musiala, you switch to Germany. Your name is like one of my brothers in Alaba, but it's okay. It's very okay. Then we have Ime Okon, South Africa. Wow, what a surprise. Ime Okon from switch to South Africa. Then you have Tani Oluwaseyi, Canada. Then you have Promise Promise also switched to Canada, and then we're still talking about this. You could see that these guys have switched allegiance, and it is something that you may not even have read, because I will really celebrate the guy who did the graphics while we are celebrating the things they have achieved in their current country that they are playing for. Looking at this team, looking at these guys, I will tell you for a fact that if all these guys played for Nigeria, there would never be a space for some of those guys who are coming up now. And we could say things happen for things to happen, but I'm telling you that Noah Okafor and even the likes of Michael Olisa and Manuel Akanji, who plays in the defense for Manchester City, but he is on the loan spell in Inter Milan. You could see that there is actually a lot to have as a nation. Now let me just point something out to you. The positions these guys are playing and what it would have done to our nation, what it would have done to boost our nation. Now you see Noni Madueke plays in the right wing. He plays either in the right wing or in the left wing. Well, he is very talented. He could even play ahead. Yes, he could play a supporting striker. Yes. Then you have Bukayo Saka, who plays in the right wing. He has been a right wing prone guy since his days at Arsenal. Then you have Eberechi as a right wing. Eberechi is also right wing. You have Antonio Nusa. Then you have him in the defense. You have Antonio Nusa in the defense. Then you have Folarin Balogun as the top 9, as a striker. Then you have Manuel Akanji as a defender. You have him as a defender, as a warrior at the back. Then you're also talking about Noah Okafor of Leeds. You have him as a point 9. Even while he has not played a lot, he has not registered a lot of goals this period, but he has been so sensational while he's playing his game. Then you have Michael Olisa in the right wing. Don't remove Michael Olisa from the right wing. Keep him on the right wing. You will see how wonderful he is. You have Kane Chukwuemeka. And the midfield, you have Kane Chukwuemeka, even though he can play in the right wing or the left wing, but he also a supporting striker. He plays so well, and it's amazing to have him. Then you have David Alaba of Austria. You have him playing at number 3. You have him playing at the left wing. I mean, the left back. Yeah, that's what I mean. The left back. That's where you have him playing. He is the best number 3 in the world as of his time when he played for Bayern Munich and also for Real Madrid. Then you have Felix Mecha, who plays in the midfield or could play as a defensive midfielder or even as a defender. Then you have Jama Musiala, who plays as a top 10 attacker in the German Bundesliga, talking about Bayern Munich, where you have him who has been playing a lot of games, that's CM, that's the central midfielder, or he has been playing attacking midfielder. He's very good in the midfield, and we have not tested him at the wings over there in Bayern Munich. Next, talking about Ocon, Ime Ocon has been a supporting striker. He can play all wings, but he has been known for his wonderful defense game, and he has played a lot of games. And also talking about Tani Oluwaseyi, he plays for Canada, and he has been influential in the right wing and in the defense of Canadian national team. He has been doing a lot of great job and great game, and it's something to write home. Then we have Promise David of Canada, who plays in the striking position, and it's something I would tell you that he has been doing for a while now. Now, still going into the world of sports, where we're having the Fox Sports top guys who has been making it in the world of top sports. Fox Sports, the guys who has been influential in the Fox Sports, what it means, and talking about in the 2026 FIFA World Cup, guys who are the 100 influential striking or defense or the midfield. And you start with the likes of Lamine Yamal. Lamine Yamal is a sensation to reckon with. Lamine Yamal is a sensation to reckon with. And as we're talking about Lamine Yamal, we're talking about all the guys who has registered either an assist or who has giving their best to see that the games hold. And you're also talking about when you talk about Lamine Yamal topping it. I think this is a list for young people, really, because I don't know what Lamine Yamal is doing there from the onset. but we could say that Lamine Yamal being someone that we could count on anytime, someone that you could count on anytime. You could have him just topping the list. And we also have Mbappe is coming as the number 2. Then you have Harry Kane. Then you have, this is for Fox Sports. So I mean, Fox Sports are actually one of the commentators, and a collaboration of great African players and also international players who has played across the top flight football. And in the pundits, I would say those guys who brings you the World Cup, one of the official viewers and broadcasters of the World Cup. Yes, we also have Harry Kane. Then we have Dembele of France. Then we have Olise of France. Then we have Brot Haaland. We have Brot Haaland. We have Vinicius Junior. Then we have Hakimi. Hakimi is there also. Then we have Vitinha. Then we have Pedri. Then we have Velvet. Then we have Bruno Fernandes. Then we have Juan Alvarez. Then we have Rodri. Then we have Rafinha. Then we have Lionel Messi. Look at where they put someone's goat. I don't understand these guys, but let's just go on. Then we have Yao Neves. Then we have Bellingham. We have Rice, not the rice you eat, but Declan Rice of England. Then you have Moses Caicedo. Then we have Gabriel Meirelles of Brazil and Arsenal. They will have Fioran Wheat. They have Luis Diaz. They will have Semenyo Semenyo of Ghana. We have too many of France and Real Madrid. Then we have Lisandro Martinez of Manchester United and Argentina. You have Bukayo Saka of England and Arsenal. You have Virgil van Dijk of Netherlands. You have Joshua Kimmich of Bayern Munich and Germany. Then you have Alphonsus Davies. You have Alphonsus Davies of Spain. Then you go down where you have Bernardo Silva of Portugal. You have Yama Musiala of Germany. Then you have Cole Palmer of England, who plays for Chelsea. Then you have Luka Modric, an AC Milan player, a former Real Madrid captain, an AC Milan player currently, who's going to extend his contract by 1 year for the Italian side. And then you have Nuno Mendes of Portugal. Then you have Dumfries, who just signed for Real Madrid for a whooping sum of a groundbreaking record. He is part of this list. Then you have Kevin De Bruyne who has made a mark in the Napoli national team, and also having his time to retire from Manchester City's football. Then you have Desire Doué of France. And PSG. Then you have Jeremy Doku of Belgium. Yes, Jeremy Doku of Belgium. You have Cristiano Ronaldo of Portugal, the GOAT. Look at where they put somebody's GOAT again. Now you have Ryan Chekri. Then you of France and Manchester City. Then you have Rudiger. That's Antonio Rudiger of Germany. Then you have N'Golo Kante of France. Then you have Courtois of Real Madrid. Then you have Reinders of Manchester City, who is this national team is Netherlands. Yes, you have Ruben Diaz. Also is there. Ruben Diaz of Portugal. Then you have Bruno Guimaraes of Newcastle. Then you have Emiliano Martinez, the Aston Villa goalkeeper, award-winning goalkeeper. That's the Argentine goalkeeper. Then you have Frankie de Jong of Netherlands. Then you have Cucurella of Chelsea, the Spanish Cucurella of Chelsea. Then you have Sadio Mane of Senegal. Then you have Zubimendi of Spain and Nico Williams of Spain. Then you have Enzo Fernandez of Argentina. Then you have Odegaard. Then you have William Facho. Then you have McTominay of Scotland. You have Gravenberch of Netherlands. Then you have Mohamed Salah, the Egyptian king, and Fermin Lopez of Spain, who also plays for Barcelona. Then you are talking about Gakpo of Netherlands, Viadol of Croatia, you're talking about Graviadol of Croatia, Konate, Ibrahimi Konate, who signed for Real Madrid just as a free agent from Liverpool. Then you have Alisson Becker of Brazil and Liverpool. Then you have Kubasi of Spain and Barcelona. Then you have Marquinhos of Paris Saint-Germain and Brazil. Then you have William Saliba of France. Then you have Yao Pedro of Brazil and Chelsea. Then you have Magnam, that's the goalkeeper, the French goalkeeper of PSG. That PSG has guys, and then France, has a lot of guys too. Then you also have Sarr, that's the Senegalese player. We are only having 2 African players here, but it's fine. I mean, 2 original African players, because all these people I've mentioned, most of them are African players who change their nationality. Now we are having Rafael Lau of Portugal. Yes, that's from Portugal. We are having McAllister of Liverpool and Argentina. You have McCain of England, and then you have Martinelli of Brazil and Arsenal. Martinelli of Brazil and Arsenal. Then you have João Cancelo of Spain. João Cancelo, sorry, of Portugal. Then you have Olmo of Barcelona and Spain. Then you also have Gyökeres, the hair flipper, a wonderful guy who plays for Arsenal. Then you also have Adagula is there for Turkey, and you also have Pulisic of England. Then you have Koundé of France. Then you have Heung-min Son of Republic of South Korea. Then James Rodriguez. Talking about James. Okay, so this is not this is James of England, and you have Maguehi, and then you have Iberichieze. Then you also have Fabian of Spain, and you have Casemiro, then you have Merino, then you have Eze, then you have Udis, then you have Raul Garcia, then you have Goncalo Ramos, then you have Oyesba, then you have Turam, then you have Mitoma, you have Foden, you have Martinez, you have Bakola, then you have Minjay, you have Isak, and you have Estupian. Wow, it's a very long list, a very long, inexhaustible list. I could go on and on to mention this, guys. And I want to bring you yesterday, United States of America. They had to win Paraguay by 4-1 yesterday in their game, where you have that Folarin Balogun scoring and trying to outscore his eyes out yesterday in the game. You have these guys who played and who had a wonderful time. Then you're also talking about that there has been an unbeaten run, talking about Mexico playing against South Africa, where they had to dunk South Africa 2-0. And also talking about a Canadian game yesterday. Canada has not lost a game since the World Cup started. I mean, the three teams that are hosting, the 3 countries that are hosting the World Cup, they have never lost a game. In fact, they have made history. Each of them has made history. Looking at Mexico's side, you will see they have fielded the youngest player in this year's 2026 FIFA World Cup. They have fielded the youngest player, and they have scored just in the neck of 9-10 minutes before the 10th minute. They have scored. Talking about the goal that came yesterday, the goal that came the day before yesterday, and you're also talking about the Canadian team. They have also made it clear that they are out for the victory and the victory parade. Now talking about the US game, that's Folarin Balogun yesterday has also made history while he had to score a brace in that game, and he was the man of the match yesterday for the game of the US versus Paraguay, and he was the man of the match yesterday. And talking about the coach, talking about Mauricio Pochettino, he is the one in charge of the US team, and I'm telling you for a fact that this guy is amazing. Now talking about the arrivals in the World Cup, you would have the likes of Cristiano Ronaldo. I really love this. Cristiano Ronaldo has arrived for the World Cup for their game that is coming up. Cristiano Ronaldo has, he has arrived for the game for the time of his life. I mean, for the final time, I could tell you this is looking luxury and this is looking entertaining. This is going to be, I would tell you, one of the best you would ever have. And everyone should not fail to watch Cristiano Ronaldo. And I just want to tell you that Lionel Messi too, he is pushing himself to still know what he could do in this time of his life. And I'm talking about this. I'm also talking about them. Guys who played for Canada while they are from the African descent. Guys who played for Canada while they are from the African descent. They are just three. They played for Canada yesterday, but they were from the African descent. When you look at them, you know that these guys are Africans. They are really tough Africans, and I will tell you for a fact that they have something in common with our blood. Look at how amazing they look, and they had to ensure that Canada did not lose their games. Now, still talking about that, we take a look at after 34 years, USA returns to their country for a game. For a time of their life, after 34 years, they have returned to their country, the men's national team. It's been 34 years ago they played the World Cup on their national soil. So now they have returned to that place. To that place, they already know how to. To that place they have returned. They have returned, of course, and it's gonna be an amazing memory. That's from 1994 to 2026. It's been a lot in the year. It's actually been a lot in the year. And still talking about that, we have most goals scored in World Cup match ever. That's from the US game. While you have the likes of Bodaliba scoring an own goal. That's talking about the match yesterday, US versus Paraguay, and in the 7th minute, Balogun had to score again. Then Reina had to finish it up with the extra time. 2 goals came into the extra time. That means if there was no extra time, we could see there may not be a goal. And still talking about that, we are talking about the important things that are happening in the world of football, where we have Sir David Beckham. You know Sir David Beckham. He has been launched. He has been, inaugurated into the Hollywood Walk of Fame. Hollywood Walk of Fame. He has been inducted into that after many years of his contribution in sport and in entertainment. He is ready for the next phase of his life, and it's going to be something that we would not have seen coming. And I must tell you that congratulations to the man, the myth and the legend. I'm talking about Sir David Beckham. And I want to give you just in the nick of time, the transfer news. Manchester United are preparing to bid for Matthews Fernandes, that's Mateus Fernandes of West Ham, which the likes of Arsenal and Real Madrid are going for. And it's going to be a time of where we're going to see what will happen after that. So I think that this is going to be a crash of history, where you have someone who is in the relegation zone having to, you're having to pay a lot for him. I will tell you for a fact it's going to be something that we have not seen. Now, talking about the match of the day. The match of the day today is Brazil. Brazil is going to face that team. And this is the first time they are wearing their new jersey, which has been rated as the best in the pool of collections of jerseys which you would eventually see. This is the best you would see. Brazil's game is today, and it's going to be an interesting time in the world of football as they are going to face their opponents, as they're going to see what happens. And I'm telling you that Neymar will not play because that's the game against Morocco, Brazil versus Morocco. Neymar will not play because he has been ruled out, and then other guys are going to play to feature him. Maybe he could start the next game, and it's something interesting. I also want to ask you, what do you think about the World Cup? What do you think about this World Cup? Who do you think that will lift the trophy, looking at how teams are preparing? For me, I will leave you for that as a sports oracle. I will leave it for you to answer, and just check our page, check our YouTube and Facebook at Aneke TV, where this have been, where you have this live, and give us what you think, Tell us what you think, and also we want to hear from you, your opinion. And this is where we are calling it a day on this edition of Sports, where we're calling to wrap. Thank you very much for watching. And we come your way same time, same station on Monday, where we bring you the best of what's happening in the world of sports, especially the world of football and the world of Formula One. Yes, for now, I am Good Hope Chukwuma, the Sports Oracle. Have a wonderful morning. Bye for now.
The soul is part of us that survives every storm. You can't see it, but you can feel it in silence, in longing, in every heartbeat that keeps going. It asks for more than food and fame. It hungers for meaning, for stillness, for the divine. The soul is where music is born, where peace begins, where truth hides. To care for your soul is the greatest act of self-love. For in the end, what we were fades, but what we are at our core remains.
7 days, countless moments, stories that shape the week. From decisions in the corridors of power to developments affecting everyday lives. From moments of challenge to stories of resilience and progress. This is where the week comes into focus. Week in retrospect, only on Aneke TV.
Across Nigeria, from bustling cities to quiet rural communities, one institution has endured the test of time: the traditional leadership. Long before modern governance structures emerged, these institutions were the heartbeat of society, providing leadership, justice, and social cohesion in ways that remain indispensable to this day. Traditional institutions are not merely ceremonial. They are custodians of Nigeria's rich and diverse cultural heritage. From the Obas of Yoruba land, the Emirs of the North, to the Igwe and Obi of Igbo land, traditional rulers preserve centuries of customs, language, festivals, and rituals. They ensure that the stories, values, and identity of their people are not lost in a rapidly changing world. What sets these institutions apart is their organic legitimacy. Unlike elected officials whose authority depends on periodic votes, traditional rulers derive their influence from ancestry, community consent, and deeply rooted cultural norms. This legacy makes them trusted arbiters, moral authorities, and stabilizing forces within their communities. Their position above partisan politics allows them to mediate dispute and guide society with a unique combination of wisdom and authority. At the grassroots level, traditional institutions are indispensable for governance and social order. They resolve dispute, manage land and chieftaincy matters, and acts as intermediaries between local communities and government policy. In rural areas where formal structures are often distant or overstretched, the presence of these leaders ensures continuity, fairness, and accessibility in governance. Beyond mediation, traditional rulers are catalysts for development. They mobilize communities for education, healthcare, and infrastructure projects, while acting partnerships from government and private entities. Their influence ensures that development initiatives are participatory, culturally appropriate, and sustainable. In this way, traditional leadership becomes
Good morning and welcome to news updates on Aneke television. I am Onyinyechi Ugu and I'm glad to have you join us. The headlines. Borno reintegrates another batch of rehabilitated former insurgents. Lagos expands healthcare access through telemedicine initiative in riverine communities. On the foreign scene, Iran suspends nuclear talks with United States pending interim agreement. And on the business news, Sokoto approves 1.6 billion naira agricultural support program. Now the news in details. The Borno state government has reintegrated 720 low-risk former insurgents into their communities following the completion of a de-radicalization and rehabilitation program under its non-kinetic security strategy known as the Borno model. The graduation ceremony was held at Maiduguri Hajj camp, where the beneficiaries took an oath to renounce violence and commit to peaceful coexistence before being released to their respective communities. The special advisor on security to Borno State Governor, retired Brigadier General Ishaq Abdullahi, he said the program remains a key pillar of the state's peace-building efforts, noting that thousands of former insurgents and their families have so far passed through initiative since its commencement in 2021. He explained that participants underwent detailed profiling, psychological assessments, counseling, religious reorientation, and vocational training to prepare them for the integration. General Abdullahi added that the program also provided structured support for families of the beneficiaries, including spouses and children, who were processed alongside them from insurgent enclaves. According to him, nearly 1,000 spouses and more than 2,000 children were also supported as part of the broader resettlement framework aimed at stabilizing households and communities. The Commissioner for Women Affairs and Social Development, Hajiya Zuwaira Gambo, was represented at the ceremony by the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry, Babagana Kadai, while community leaders and members of the Civilian Joint Task Force participated in the screening and verification process. Authorities say starter packs and livelihood support were provided to the beneficiaries as part of efforts to promote sustainable reintegration and discourage a return to violence. Governor Uba Sani of Kaduna State has granted clemency to 97 inmates of correctional facilities across the state as part of activities marking the 2026 Democracy Day celebration. The exercise was carried out under the constitutional prerogative of mercy following recommendations by the Kaduna State Advisory Council on prerogative of mercy. The beneficiaries received various forms of relief, including outright release, sentence commutation, and payment of fines. Governor Sani also approved financial support for the released inmates to assist their reintegration into society. In addition, arrangements have been made for interested beneficiaries to enroll in state-owned vocational and skills acquisition centers located in Sabo, Rigachikun, and Samuru, Kataf. Kaduna State Attorney General and Commissioner for Justice, Mr. James Kanip, described the gesture as part of ongoing efforts to decongest correctional facilities and promote restorative justice. The governor appealed to traditional institutions, religious leaders and community groups to support the reintegrated process and help reduce recidivism. Governor Seyi Makinde of Oyo State says the difficult terrain of the old Oyo National Park remains a major challenge in ongoing efforts to reduce more than 45 school children and teachers abducted in Owerri local government area of the state. The governor explained that intelligence reports indicate the victims are still being held within sections of the expansive national park, which covers thousands of square kilometers and presents significant operational challenges for security personnel. Governor Makinde acknowledged the anxiety of affected families and assured residents that security agencies are intensifying efforts to secure the safe release of the victims. He stressed that the operation is being conducted with caution to avoid jeopardizing the lives of those in captivity. The governor urged members of the public to remain vigilant and provide credible information through the state's emergency channels. He also warned against the circulation of unverified reports, noting that misinformation could undermine ongoing rescue efforts and compromise security operations. The Enugu state government says security operatives have arrested 6 suspected criminals linked to a series of violent attacks across the state. A large cache of weapons and ammunition was also recovered during a joint operation involving security agencies. Governor Petermbah inspected the recovered items at the headquarters of the Department of State Services in Enugu. The weapons included 17 AK-47 rifles, a rocket-propelled launcher, a general-purpose machine gun, hand grenades, and more than 1,000 rounds of ammunition. The governor said some of the suspects had been on the state security watch list for several months and were allegedly connected to attacks that led to the deaths of security personnel in the state. Governor Umba attributed the success of the operation to improved surveillance systems and stronger collaboration among security agencies. He warned criminal groups to leave Enugu State and advised landlords to properly screen prospective tenants, stressing that anyone found harboring criminals would face prosecution. The Lagos State Health Management Agency, in partnership with Blue Lagos Initiative, has launched a telemedicine program for 152 riverine and coastal communities across the state. The initiative is designed to improve access to health care for residents living in hard-to-reach areas where transportation challenges often limit access to medical services. Through the program, residents will be able to consult qualified healthcare professionals remotely, receive medical advice, obtain referrals, and access preventive healthcare services without traveling long distances. Permanent Secretary of the Lagos State Health Management Agency, Dr. Emanuela Zamba, said the project will support the state's goal of achieving universal health coverage. Convener of the Blue Lagos Initiative, Mr. Sahid Adesanya, noted that the partnership would help ensure that location does not prevent citizens from accessing quality health care. Governor Doye Diri of Bayelsa State has reaffirmed his administration's commitment to completing the Ekeremo Ndoro Road project, describing it as a critical infrastructure development for communities in the riverine areas. Speaking during an inspection of ongoing work in Ekeremo local government area, the governor said the project would help address long-standing transportation challenges and improve connectivity for residents. The 28-kilometer road, which includes a link to peterobi community, is being constructed by Lubri Construction Company. Governor Diri expressed confidence in the contractor's ability to deliver the project based on its previous performance on major road projects in the state. Project officials said 7 kilometers of stone base have already been completed, while work on the main bridge is progressing steadily. When completed, the road is expected to improve movement of people and goods, strengthen security and support economic activities linked to the proposed Agay deep sea port. You're watching news updates on Aneke TV, coming to you live from our studios. For more updates and breaking stories, stay connected with us on our social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. And now here is a recap of some of our major stories making the headlines. Borno State reintegrates rehabilitated former insurgents. Lagos launches telemedicine services for riverine communities. Coming up shortly on the foreign scene, Iran conditions resumption of nuclear talks with United States on interim deals. On the business news, Sokoto approves 1.6 billion naira agricultural intervention program. Don't go anywhere, we'll be back shortly.
Frontline Africa is Aneke TV's flagship current affairs program, where critical national and continental issues take center stage.
On Frontline Africa, we examine politics, the economy, security, business, health, and a wide range of other key sectors shaping society.
The program is insightful, engaging, and interactive, providing a platform for informed analysis and meaningful public discourse.
Here, issues are discussed raw, balanced, and expertly with depth, clarity, and a commitment to fact and accountability.
Join us every Saturday at 5 in the evening, only on Aneke TV.
Welcome back. A court in the United Kingdom has sentenced 4 pro-Palestinian activists to prison terms totaling more than 20 years for their involvement in an attack on the Elbit System Defense Facility in Bristol. The defendants, members of the group Palestine Action, were convicted of causing more than £1 million worth of damage to equipment and property at the site. Prosecutors told the court that the group used sledgehammers to damage military equipment, computer systems, and other infrastructure. 23-year-old Samuel Corner received the longest sentence of 7 years and 8 months after he was also found guilty of causing serious injury to a police officer during the incident. The other 3 defendants received prison terms ranging from 4 to 5 years. The ruling has attracted criticism from human rights organizations, including Amnesty International. While campaigners argue that the sentences are excessive, the court maintained that the offenses were serious and carried a terrorism-related element because of their intended political impact. British Prime Minister has appointed as the new security minister in a cabinet reshuffle aimed at strengthening the country's security leadership. The appointment was confirmed by the British government following recent changes within the defense and security structure. Angela Eagle succeeds Dan Jarvis, who was recently appointed defense minister. Government officials say the changes are intended to ensure continuity in the management of national security matters and to strengthen coordination among key agencies responsible for public safety. Angela Eagle, a long-serving member of the parliament, brings years of political and legislative experience to the role. Analysts say the appointment comes at a time when the government is placing increased focus on security, defense, and international challenges. Iran's foreign minister says his country will not resume comprehensive nuclear negotiations with the United States until the interim diplomatic agreement is fully implemented. Speaking on Iranian state television, Iraqi said direct talks with Washington would only take place after specific conditions are met. He noted that Tehran expects practical steps before any broader negotiations can begin. According to the foreign minister, key requirements include the reopening of the Straits of Hormuz to normal commercial activities and progress towards ending conflicts in parts of the region. He added that discussions on the proposed arrangements are still ongoing. Iraqi also stated that no final agreement has been signed and that details remain under negotiation. He, however, assured the international community that Iran remains committed to the safe movement of commercial vessels through the strategic waterway. The chairperson of Taiwan's main opposition party, the Kuomintang, Cheng Li-wong, has concluded a 2-week visit to the United States aimed at strengthening relations with American lawmakers and addressing concerns over her party's engagement with China. The visit comes amid growing scrutiny of the group's position on cross-strait relations, particularly following Cheng's recent meeting with Chinese President Xi Jinping in Beijing. Some United States officials have expressed concern that the party's approach could weaken Taiwan's security posture. During meetings in Washington, Cheng Li-wong maintained that dialogue with Beijing should not be interpreted as a compromise of Taiwan's democracy of sovereignty. She stressed that peaceful engagement remains an important part of maintaining stability in the Taiwan Straits. The discussions also focused on defense spending after Taiwan's parliament approved reductions to parts of a proposed military budget. The Central Bank of Nigeria has proposed the use of the e-Naira platform for the payment of salaries, pensions and selected social welfare benefits as part of its Nigeria Payment System Vision 2028. The proposal seeks to expand the use of the country's digital currency and improve the efficiency of government payments. The e-Naira, launched in 2021, was introduced to promote financial inclusion and support the growth of cashless economy. Under the new roadmap, the central bank plans to enhance the digital currency's capabilities to support secure and targeted transactions. The initiative is also expected to encourage wider adoption among individuals, businesses, and government institutions. Governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Mr. Olayemi Cardoso, said the strategy is designed to strengthen the nation's digital payment ecosystem. The bank also plans to work with financial technology companies and international partners to improve cross-border payment services and reduce transaction costs. The Sokoto State Executive Council has approved the release of about 1.6 billion naira for the procurement of fertilizers, improved seeds and agrochemicals to support farmers during the current farming season. State officials said the intervention is aimed at boosting agricultural productivity and ensuring farmers have timely access to essential inputs as the rainy season progresses. The council also approved a separate 1.6 billion naira package for the purchase of 1,200 motorcycles for civil servants. The motorcycles will be distributed through a loan scheme to assist workers with transportation. Additional approvals were granted for healthcare and infrastructure projects across the state. These include the upgrade of the Gaji Primary Health Care Center to a general hospital, construction of new health facilities, flood control projects, and improvements to facilities at Sultan Abubakar III International Airport. Captain of the South African national football team, Rowan Williams, has expressed disappointment over what he described as limited support from fellow Africans during Bafana Bafana's opening match at the 2026 FIFA World Cup. South Africa suffered a 2-0 defeat to co-host Mexico, and Williams said many members of the team were saddened by reports that a large number of African fans supported the opposing side during the match. The goalkeeper called for greater unity among African nations during international competitions, noting that continental support can play an important role in motivating teams on the global stage. The comments have generated widespread debate on social media, with some fans citing past diplomatic and social tensions, including incidents of xenophobic attacks in South Africa, as reasons for their position. The discussion has highlighted the relationship between sports and broader issues affecting relations among African countries. The Nigerian entertainment industry is mourning the death of veteran actor, academic and theater practitioner, Professor Kola Oyewo, who passed away at the age of 80. His death was announced by actor and filmmaker Kunle Afod, who paid tribute to Professor Oyewo's contributions to theater, film and cultural development in Nigeria. Born in Oba-Ile, Osun State, Professor Oyewo began his acting career in 1964 with the renowned Oyin Adejobi Theatre Group. He later became one of the most respected figures in Yoruba theatre and Nigerian cinema. Professor Oyewo was widely celebrated for his portrayal of King Odewale in Olarotimi's classic play, The Gods Are Not to Be Blamed. Colleagues and admirers say his legacy as an actor, teacher and mentor will continue to inspire future generations in the creative industry. And now to end the news, the main points again. The Borno state government has continued its de-radicalization and reintegration program with the successful return of another batch of rehabilitated former insurgents to their communities. State authorities say the beneficiaries completed psychological counseling, civic education and vocational training before being cleared for reintegration. The Lagos State Health Management Agency, in partnership with Blue Lagos Initiative, has launched a telemedicine program across 152 riverine and coastal communities in Lagos State. On the foreign scene, Iran's foreign minister, Abbas Iraqi, says comprehensive nuclear negotiations with the United States will remain suspended until an interim diplomatic agreement is fully implemented. On the business scene, the Sokoto State Executive Council has approved about 1.6 billion naira for the procurement of fertilizers, improved seeds and agrochemicals to support farmers during the current planting season. And that concludes the news on Aneke TV. For more updates and breaking stories, follow us on all our social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Thank you for watching. I am Onyechi Ugu. Good morning.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Across Nigeria, from bustling cities to quiet rural communities, one institution has endured the test of time: the traditional leadership. Long before modern governance structures emerged, these institutions were the heartbeat of society, providing leadership, justice, and social cohesion in ways that remain indispensable to this day. Traditional institutions are not merely ceremonial. They are custodians of Nigeria's rich and diverse cultural heritage. From the Obas of Yoruba land, the Emirs of the North, to the Iwe and Obi of Igbo land, traditional rulers preserve centuries of customs, language, festivals, and rituals. They ensure that the stories, values, and identity of their people are not lost in a rapidly changing world. What sets these institutions apart is their organic legitimacy. Unlike elected officials whose authority depends on periodic votes, traditional rulers derive their influence from ancestry, community consent, and deeply rooted cultural norms. This legacy makes them trusted arbiters, moral authorities, and stabilizing forces within their communities. Their position above partisan politics allows them to mediate dispute and guide society with a unique combination of wisdom and authority. At the grassroots level, traditional institutions are indispensable for governance and social order. They resolve dispute, manage land and chieftaincy matters, and act as intermediaries between local communities and government policy. In rural areas, where formal structures are often distant or overstretched, the presence of these leaders ensures continuity, fairness, and accessibility in governance. Beyond mediation, traditional rulers are catalysts for development. They mobilize communities for education, healthcare, and infrastructure projects, while acting partnerships from governments and private entities. Their influence ensures that development initiatives are participatory, culturally appropriate, and sustainable. In this way, traditional leadership becomes a force for progress as well as preservation. Traditional institutions also play a vital role in maintaining security by leveraging local knowledge and community networks. Rulers provide essential intelligence and oversight, collaborating with security agencies to prevent and mitigate conflicts. Their involvement strengthens community resilience and reinforces the social contract between citizens and the state. Equally important is the moral and ethical dimension of traditional leadership. These institutions instill values of respect, integrity, communal responsibility, and peaceful coexistence. In a society grappling with ethical and social challenges, the guidance of traditional rulers remains a vital instrument for fostering discipline and virtue. In a nation as diverse as Nigeria, traditional institutions serve as a bridges of unity. They manage ethnic and cultural diversity, promote dialogue, and encourage mutual respect, while preserving distinct local identities. Through their wisdom, they help maintain harmony and stability across communities that might otherwise be divided. The traditional institution is far from a relic of the past. It is a dynamic, enduring pillar of Nigerian society, a custodian of heritage, a mediator of peace, a driver of development, and a moral compass for generations. To harness Nigeria's full potential, there must be a deliberate integration of these institutions into governance and national development strategies. For in preserving the past, guiding the present, and shaping the future, traditional leadership remains at the very heart of Nigerian life.
7 days, countless moments, stories that shape the week. From decisions in the corridors of power to developments affecting everyday lives. From moments of challenge to stories of resilience and progress. This is where the week comes into focus. Week in retrospect, only on Aneke TV.
Good morning, viewers. Good morning, Enugu. Good morning, Nigeria. Good morning, Southeast. Welcome to Week in Retrospect here on Aneke TV. It's a Saturday morning. It's a cool morning. Yeah, it's the day to relax, unwind, clean up, go about your activities for today and prepare for the coming week. I'm Princess Ken Ochoma.
And I'm Uche Osai, saying thank you for joining us on the Week in Retrospect. Ochoma, you forgot to mention that it's jollof rice.
Yes, it's Saturday, but I mean, if I mention this jollof rice each time, Mr. Uche will say, "Oh,
no." But what's the weekend without jollof rice? Is the weekend for parties?
It's for parties,
weddings, and
yes,
other things.
yes.
So
and well, for me, it would be more of Saturday for cakes because Saturday I can eat jollof rice on any other day.
No, the party jollof rice is different.
People still cook party jollof rice
now,
but cakes.
It's not same. No matter how you do the jollof rice at home, if it's not party jollof rice, it's not party jollof rice.
It's not, yes. But right here in the studio, what we do on Week in Retrospect is to bring you highlights from events in the course of the week, cutting across private, personal conversations, and of course the newspaper headlines that we've discussed in the course of the week. We will get right into it in a moment, but we'll take a short break. We'll be right back.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world. Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world. Time. The silent witness to human courage. The keeper of memory, the archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once bound, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Dear words.
You're welcome back. This is the Week in Retrospect on Aneke TV. Now we'll be going straight into our newspaper headlines for this morning, and if time permits, we'll review the ones in the course of the week. And this morning we shall be reviewing the headlines on the Weekend Trust, the Guardian, and the Punch newspaper.
Yeah, and joining us as always is Aneke TV's in-house analyst with deeper insight on these news issues. Res Aaron. Mr. Res, a pleasure to have you on the Week in Retrospect.
Thank you for having me this morning.
Yes, it's been a while you appeared on the Week in Retrospect. So should I say welcome back home or?
Whichever way whatever you want to say it. I am welcome. At least I know I am welcome.
Yeah. Anyways, Democracy Week. So how did the Democracy Day celebration go?
Well, we're all here in the studio, and we did our own part in actually telling the public what democracy is all about and all that has happened in Nigerian democratic settings since inception, since independence, and then from there to 1999, when we, of course, have had 27 years of uninterrupted civil rule.
All right. But are there people who really celebrate the Democracy Day, like going to unwind? It was public holiday. Going to relax in some place, take pepper soup, nkwobi, and some bottles.
You see, it cannot be celebrated because you cannot say it is Uhuru for Nigerians. So there's nothing to celebrate. Nigerians are grappling with the economic challenges that are inherent in the system.
All right, but however it is, we still welcome the fact that we've been able to transit from one civilian rule to another.
That is exactly what it is, that at least that we have some level of freedom. You see, where even the president said, you can criticize me, which is not same when you have a military dictatorship.
It reminds me of one joke sometime, where there is, they say, the freedom to speak, that you have, it's your right to speak, you have the freedom to speak. But what cannot be granted is the
action that
the
comes
freedom
if after you've spoken.
They cannot guarantee that you get home. But however, it's a civil rule, and in democratic dispensation, people are free, like Mr. President has said, to criticize him.
Okay, we're starting off with the Weekend Trust. On the Weekend Trust headline, we have 2027. Battle for running mates intensify. 2027 battle for running mate intensify. As preparations for the 2027 January elections gather momentum, political parties and presidential hopefuls are increasingly focused on selecting suitable running mates. The process is becoming more competitive as candidates weigh factors such as regional balance, political influence, electoral strength, religious considerations, and party unity. The growing contest reflects the strategic importance of vice presidential nominations, where we've seen some parties like the APC, ADC, PRP, PDP, AAC, and their core party not being able to select their running mates. And the ones that have, selected so far have been considered to be placeholders. But we also have bear in mind that the INEC has given till July 11th for deadline of all submissions, saying that the access code for the upload of all candidates, the candidates list and aspirant list are to be released on June 26th.
All right, Mr. Rice.
The access code for the candidates.
Yes.
They have gone beyond being aspirants. They were aspirants when they
were for primary tickets. Okay, yes.
So, it is always a very critical situation for candidates to pick their running mate, especially the executives. We talk about the president or presidential candidates. We talk about the governorship candidates. These are all elected positions. We cannot go beyond that because INEC does not conduct election for the local government. So it's always very critical because there are considerations that the candidates make before the choice of who becomes a running mate. Such considerations are who will be capable of mobilizing electorates for the party and for their presidential bid or governorship bid. Who has the credibility, who has the wherewithal. These are some of these factors that you consider. Who has the spread and acceptability by the people. So if you are going to make, so that's why you have placeholder, because you may be choked by time, given the fact that it goes just beyond what you can do alone. Your considerations are the party faithfuls, the sponsors of the party, those who are concerned and helping the party to achieve its goal. You have to do some, caucus consultations on them. And it is based on that you now anchor. Because of that, you have the placeholders. The placeholders is for you to beat the time to submit to INEC. You might submit somebody as a placeholder and then go back to substitute. So you don't just pick a candidate ragtag. It may tell on your election. So this period of picking the running mates is very critical. And remember that the Supreme Court says that the running mate is an appendage. You cannot say he did not run through aspiration, that is the nomination through the party and so on. The moment he's picked is an appendage. And he has that constitutional right to replace or stand in as president or governor should anything warrant such situation. You know, in case of incapacitation, in case of impeachment, in case of so many other things that the Constitution prescribed as things that could make somebody that has executive office like that of president or governor to leave office, that the appendage stands in. You see, when Yaradua died, the appendage, the vice president stepped in as the president. That is Goodluck Ebele Azikiwe Jonathan. He became the president. So, and that's justice. So, it's always very critical. You must get somebody that will be very loyal, because loyalty is one principal thing in party politics. The party is supreme, and all those party faithfuls that are members of the party are supposed to be loyal to the decisions of the party. That is why sometimes people will say they have not done their bidding, they did not do it well, they have rules to nominate candidates and all that, they have not followed it and so on and so forth. But provided they have not negated the constitution of their party, that is the internal, runnings of their party, constitutional provision for the running of the party becomes supreme. If you go to court, it will become an internal something of the internal affairs of the party. And the court will hands off such matter and send you back so that the party will not take it. That's why sometimes when you are nominated formally through the field of primaries, the party could still substitute you in case they see it from the perspective that you may not deliver. You may not capture the votes they need from you. And you cannot get a court decision in favor, because it's always believed that the party is supreme. The supremacy of the party now tends to regulate its own affairs internally. And that is the position of the apex court.
All right. That's quite illuminating on the matter. However, given that INEC is pushing and insisting on its date, bearing in mind that there is a litigation on this whole issue about the time frame and ability of INEC to now begin to give its own rule outside the Electoral Act that stipulated a 90-day window and 120 days for these periods. What do you think that will not happen should, at the end of the day, the court, posits that INEC have overreached its powers by beginning to make these laws that, signifies that parties must submit, names of candidates before the end of June?
You see, why parties are hurriedly trying to obey the regulation of INEC is because INEC has appealed the judgment of the High Court. And in case because the law can be funny in interpretation. In case the court, the appellate court, says INEC is right in whatever decision they have taken in terms of making those rules, then it means now the door will be shut on those who failed to obey those rules. So what you do is, as much as you can, you try to, do those things as stipulated by INEC, pending the outcome. But if at the end of the day, the INEC failed to get what they want from the court, then it means the parties will now go back and have more time to even do more things that they ought to have done.
But in this instance, if the appellate court opposes the High Court's ruling, it could, trump up another, the door open to more litigation. The parties could contend that INEC hurried them into making certain decisions that would necessarily, inhibit their ability to really win the election.
If it so means that they will go for litigation, it is their right to do that, because they have been stampeded into doing things hurriedly and possibly making mistakes. They could go to court to ask the court that they want to do some changes, and if it is within the time frame, they will go ahead to do that because the court will grant it, because of the fact that there's a ruling again nullifying that the INEC has gone ultra vires, that is going beyond its level of powers. But you know that the Electoral Act, just as the Constitution is stronger and can nullify any other law that is inconsistent with the Constitution, so also it is that the INEC rules becomes weaker before the Electoral Act. And the Electoral Act, to the extent of its inconsistency with the provisions of the Electoral Act, can nullify it. So that is exactly the position of the court. From my perspective, that is what I see, that the court saw that INEC should not make rules that will now stop the provision of the Act of the National Assembly from being effected.
Okay, finally, before I let you go on this very issue, just for clarification's sake, we've seen situation, even the ruling party, there were rumors about possibility of substituting the present vice president. However, the emphasis is on the fact that, just for clarification's sake, that the candidature of a vice president could somewhat impact the validity of a ticket in this very instance. What I mean is, should a candidate, a vice presidential candidate, stand on, let's say, forgery of certificates, and after they've won such electoral position, is it possible that it could lead to the, violation of such ticket?
Well, it is the decision of the court to begin to, come out with what the implication of that violation. Because the vice president, in terms of forgery, owns up that responsibility. I do not see where the law will go further to now nullify the presidential position of if the person wins as president.
Not just president, any position, even at the subnational level.
The subnational, the governorship, and so on. So it is subject of the decision of the court. It is not something that you make a sweeping statement. That is, Meanwhile, I don't belong to the judiciary. I mean, I'm not in the bench. Therefore, I cannot actually do the interpretation of what is going to be. But certainly, it is actionable. But remember that the moment the person has become a president, the issue of forgery will be pending. Hello. If somebody wins as governor and is been sworn in and is working as a governor and there's issue of forgery, it may be investigated. You conclude the investigation and whatever, but that particular issue will be pending because of the immunity clause. Because the governor or the president cannot be arraigned in a court of competent jurisdiction for a crime.
But what we understand is that this is a joint ticket. Once one chooses
that is why I said it's an appendage, because it is a Supreme Court ruling. So who knows what that appendage clause will eventually come out to be like in terms of a decision, whether it invalidates the nomination of the president itself, the presidential candidate or the president, as the case may be, or not. That is from a civil perspective. It is not from a criminal angle.
All right, moving on to the next story from the Guardian newspaper. It says, 20 years after the 934 policy, reform on paper, crisis in practice as Nigerians debate common entrance abolition. 2 decades after Nigeria adopted the 934 education system, concerns persist over its implementation and effectiveness. While the policy was designed to improve access to basic education and streamline learning, critics argue that inadequate funding, poor infrastructure, teacher shortages, and inconsistent execution has limited its success. Now, the federal government has set to abolish common entrance examinations for primary 6 students to enhance the effectiveness of the 934 system of education. And the proposed reform for this abolition is 2 primary pillars. One is a continuous assessment, which will evaluate a child's academic progress incrementally from primary 1 through primary 6, and a learner identification number, a unique tracking ID that will be assigned to every student and to act like a digital educational passport, allowing the government to follow a student's data and history, even if they transfer from one school to another.
Mr. S, when we look at this issue here, there are obvious facts. Why we'll try to get your perspective on this very policy. The point remains, the question is, Nigeria has never been bereft of policy ideas, and then we look at implementation and sustaining such policies over time. Let's get your perspective from this angle.
Okay, yeah, Nigeria has never been bereft of policies. We have numerous policies. You see, since the white man brought education, of course, the kind of curriculum they developed are not curriculum that will give us the kind of education they have over their place. It's a curriculum that was meant to make us cope with them, with their rule at that time, until we came on our own to begin to develop our own curriculum. And then way back before 20 years ago, it was a 6-5-4 system, where you spend 6 years in primary education, 5 years in secondary education, and of course I had the 5 years in secondary education. I went through that before it became the 6-3-3-4 system. And now they are going to 9-3-4 system. You see,
they moved to 9-3-4, I think, over 20 years ago. So it's been 9-3-4 for over 20 years now, since 2007.
No, even if it is, it's not being implemented, because this identity you talked about and the codes, and for the government to be reviewing and have access to the child's learning and standard and all that, were not implemented. So even when they already had that thing in place, they did not effectively implement that. So that is the problem in Nigeria's educational system. One, budget on education, how much? That is what we ask. What is the United Nations, minimum set for you to put into education in every country, in every, how much? About 15% of the total budget. But how many of the, how much has Nigeria as a whole, placed on education? How many states in the Federation has been able to do that? If it is not for Enugu State and a few others, we will not have gotten anybody that has put in as much as 15% of the annual budget on education. That is exactly what we say, that funding has been at the lowest ebb. And education, of course, it is believed by all and sundry everywhere as the bedrock of development. Without education, you are not going further than your primitive system of life. Yes. So education has opened doors for much development. But we have not had in this part of the world that kind of education that would have opened the greater doors for further development. And that is not about policies. It is about funding. It's about doing things the way it ought to do. It is environment. It's about infrastructure. Of course, funding is associated with infrastructure, because without fund, you'll not be able to get the infrastructure. Then it's about training the teachers, giving teachers enough knowledge to expand the arena of learning. That is to say, having very qualified, of course, they have been doing that. The Teachers Institute came, and before, excuse me, these days, before you become even a lecturer, you must have a course on education. Yeah. Whether you're a professor, you are these days. But then, before now, everybody goes into teaching, learning, and the moment you study in the university, you get to master's degree, you're a lecturer. Even when you make first class, in your first degree, you just be a very junior lecturer. They conscript you into, training students. So, but today, we have developed to a great extent that we know that education as a course will give you the prerequisite knowledge to actually impart knowledge on others with whatever course you have read, whether engineering, scientific course, medicine, and all that. Most people now go for education, to study education as a course. Whatever study you have made previously, before you go into the classrooms, it is now compulsory. So these are some of the policies that we'll be able to do. But our problem is that we have not had enough of such teachers in place to impart education knowledge effectively to students. Then, thirdly, we have the implements of trade. When you say implement, you see, in Enugu State, they say smart schools. The implication is an education that has to do with noun ways of learning, where the pupils and teachers use implements like computers, laptops, and all that to do most of the things they do, so that it will no longer be what you do on the blackboard. Those days, it was blackboard and chalk, and of course, people like me attended primary school. I did not go to nursery school, with a board, with a small slate. Yes, I attended that, and when you do some assignment and it's marked, you take it home so that your father will see that it has been marked good. Okay? But today, it's no longer the same. And of course, that's what we are talking about. We talk about implements like the laptops you use now. That is things that will enhance learning, that will give all that we need scientifically to students. Because things has gone digital. Most of the things that is done on the planet Earth is now digital. So you have to now move from manual learning to digital education. That is exactly what we are talking about. And are there these equipment? That's exactly why the governor of Enugu State, in his wisdom, decided to establish smart schools. Although the smart schools have not all resumed fully, but the ones that are working have those implements of trade. And those students or pupils who are going to those schools are now beginning to get these smart education materials availed to them. And from there, they will grow up. Then we have better scientists. We will now begin to see research. Because those days, what are the research? What research is? What result? The result or the aftermath of researches in our institutions, for instance, the universities. universities are centers of research. Then, incubator, center for incubators research output, so that the investors will come and buy it and begin to use it. Then those who invented such ideas will own will naturally own their right, the right, invention right, and then the investors will come and buy into it and begin to expand on that and make money and create jobs for the teeming populace of any given society. That is the way it is done.
All right, Mr. Reyes, looking at this issue, just to buttress the point you made, the UNESCO are speaking to allocate at least 4% to 6% of gross domestic product, GDP, to education. This is their vision 2030 on education, that your 4 to 6% of gross GDP should be allocated to education, or you allocate at least 15 to 20% of total public expenditure to education. That's the UNESCO policy, Vision 2030. However, just for a little emphasis, the question here is that over the last decade, Nigeria has seen different policy shifts on education. And this in itself points to the fact that it seems that Nigeria does not have a basic, pathway in terms of sustaining policy and ideology on education. It seems that every new minister of education brings a new idea into the system, and then we don't see the sustainability of even new initiatives. Like you spoke very well about the smart school in Enugu. The challenge becomes if the next administration after this present administration leaves office would continue to fund and spearhead to sustain the smart school initiative in Enugu State, for example.
Okay, you see, sustainability is very, very vital in any program of government. You see, whenever you are doing a proposal for any possible developmental issue, you have to work hard to ensure that its sustainability, which is primary, because the moment it is not sustained, that means that program will not work. That means it will collapse on the way. And if it is going to be sustainable, it means that government becomes a continuum. Government comes in, another government comes in and continue from where you stopped, from where the other government stopped, because of the terms that you have in our governmental procedure and movement. So, what we Nigerians do is that they have plenty of policies, and like I said earlier, their problem is ability to put a roadmap for them to go forward. But then I want us to consider the fact that even Nigeria as a country is not has not sustained itself effectively. That is to say that things do not go the way it ought to be going, especially when one government comes after another. You pointed out when another minister comes, he comes with a different idea and begins to think about how to start that idea afresh, jettisoning the already existing idea to another one. So it means most things will not be sustainable because you're coming in with fresh ideas. You are not trying to strengthen the already existing idea. And that is the stability that is not in the country. The country is not very stable in its administration. Why I say instability is that things go this way and that way. Sometimes there are 2 steps forward and then several other steps more than 2 backwards. This is because of instability in the system. So there must be stability in Nigeria to now ensure stability and sustainability of its programs. And if these things are not that way, then it means that we'll certainly continue to, have problems going forward.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we will take a short break. We'll be back momentarily. Do stay with us.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
You're welcome back. This is still retrospect on Sunrise on Aneke TV. All right, moving on to our last paper for this morning. We have The Punch, and it says, dislodged terrorists migrate to southeast, south-south. Dislodged terrorists migrate to southeast, south-south. All right, many of the terrorists dislodged from Zamfara and Sokoto states have been relocating to the southeast and south-south regions, according to security and intelligence sources. These insurgents, according to these sources, are utilizing interconnected forest corridors and riverine routes stretching through Niger, Kogi, and Anambra states to escape military pressure in the north. The sources, including a security chief, a retired army general, and an officer of the Department of State Services, said these terrorists are migrating through these states into Anambra from where they move into Abia and Imo State, while others have pushed further south.
Mr. Harris, speaking of terrorism and insecurity in Nigeria, should it be news to any subnational in Nigeria at this point in time that there is a possibility of an incubating ground near their states, when we will see factor in the situation in northern part of Nigeria and then migrating towards the southern part of Nigeria?
Well, they are talking about the migration now, but there's been allegations that these terrorists have centers in many states of Nigeria. But these centers may be incubation centers where possibly their agents have been able to design stay should they move wherever. So they have been working on the corridors, the forest corridors, moving to the west of Nigeria. The northwest through the northwest from Niger State. Of course, that corridor has been the corridor of Ketoriara, and it's been there for a very long while. So the terrorists now use these corridors because some of them were also headers. Some of them were headers because we have the positive headers and we have the negative headers. So the negative headers are those ones that have joined terrorism and banditry. And then the positive headers, of course, are victims of these negative headers as well. You find that they rustle their cow, they take away their cow from them and sell them and so on, which means they are not sparing anyone. The negative headers doesn't spare anyone. They kill people, they kill even their fellow Fulanis and all that, because majority of the headers are Fulanis. Of course, infiltrated by other tribes. Majority of these negative headers or bandits or terrorists have been infiltrated by many other tribes that form those things, because they say they settle, the moment they move, they settle in Kogi State. And from Kogi State now move to wherever they want to move to. And the Kogi State seem to be a new center after the bombing in Sokoto. The bombing in Sokoto dispersed most of them in the northwest. And then some others from the Northeast joined. And you know, the military, the security agencies that have been going after them, especially recently when they started going after security agencies. They have now come, in the last few weeks, they have come all out to move after them until some of them moved southwards, where they are now, you know, making incursions and kidnapping students. And now they have a new idea, kidnapping students and using same, not for ransom, but for the release of their people that have been captured and imprisoned in the Nigerian correctional centers. So they are supposedly everywhere.
All right, Mr. Rice, the point is, should any state outside the north, or particularly the southeast, should they be worried against the background that we have governors who have security votes, who are the chief security officers of the state? We assume that, given the experience from the north, that every of these states by now should be fortified and cannot be, you know, a festering ground for insecurity.
Yes, it is upon the governors to actually, you know, be proactive, especially now that there's a scare or there's an allegation, not even an allegation, there's a security information that they have penetrated into the southeast, for instance. But the southeastern governors and their spokespersons and security outfit, some of them have been able to say that they do not have a place in their states, that they are set to contain any such situation. So, but then that does not mean that the people of these states will not be at alert. Everybody must be at alert. Of course, the security outfit in the various states, in Anambra, in Imo, in Enugu, and the rest other states, Abia and Ebonyi, should not rest on their oars. They should be vigilant. They should be proactive. They should watch. They should say something when they see something, so that we'll move, you know, after whoever is a terrorist that's going to make an incursion or that's planning to make an incursion into any of the states in the southeast. So the southeastern governors should be at alert. They should work harder to ensure that the security of lives and property of the people, citizens of their states, is fully protected. Of course, in Enugu, they're still, you know, planting their cameras so that you'll be practically be able to know when the incursions are coming and then be able to move the security agencies after them, so that you don't allow them to, you know, unleash any form of mayhem on the people of such area from where the corridors from where they are going to come in. Do you remember that Enugu particularly has a corridor with Kogi? So it is even easier to come into Enugu than it is for them to move into the states in the south, Abia, Imo, and these are states in the south. But it has a corridor with Kogi, and of course, Kogi is like a center on the interim until the Kogi forests are very thick forests. Kogi forests now, the security agencies will be able to go in or send in drones to fish out their center of training and all that. Then you'll be able to say, we are going to now decimate them. Now, while they are in the Oyo axis, where they have kidnapped, you know, and making incursions to kidnap further, you know, the security agencies have, of course, promised that, or have told us they are closing in on them. It is not until when they're closing on them that we know that actually they know what they are doing. But for now, Nigerians are still criticizing. Nigerians are still tongue-lashing. Nigerians are still unhappy. Nigerians are, you know, resented about the development in insecurity in Nigeria.
Okay. That's all we are taking for the analysis for today. We'll just, scan through the newspaper headlines that we've discussed in the course of the week. Starting off on Monday, we discussed headlines on The Punch, The Nation, Vanguard, Daily Sun, and The Guardian. And on The Punch newspaper, we had troops rescue 372 in Borno, Plateau, Kaduna, and Sokoto. On The Guardian newspaper, it says, we treated xenophobia. Federal government approves 5 evacuation flights for 500 screened Nigerians. And the Daily Sun, government won't surrender to terrorists and bandits, Tinubu says. And on the Vanguard, we discussed why cooking gas will remain scarce and expensive. And lastly, The Punch, states rush to deploy forest guards as insecurity deepens.
All right, let's take a look at the Vanguard newspaper, Mr. Rice. Why cooking gas will remain scarce, expensive. And in this instance, one would expect that a nation that is so endowed, said to be one of the nations with the largest deposit of gas, after Russia, has to pay expensively for gas.
You see, that is the problem with Nigeria. I have always said it, that economic policies, economic ideas, standing economic theories do not work in Nigeria. Standing economic, the laws of demand and supply does not work in Nigeria. It is only in Nigeria that such economic principles fail. And that is the situation in Nigeria. You see, you have made the statement that the second largest deposit of refined natural gas, second largest deposit in the world is in Nigeria. And you now ask yourself, why do we have to pay through our nose or through our heads or what to enjoy gas? Do you know that kerosene is about 2,500 a liter in Nigeria? Kerosene. And that's exactly why everybody decided to start using liquefied natural gas. And now the liquefied natural gas is skyrocketing. And you ask yourself, is it being imported? Do we still, do importation where you have to pay transport, importation fee, demurrage, evacuation, and all that? That is trying to push it into... No, you don't do all these expenses on these things. These things are naturally here. And then we are asking ourselves, why is the cost going up? Is it the companies that are, paying us royalties and taxes that are now bringing out, processing this gas that is now skyrocketing the price for them to make more money than any other person? Where are the regulatory agencies? The regulatory agency, the Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation, they are regulating these things. Why do they allow these things to be so if it is the machination or making of these private companies? Is it about exportation that now slice the usage, slice the quantity being supplied in Nigeria to make it scarce, and then export the rest to other parts of the world, given the fact that the prices at the other parts of the world are higher because of the Middle East crisis? So what is the problem that the Nigerian nation cannot contain? The government should be able to look into the problem of gas. Because if you talk about even the charcoal, we talk about environmental degradation, falling of trees and all that. So we have to still work hard so that we maintain our environment, keep our environment safe, and stop using of charcoal. Instead, we go for our coal, and then use the coal to transform into the smokeless briquette, which of course helps the environment. So that if we do not use gas, but even at that, when we begin to use briquettes now, the prices will also go up. And who are doing this? Who is sabotaging Nigeria's economy? Who is sabotaging the lives of the populace, the population of Nigeria? That's the question.
All right, Mr. S, as we wonder if we're almost running out of time. Yesterday was Democracy Day celebration. Let's retrospectively go back into the conversations. Mr. President has raised the conversation towards celebrating democracy in Nigeria and what it means for Nigerians and the need for us to be hopeful and resilient as Nigerians. Let's get your perspective.
Okay, the president, during his speech, of course, paid a glowing tribute to the heroes of democracy, like Rwane, Alfred Rwane, Adesanya, and all the rest of them, and including those he, of course, nominated for honors and all that. This is because he felt that our position during the military era was not good enough. And he felt that uninterrupted 27 years of democracy since 1999 is something good for Nigerians. But at the same time, too, it is a very beautiful, he made a very beautiful speech, of course. He even said, criticized me. He's trying to say that we have freedom. He's trying to say that Nigerians are free better than it were during the military era. But at the same time, too, we want to see the indices that will begin to culminate or show that the citizens are happy as a result of democracy. Because you have to, you know, we want to see a situation where there are citizens' participation in governance, where they will now say it is this thing they want, and government will work hard to give them what they want. That is exactly what we're talking about. We are talking about security of lives and property, and there's insecurity. We are talking about development. We are talking about power supply. We're talking about food security, where the populace will have access to eat, and sustain themselves. We have problem with such things in Nigeria. The poor is getting poorer, rich getting... about 70% of Nigerians are living in penury. So it is a serious situation, and we want a situation where government will not just say these things as rhetorics, but move into actions, and that will give us those indices that shows that Nigerians are happy.
All right, Mr. Rest, just finally, we just have 1 minute before we go. We listened to beautiful, speech from Mr. President, and there were posthumous awards, especially to men who fought for democracy, so to say, and Nadeko faithfuls. And we know that Mr. President equally was a Nadeko general. So should we say in this instance that the ghost of June 12th is properly rested?
Well, you can say rested. We say properly rested. Of course, we remember that Buhari started resting those things by actually giving a posthumous DCFR to the winner of the June 12 elections. You see? So, and of course, when we talked about it here, I had asked whether there was any sort thing as money attached to it, as a former, commander-in-chief of the Nigerian Armed Forces, so the GCFR. So they said nothing. It's just posthumous, and he's now recognized. And of course, the man who annulled the June 12 said he won the election. Finally, he wrote a book, which was launched not far from now, that the man saw. And you see, it is now an academic exercise. We talk about history now. I do not know exactly what could have been enough to actually say Abiola won that election. I don't know if there's anything that's been done to the family to make them survive. At least that the head of that family was a former president. We can say it was a former president. And I do believe by that singular honor of GCFR that he has been given that presidential sworn in. That is to say that he has been sworn in as president, because nobody has that honor except the president.
All right, thank you very much.
Okay, that's the wrap for this morning's program of Retrospect. Above all, we wish Nigeria a happy democracy and hope that all that it wishes come true. So we come your way again same time next week. I am Princess Ken Ochoma.
Mr. S, it's a pleasure having you here on the Week in Retrospect, and thank you for those in-depth analysis.
Thank you for having me, and for you, keep watching our television, Aneke TV.
And I'm Uche Osai, wishing you a happy weekend. Enjoy your jollof rice, the party jollof rice, till we come your way same time on Saturday on the Week in Retrospect. Bye-bye.
7 days, countless moments, stories that shape the week. From decisions in the corridors of power to developments affecting everyday lives. From moments of challenge to stories of resilience and progress. This is where the week comes into focus. Week in Retrospect, only on Aneke TV.
Your Excellency, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, here represented by His Excellency, my brother Senator Kashim Shettima. Your Excellency, General Gowon, Your Excellency, Mrs. Gowon, Your Excellencies, General Abdul Salami and President Jonathan, Your Eminence, please permit me to stand on already established protocol. It is a great honor for me to have this opportunity to speak for 2 minutes on this occasion of the presentation of the book from our father. Unlike Kingsley, I would like to say that I'm here in a personal capacity. If my father were alive, he would be the one seated there. General Gowon appointed my father High Commissioner to Canada, Ambassador to Belgium, and First Ambassador to China. And my parents remembered the visit of General Gowon to China when he was ambassador. And I'm proud that I was able to continue that relationship, father and son, up to this day. President Jonathan spoke about leaders be remembered for policies and infrastructure. The reality is that policies change, infrastructure also changes. What is abiding in the memory of people about their leaders is who those leaders are. Do they remember you for your integrity or for corruption? Do they remember you as a patriot or as a parochial person? Do they remember you for justice or for injustice? And I think General Gowon represents for us and all subsequent generations an example of the values that should govern you in your life. And this is the most important thing. I'll leave you with one memory abiding for me. At the age of 8, I was sent to a Catholic school in Kaduna, St. Anne's. And I was classmates with a young man called Yusuf Palm, whose father, Colonel Palm, unfortunately was one of the victims of the 1966 coup. But what I remember at the age of 8 was that General Gowon, as head of state, would send a handwritten letter to Yusufu, signed Uncle Joe. That is a window into the person that you're dealing with, that as head of state, commander-in-chief, he would write a handwritten letter to the son of his dead friend so that the boy would continue to feel he had a father. That is our memory. Thank you for being a father. Thank you for being a role model. Thank you for being an example of what a true Christian or Muslim leader ought to be. Thank you.
Thank you so very much indeed. The Emir of Kano, His Royal Highness Dr. Lamido Sanusi Lamido, who is making his way and greeting those in the front row. And as he does this, I'd like to take the microphone very quickly to His Eminence, who has a word or two. Your Eminence, sir.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Hello and welcome to Health Matters on Aneke TV. I am Sharon Uchi. Health is often described as wealth, and maintaining good health involves caring for every part of the body, including the mouth. Oral health is an important aspect of overall well-being, yet it is often overlooked by many people. Good oral hygiene helps keep the teeth, gums, and mouth healthy, while poor oral care can lead to a variety of dental and health-related problems. Despite its importance, there are still many misconceptions and unanswered questions about proper oral care and dental health. On this program, we break down medical issues, speak with experts, and provide practical guidance to help you live healthier, longer, and better. This is Health Matters, where your health comes first. We'll take a short break now. Stay with us.
Information moves the world.
At Aneke TV, we deliver trusted news coverage, professional event coverage, and impactful storytelling.
We don't just report the news. We connect brands to audiences.
For news coverage, events, and advert placements,
call Aneke TV today. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Welcome back. Today on Health Matters, we are discussing an important aspect of personal health, oral health and dental care. Oral health plays a significant role in our daily lives, affecting our ability to eat, speak, and interact confidently with others. However, many people neglect regular dental care or are unaware of the best practices for maintaining good oral hygiene. In many communities, misconceptions and inadequate information about oral health often prevent individuals from seeking proper care or adopting healthy habits. However, with the right information and professional guidance, many oral health challenges can be prevented or effectively managed. Our focus today is understanding oral health and dental care. Joining us in the studio is Dean, Faculty of Dentistry, University of Nigeria, who will help us explore this important topic in detail, Professor Linda Oge Okoye. Welcome, ma.
Thank you very much
for joining us in the studio.
Thank you.
Okay, as we said, we are discussing understanding oral health and dental care. Now, let's lay a foundation for our discussion and help our viewers understand this subject. What is oral health, and why is it important to our overall well-being?
Thank you so much, Sharon. Actually, when you talk about oral health, it simply means that your mouth, the teeth, and gums, they are free from any kind of disease, pains, and other problems that may limit your ability to chew, to smile, to speak, because these are the functions of the mouth. And then it's just more than there is no caries or there is no cavity in your teeth. So it includes healthy gum, healthy tongue, healthy lips, and even all the other tissues that are within the mouth. When everything is in order and your mouth functions properly, you can chew, you can smile, you can speak, no limitations, then you are in oral health.
Okay. So let's continue. When we talk about our overall well-being, how does that connect with our oral health being properly taken care of?
Oh, beautiful. Actually, the mouth, the oral cavity, is the gateway into the body. So oral health matters in the overall well-being. Is it true? A lot of people don't consider it. Some of the times they just delegate it to the background. They don't seem to look at oral health as anything important. Nobody thinks of seeing the dentist except there is pain. That's the common practice over here. But your mouth is the entry point into your body. So problems in the mouth, they don't remain in the mouth. They move on to other parts of the body. For example, if you have gum disease, there is gingivitis or periodontitis, and there is inflammation of the gum, you find out that if it's not treated, the bacteria in that inflammation and disease of the gum will get into the bloodstream, and from the bloodstream, it flows to the heart, and the heart tissues get infected. You begin to talk about endocarditis and the rest of them. But everything started from the gum that is in the oral cavity. Okay, another one. When you talk about diabetes, people that have diabetes, when there is a severe gum disease, it's difficult to control the blood sugar when there is severe gum disease. And again, you find out that the high blood sugar makes it even, the gum disease makes it worse. It's the other way around. Okay. When there is gum disease, to control the blood sugar becomes harder. Again, when there is a high blood pressure, high blood sugar, then the gum disease increases too. All right. In the respiratory system, the lungs and the rest of them, you find out that bacteria from poor oral health, sometimes it could get so much that it gets inhaled from the mouth. It gets inhaled and it gets into the lungs. You begin to talk about running a risk of pneumonia and all this inflammation of the lung respiratory system. Now, it is proven by research that gum disease is linked to the preterm birth and low birth weight. So when people have this gum disease that is not controlled, in pregnancy, it affects pregnant women. They now kind of have preterm babies. And when they deliver their babies, they have low birth. So these things are connected. Let me tell you, the oral disease actually affects almost every aspect, the major organs of the body. They are just beginning to discover that now, because all the while everybody was like, is it not the oral cavity? Is it not the mouth? What's there? It's not a big deal. Because the diseases of the oral cavity, they are destroying gradually, but they're not making too much noise about it. Everybody, when you talk about hypertension now, wow, diabetes, mortality, and all these deaths from pregnancy and the rest of them, everybody is singing about it, money is being voted to it, attention is geared towards it. But the oral cavity is the gateway, and whatever that is happening there is very important. Okay, now see, is it not your mouth you used to eat? In terms of nutrition and digestion, it starts in the mouth. If there is a disease of the mouth, there is painful teeth, you can't chew. If you have missing teeth, maybe some people say, oh, it's painful, I've extracted it. They are now missing. Can you chew well? You can't chew well. And these people tend to avoid chewing certain things, eating certain fruits and vegetables, and they end up having what we call poor nutrition. Why? Because of disease of the, or when you don't have good oral health, poor oral health. Okay? Now, let's talk about the mental health and the social well-being. Listen, when you have a tooth pain or bad breath, you find out that you have missing teeth or scattered dentition, your self-esteem is affected. And with this self-esteem, it affects your social interaction, even job opportunities. Because somebody has gone for interview for a job opportunity just because of poor oral hygiene, and then bad breath, halitosis. You know, the interview ended fast because he had the good credentials, he came with certificates, but it was not conducive for the people to continue the interview. Of course, they didn't take him. They took somebody else that he was really better than. Okay? So, like,
before you proceed, I'd just like to wind back. When you talk about noise people make, I believe you mean awareness.
Awareness, yes.
So despite this awareness people make about our overall health and well-being, but there are less attention given to our oral health. Why do you think this is so?
Well, people give less attention to oral health. One, they are poorly educated on the oral health matters. You know, I must be sincere with you. It's currently, of late, that awareness on oral health started increasing, you know, because now we are producing more dentists, we are producing more dental professionals, and they are going around to create the awareness in this part of the world. Because I know over there, the awareness is more than here. Even when you do all these natural health insurance schemes, you see what they budget for oral health is actually higher over there than what is budgeted for oral health here. Even the procedures that are covered in a national health insurance scheme by national health insurance scheme for oral health is limited here. So awareness is improving. The mindset too. People see it as it's not urgent. Also, I told the patient, you have to come and see your dentist every 6 months so that they could do the professional cleaning for you, and also see if there is any decay coming up. He said, no, when I've not eaten 3 square meals, which one do I have to go and give to the dentist? And this issue of paying out of pocket, because if it's covered, it's the office that will call you to come and do a check. But because you're going to pay from your pocket, many people are not ready to pay from their pocket for what is not causing any serious pain or all that. For some people, it's fear and avoidance because of previous experience or what other people have experienced in the past. They have even vowed, if it's possible, not to visit the dentist at all. Some people would like escort somebody to the dental clinic and see all the gadgets. You say, wow, hey. And of course, nothing starts without injection. And everybody, when they're scared of the injection, they don't want to even talk about it. Okay? So these are some of the reasons why some people, they don't consider oral health important. You see, the irony is that neglecting this oral health usually makes it cost more. You see, I don't want to take care of my oral health, I don't have the money. If you have a cavity and you feel it now, it's less expensive. It's cheap. But if you leave it and it gets close to the pulp, then you should be talking about root canal therapy or extraction and replacement, which is much more expensive. So it's actually...
Okay. I just want us to talk about, when you talk about mindset and the lack of literacy of our oral health, quite often individuals, we ignore certain signs certain signs because we feel like they are minor at first.
Yes.
So what are those signs, what are those symptoms that when you see you need to check to your dentist?
First of all, like you just see, let's start with tooth decay. You wake up and you begin to feel that there's some roughness somewhere. Doesn't matter. After all, it's not pain. Sometimes it could graduate to sensitivity. When you drink cold water, I'm still managing it. I will change the temperature of the water I drink. Then you get to a point that you finish eating and food packs somewhere. The next day you brush your teeth, but after, if you use toothpick or something, it's got that food is packing at a particular point in my mouth. Why? You are not bothered, because after all, it didn't make me to lose sleep, and you just let it go. Then you wake up, you see that, when I brush now, there is this tinge of blood on my brush. But it's not really so painful, because if it's gum disease, the thing builds up, the pain is dull and builds up gradually. It does not bother, and then they don't feel the symptoms until the symptoms get advanced. That's what I mean by mindset. So whenever you see a tooth and there is discoloration, your teeth should be white in bracket, that's in quote. And this white teeth, somehow, a portion of it is discolored, and it has remained discolored. You brushed your teeth, it's still discolored. Try and find out why. Oftentimes, it could be a hole that is from in between the teeth that is eaten deep, and now it's stained the dentin and is discolored. But there is no pain yet. Then when there is sensitivity when you drink, go and find out why. Okay? So these little things, you should be able to find out. Sometimes it grows to the point that there is a pocket. There is a pocket somewhere. Sometimes in between two teeth, you brush and brush. You know, some people, they carry this calculus that is so stained. So it's like you have lined the edges of the gum, especially in the inner part. For some, as you're talking with them, you're seeing it. You're seeing the calculus. They are dark stains, and you can see that they're like chalk, and they are stained. Some are brown, and the person is still bold, making noise in meetings and talking and everything. Then for some people, there was no bad breath there. But over time, because your brushing is not so effective and then it's building up, it's now causing some kind of bad breath. I know a patient of mine, whenever he comes, he will say, doctor, my wife is complaining again. So it's actually the wife now that tells him, your mouth now smells again. And after the cleaning, professional cleaning, everything is fine again. And it's just about that same time, 6 months, you're supposed to come and do it. The woman will start complaining again. But one thing I've never really asked, what about your own wife? Why is she not coming to do the cleaning? Well, you find out that all mouths are not the same, and then some brush better than the others. Okay,
let's talk about that last point. Some brush better than the others. Now let's talk about our oral hygiene practices.
Good.
And there's a lot of information about brushing and mouthwash. What would you describe as essential oral health hygiene practice?
Oral hygiene practice, even they sing it as song these days. Brush your teeth twice every day. There is this debate. Is it first thing in the morning or after breakfast? I don't want to get into that debate. Anyone you choose, twice every day. Because if you brush last thing in the night and you wake up in the morning, who says I shouldn't go and eat meal or take something? It's my mouth. After feeding, that's when there are some particles, debris that is left in the mouth. Then I need to brush it out and move. Okay? Brush with fluoridated toothpaste. It's very important because that fluoride in the toothpaste actually helps to make your teeth more resistant to decay. And it is now actually advised that when you brush with fluoridated toothpaste, you can brush the first one, spit out. The second brushing, don't rinse your mouth. Just spit out so that the fluoride in the toothpaste will have enough time to actually play its own role on the surface of the teeth. There is this flux, dental flux, that you use to flux in between the teeth. The brushes may not get to in between the teeth. Before I even go further, it's not any brush we recommend. Some people say, hey, because your teeth are brownish and everything, use the hard one so that you brush and scrub. No, the hard toothbrush will destroy the gum. And there is a way to brush. For those of you that still brush horizontally and with all the vigor, you're destroying your gum gradually. You should actually brush the upper teeth, brush it downwards, and then the lower one, brush it upwards, so that you're brushing it from the gum down. If not, you're pushing the debris you have scrubbed out into that little space between the gum and the tooth. Very important. Then you should also use mouthwash. Mouthwash, for some people, when they have some little complaint, they say salt and warm water. That one is so natural. Then there are other mouthwash that have the bacteriostatic effect, so that it will reduce the load of bacteria. Of course, it's obvious that bacteria lives in the mouth. That is their home. Okay? What we do every day is to reduce the quantity so that they don't go attacking the structures in the mouth. But to make sure it's bacteria free. I don't know how you can sterilize a mouth. It's really difficult. Yes. I should say impossible anyway. Okay. So that is about taking care of your teeth.
Having a good
have toothbrush. Change your toothbrush every 3 months, and even if you don't. So brush with your toothbrush and good toothpaste, and then floss as an adjunct, and see your dentist every 6 months. They do the professional cleaning for you, because all these things you're doing, somebody brushes very well, but when I looked into the mouth, I saw that the last tooth in the mouth, the back of the last tooth in the mouth, was really well coated by calculus and is like comfortably resident there. But he brushes twice every day. So the dentist will be, you get to the office, the therapist will be the one to see all those things and then help you to remove them from time to time.
Okay, previously we talked about the lack of literacy of our oral health.
Yes.
A lot of people, especially Nigerians, we have a lack of literacy of our oral health. And due to that, we don't really take our oral health serious. Now, you talked about fluoridated toothpaste. For the sake of our viewers, explain what you mean by fluoridated toothpaste.
No, I just mean that some toothpaste contain fluoride. Okay. Fluoride is actually what do you call it? An element. But when it gets incorporated in the tooth surface, instead of hydroxyapatite, it forms fluoroapatite. And this fluoroapatite is so difficult for the bacteria to now demineralize easily, to break down easily. So when you use it to brush, it protects your teeth surface better, protects the enamel better than the other ones that don't have it. So it's just that the toothpaste contains fluoride. Some contain, some don't contain. Of course, I'm not here to demarket any company or anything, but if you're wise, go for what is needful, okay? And then you find out that apart from brushing and oral hygiene, the kind of diet you eat, and when you eat it, sugar, when it comes to the teeth, sugar is an enemy. Sugar, when you talk about diabetes, you mention sugar. When you talk about obesity, you mention sugar. When you talk about a lot of things, even growth of cancer cells, high speedy growth of cancer cells, sugar. Then for us in dentistry, sugar has a way of leading to tooth decay. That is why when you eat, try to avoid refined sugar. And if you must take it during meal. When you're eating all the fruits, all the vegetables, drinking water, so everything is washed down the system. It does not remain in the mouth because it has its bad effect. It has a way of allowing the bacteria to feed on them and produce that acid that will now demineralize the tooth surface. Break down the tooth enamel, causing that hole cavity in the tooth. That is tooth decay.
Okay, one recommendation we frequently hear is about regular checkups with our dentist, which you just mentioned.
Yes.
So why is this important, especially for people who feel perfectly healthy? You know, a lot of people, because there's no pain in the cavity, they feel like there's no problem. So why is it important for us to have a regular checkup?
I like the way you said it. People who feel perfectly healthy because there is no pain. Our people here, the way they rate health is absence and presence of pain. That is the truth. You go to the dentist. The dentist is the specialist. He looks into your mouth. Let the dentist give you the clean oral health bill that everything is fine. But you see, the reason why you go to the dentist every 6 months is actually to do your professional cleaning and do a check. A check because anything that is starting, as I said before, when it's still beginning, is less expensive. Some don't like going to the dentist because of cost. If you can catch it early, it's less expensive. But if you leave it until you cannot sleep in the night, then get ready to pay real good money. So the dentist does the check for you, checks the teeth, and then find out if there is any tooth decay, find out if your gum is still in good shape, and also find out if your arrangement of your teeth, they are okay. If they are not okay, something can be done for you. It is the dentist that will find out that very soreness on the mouth surface that has refused to heal after 2 weeks, and you are just managing it and pampering it. Oftentimes is something very serious. It's something that is scary, that is coming up. The dentist is the first to see it, and when he sees it, he saves you from that big whole problem everybody is running away from.
Okay. Beyond brushing and dental visits, what I believe that lifestyle choices can influence our oral health. So, what role does our diet and nutrition play to make our mouth healthy?
Just as I've just said down, our diet is important, especially to tooth decay. Sugar. Beware of sugar. I told them that a fresh sip of soft drinks, no call soft drinks, all these sugary drinks, is colored either orange or dark or anything. Give it any brand name. Now you sabi, but it contains a lot of refined sugar. Somebody says he's reading, and he will just sip it and sip it. One bottle of soft drink, he's sipping it for over 1 hour. A fresh sip of a bottle of soft drink is a new insult to your dentition. Each time you take the refined sugar actually brings down the pH level, and then it becomes acidic, and this acid is what leads to the damages of your teeth. People also use their, talking about nutrition, when you eat healthy diet, the idea is to eat healthy diet. Your fruits and your vegetables, they are good for the overall health, they are good for your dentition. All this calcium and the phosphorus and everything, they are good for you. And they make your teeth strong and they remain strong. Then stay away from sugar. Sugar, all sorts, as much as possible. And don't use your teeth for some activities that you're not supposed to. I was somewhere, somebody used his teeth to open a bottle of beer. You're using your teeth to open. Say, don't do that. And somebody might say, he's a dentist. Okay, don't worry. I've marked your face. If you crack your teeth, if you come, your bill will be double that of ordinary person. So just jokes aside. But all these people that use their teeth to cut things, to cut thread, to do this and do that, that is not what is supposed to be. You will call it parafunctional activities. You're not supposed to use your teeth to do that. Take care of your teeth, value them, use them for what the purposes they're supposed to be used for, and then eat healthy. Stay away from sugar, sugary drinks, eating sugar. Even children these days, they will get the puff and put the sugar on top of it to make it sweet. If you must take your ice cream, your cake, your goody fine sugary things, take them all at once during meals. So as you're taking them during meals, the other water and vegetables will also handle the outcome.
Okay. We'll be right back. We'll take a short break now. Stay with us.
Every day, your health shapes your life, your strength, your choices, your future. Because knowledge is the first step towards well-being.
This is Health Matters, only on Aneke TV.
Welcome back. You're still watching Health Matters on Aneke TV, and our discussion on understanding oral health and dental care continues. So we are still in the studio with Professor Linda Okoye, Dean Faculty of Dentistry, University of Nigeria. So we have been talking a lot. We spoke about lack of literacy of our oral health hygiene, and now let's talk about misconceptions we have in communities. People often rely on self-medication or home remedies when it comes to experiencing dental discomfort. What are the risks associated with this?
Okay, talking about misconceptions, you just mentioned this misconception.
Yes,
I was looking at you. Can you just give us a broad smile? You see that gap in between your teeth?
Yes.
In the dental world, it's called diastema.
Okay.
It's an abnormal thing.
Okay.
But in some part of the world, it's a sign of beauty.
Okay.
And I tell you, when you smile, it's a beautiful smile. That is it. One of the misconceptions is that some people think that is one bacteria thing that is causing a tooth decay and all that and all that. They don't need to see the dentist. When they drink this and drink that and all that, they will be fine. But not so. A patient came to my clinic some time ago, and he told me he went to one enugu and they met somebody that gave him something to drink. And he drank that thing and gargled and then spat out all the bacteria that he saw, all the maggot and everything. Then I said, okay, that's beautiful. So why did you come to see me? He said, doctor, the hole is still there. I say, well, that is one of the misconceptions. Okay. Some people believe that if there is tooth decay, once you remove this one, another one will start, another one. It's misconception. It's not because you saw the dentist and the dentist tries to prefer solution that it's happening there. The whole teeth are inside one mouth. Everything happening is happening at the same time. But it's just that when you spray tear gas in this very complex, some will get down first. Others will run away and catch some fresh breath before it will get to some others. But it's the same thing that is causing it. That you've just collapsed immediately does not mean that the other man that ran away that is really free from the effect. No. So a particular tooth gets, it's most affected, and it's the one that is tender, painful, and you will take care of it. That is why at that time you're getting some solution for the tooth that is hurting you, that is making you not to sleep in the night. At that same time, the whole thing in the mouth should be checked. All your teeth should be checked because they are all subjected under the same oral health condition. Therefore, whatever that is happening to A is a matter of time. It will come down to B if nothing changes. So it's not because you saw the doctor and he removed this one, the next one. If you once you remove one, you will continue removing. That's the way they say it in the village. And so some people, they said, forget these people, all this toothbrush is not necessary. Just we have been here, my grandmother, my great-grandmother, they didn't have to use all this. And their teeth, very strong. Misconception, another one. Why? Your grandmother, did she take sugar? Your grandmother, how much cake and ice cream did your grandmother eat? That is it. Your grandmother ate fresh vegetable diet, fresh from the farm. That's what your grandmother fed on. And that thing you think doesn't mean anything. Chewing stick is recommended. Chewing stick is good. When I go for awareness outreaches and they ask me about chewing stick, I say just use it well because it is good. When you chew the chewing stick, there are some fibers, some kind of bristles that come out of it. If you can use it and scrub, brush all your teeth surfaces, is doing the same thing that the toothbrush is doing. Even sometimes we encourage them, add toothpaste to the chewing stick, and you are good to go. All right? So a lot of misconceptions about maybe mothers. You say, what is it? Leave the child, Joe. It doesn't matter. The child, is it not a deciduous teeth? It doesn't matter. Even if it decays, even if it falls off, it's not a problem. No. That deciduous tooth, the child tooth, baby tooth, is keeping the space for the permanent one. Sometimes when you uproot it before the time, when the permanent one starts coming, the arrangement gets scattered, and it's you that is causing it. So the people that want to help themselves in the house, they say they want to drink this and drink that. Somebody say, I apply touch and go. Touch and go. By the time I saw the patient, he opened the mouth. He has already burnt the mucosa, oral mucosa, by adjacent to that tooth, because he wanted to stop the pain. Instead of taking your paracetamol or aspirin or painkiller, you go and drop it by the side of the tooth that is paining you, because they believe it will get at it fast. It doesn't work like that, and it causes a chemical burn on the mucosa down there around that area. So these and all that is not good. And when people engage in such things, they actually prolong the evil day. That's why I talk about awareness. And people need to know the right thing. I like what you're doing, because this thing you're doing, anybody who listens to us will get some correct information. Yeah. It's important. Some people don't even know what you're talking about is this. A woman brought the son to me, and he was worried, though. The dentition of my son is not good. Look at it. It's scattered. And as this woman was talking to me, I looked at her mouth. Do you know what? The upper teeth and the lower teeth in the front cannot come together. We call it open bite. She had very serious open bite that she cannot cut pure water with her teeth. So I just say, madam, I think you need this treatment more than your son. You say, is it possible? At my age, as I speak with you now, the son is still wearing the braces, but she has finished the correction of her own, because she was enthusiastic and eager to get it done. So she was keeping an appointment, unlike the son that will go to school to that tomorrow. So because she didn't know, she had the money, she was willing, and she wanted solution, but she didn't know that anything could be done for her. Dental awareness is very important. What you're doing now is dental awareness. Even if you put it in the print and they read it, it's dental awareness. If you go to the market place and you are telling them, gum, everybody needs to know, brush your teeth, this is the way to brush, it's dental awareness. It really saves some people a lot of pains, because children who get into problem of toothache or teeth problem and then they can't go to school, they are losing school hours. They can't go to school, and at the end their performance is affected in school. For some others who are not aware and their parents are not aware, psychological effect that follows them. A child came to my clinic and I was interacting with him. He said that in the class that he will know the answer, but he cannot speak. Sometimes they're answering rubbish. He knows it, but because of his dentition and the way he talks, he cannot raise his finger and whatever. I knew that psychologically something is getting damaged gradually. But
okay. Let's talk about, before we are about to conclude, sure. Now let's talk about awareness. Now you just spoke about awareness, what we are doing, and dental awareness. Now awareness is one thing. Access to care is another important thing. So what would you say about access to dental care, the accessibility to dental care?
Accessibility to dental care is still the same thing that we, the dental professionals, were still working on. Speaking with the government, because in the city here, we have a lot of dental clinics people can go to. Then we have the government dental clinics, yes. But my own take now on the things going on, we have what we call primary health care. What about the primary oral health care? Because you know where we started? It started with oral health as related to the general health.
Yes.
Primary health care is in every local government in Nigeria. We have 774 local governments in Nigeria. What about the primary oral health care? It's not a big deal to integrate the oral health care into the primary health care. That is exactly where we are with the government. The government should make every effort to do that. Because sometimes people have a dental problem. Nobody around can do anything, and they are managing. Then you have people who are saying, do it like this, drop this and drop that. Before they can see a dentist who will treat them, sometimes they travel from one state to another. Sometimes they have to get to the local government headquarters and everything. Sometimes they have to wait for the dentist that visits once in a week or twice every week. So it's a place, the underserved people, the underserved areas of Nigeria, government should look into this. We need to cover everybody. Because you create awareness, what about accessibility? We can make it accessible. It doesn't take so much. At least in prevention, prevention is better than cure. When the awareness goes to those areas, the underserved areas, and they begin to practice what they are taught, you find out that they are better off.
Yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sharon.
We appreciate our guests for sharing valuable insight on this important subject. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you, Sharon.
As a reminder, maintaining good oral health is an important part of overall well-being. Seeking accurate information and professional dental care can help individuals make informed decisions and adopt healthier oral hygiene practices. That brings us to the end of today's program. I am Sharon Uche. Thank you for watching Health Matters on Aneke TV. See you next time.
Depression is more than sadness. It is a medical condition that affects thoughts, emotion, and daily functioning. Many people struggle silently, masking their pains with smiles or busyness. This silence often makes the battle harder. Recognizing symptoms like fatigue, isolation, and loss of interest is an important first step. Depression is not a sign of weakness. It is a health challenge that requires care and understanding. Just like any illness, it deserves proper attention. Help exists through therapy, medication support groups, and open conversations. When society treats mental health seriously, more people find the courage to seek help. No one should suffer alone. Compassion can save lives.
Across Nigeria, a powerful migration wave is reshaping the nation's economic and social landscape. Popularly known as Japa, the term captures the growing number of young professionals and skilled workers living in search of stability, opportunity, and systems that function. But beyond the emotional stories lies a deeper economic reality, one that demands urgent and practical solutions.
We love you. Bye-bye.
One of the most visible impacts is the loss of skilled labor. Nigeria invests heavily in training doctors, nurses, lecturers, engineers, and technology professionals. Yet, many of them are building their careers abroad, drawn by better pay, safer working environments, and clearer professional pathways. Hospitals become overstretched. Universities lose experienced lecturers. Industries struggle to find qualified hands. Productivity declines, and long-term development slows as the country loses both talent and the economic value they would have created. Migration also places pressure on the broader economy. Relocation expenses from tuition and visa fees to travel costs increase demand for foreign exchange, adding strain to the naira. A weaker currency raises the cost of imports, fuels inflation, and worsens the cost of living crisis. More Nigerians begin to consider leaving, creating a difficult cycle. Yet, the story is not one-sided. The Nigerian diaspora provides a vital economic cushion. Billions of dollars in remittances flow into the country each year, helping families pay for school fees, healthcare, housing, and daily needs. These inflows support household survival and contribute to foreign exchange earnings. But remittances cannot replace strong institutions, public infrastructure, or large-scale job creation. They help families cope, but they do not solve the structural challenges driving migration. The drivers of Japa are rooted in everyday realities. High unemployment and underemployment limit opportunities for young people to use their skills. Wages often fail to keep pace with rising costs of living. Infrastructural gaps, especially unreliable electricity, increase the cost of doing business and discourage investment. Insecurity and policy inconsistency further weaken confidence in building long-term futures at home. Reversing the trend begins with practical reforms that make staying in Nigeria a viable and attractive choice. Improving power supply, transport networks, and digital infrastructure can reduce business costs and unlock growth. When businesses thrive, they create jobs, expand industries, and provide opportunities for skilled professionals. Strategic investment in high-impact sectors is equally critical. Strengthening healthcare, modernizing education, supporting technology innovation, and boosting manufacturing can create meaningful career pathways. These sectors not only absorb skilled labor, but also drive productivity and economic diversification. Retention strategies in essential services must also improve. Competitive pay, safer work environments, modern equipment, and clear professional development pathways can help reduce the outflow of healthcare workers and academics. Support for research, training, and career progression strengthens institutions and gives professionals reasons to stay. Entrepreneurship offers another path forward: better access to finance, fewer regulatory bottlenecks, and stronger support for small businesses can empower young Nigerians to build at home. A vibrant startup ecosystem turns job seekers into job creators and keeps innovation within the country. The diaspora can also become a strategic partner in development. Beyond remittances, Nigerians abroad bring skills, networks, and investment capital. Structured programs that encourage mentorship, knowledge transfer, and diaspora investment can transform brain drain into brain circulation when talent flows out and backing, strengthening both sides. At the center of all solution is trust, transparent governance, consistent policies, and visible improvements in public services rebuild confidence in national institutions. When people see progress in infrastructure, security, and economic management, the incentive to build a future at home grows stronger. Migration will always be part of a globalized world. The goal is not to stop movement, but to ensure it becomes a matter of choice, not necessity. By creating opportunities at home, valuing talent, and engaging citizens abroad as partners, Nigeria can turn the challenge of Japa into a pathway for renewal, resilience, and inclusive growth.
Frontline Africa is Aneke TV's flagship current affairs program, where critical national and continental issues take center stage.
On Frontline Africa, we examine politics, the economy, security, business, health, and a wide range of other key sectors shaping society.
The program is insightful, engaging, and interactive, providing a platform for informed analysis and meaningful public discourse.
Here, issues are discussed raw, balanced, and expertly with depth, clarity, and a commitment to fact and accountability.
Join us every Saturday at 5 in the evening, only on Aneke TV.
Law is the architecture of civilization, the silent force that orders society and defines justice. Yet, within its complexity, many remain uncertain of their rights, their obligations, and the protections the law affords. From the inviolability of human rights to the intricate doctrines governing property and civil relations. This is a platform where law is demystified, where principle meets practice and knowledge becomes empowerment. Because justice is not abstract, it is personal. You and the law on Aneke TV.
Pleasant welcome to You and the Law, a program where we break down the law, tell you your rights, and bring real legal issues to light. I am your host, Gift Obodo, and today we are telling you that children are among the most vulnerable members of the society, yet they are entitled to your protection, education, and healthcare dignity, and safe environment to grow and thrive. But sadly, many children continue to suffer physical violence, emotional abuse, and neglect, and child labor, exploitation, and sexual abuse. This leads us to the topic, child's rights and abuse. Joining us today to explain this topic is a distinguished legal practitioner with years of experience in the field. She has handled high-profile cases with numerous experience in the legal field, and she's well respected in the legal field. We welcome Barrister Amarachi Anthony. Barrister, you're welcome.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure being here.
Yeah, thank you very much. And before we dive into our main question for the day, before we talk about child abuse, neglect, and so on, we'll go on short break. We'll be right back.
Law is the architecture of civilization, the silent force that orders society and defines justice. Yet, within its complexity, many remain uncertain of their rights, their obligations, and the protections the law affords. From the inviolability of human rights to the intricate doctrines governing property and civil relations. This is a platform where law is demystified, where principle meets practice and knowledge becomes empowerment. Because justice is not abstract, it is personal. You and the law on Aneke TV.
Welcome back to You and the Law, where we talk about your legal rights and everything about your right. And today, centering it on child's rights and abuse. Back
to you, Barrister. We are welcome, and we have a lot of issues as regards children's rights and their abuse, such as neglect, abuse, violence, sexual exploitation. Now, the first question is, what are the fundamental rights of children under the Nigerian law?
Thank you very much. First and foremost, who is a child? Let's define that. A child is a person under the age of 18. And we got that from the Child Rights Act, which is the foremost legal framework when it concerns children in Nigeria. So as long as this person is under 18, the person is a child. No matter she's matured, he's too matured, as long as the person is under 18, the person is a child. The fundamental rights that are available to children in Nigeria stems from our constitution, the 1999 constitution. All of the rights that are accrues to a Nigerian citizen accrues to a child. Then under the Child Rights Act of 2003, there are some special rights that are available to these children. First and foremost, the most important of them is the right to identity. Once a child is born, the child is to be named and registered. That's the first right of a child. That child must have an identity. You name the child and register the child wherever it is, wherever the child was born. No, there must be a birth certificate. Even if you give birth to a child at home, you need to take the child to either the National Population Commission or to the nearest government hospital, so that the child will have an identity. Then the child also has a right to religion, right to education, right to parental care, right to leisure, right to survival and development. There's a right to education, a very important right at that. Of course, we have the right to life. They have a right to dignity of their human person. They also have a right to liberty. They also have a right to privacy. So those are the special rights accrued to them, as well as the right that are enshrined from the constitution that we use in Nigeria.
Now, listing all these rights you have mentioned, what is those rights without, trying to protect those rights? We have seen that children have suffered so many forms of abuse in the society. Can you just tell us, abuses which children can suffer and can, have a legal consequence, backing this abuse, which should protect them?
Okay, the most common abuse that every one of us know is physical abuse. That's the one we can see. What is this physical abuse we are talking about? Any form, any action or act on a child that results in physical injury. As long as there's an injury on that child, it has graduated to physical abuse, flogging of the child to the point where there are scars, blood injuries. We have seen children, parents who physically abuse, or child labor is a form of physical abuse. That's the one I say you can see, maybe you can hear, you can be aware of. The one that is mostly negligible is sexual abuse. You can't see it. Most of the time, especially in Africa, we tend to ignore it, especially when it affects the child because of shame, because of fear. We have seen cases of under sexual abuse where children are made to act out pornographic scenes, or forced to watch it. We have incest, we have defilement, we have rape, we have situations where children are being touched inappropriately. I frown at this concept of my wife, my husband saying it to the small child and trying to grab the child, hold the child, hug the child. The child is trying to refrain. You are still holding, touching the child inappropriately, and then we term it to be a play. Most of the time we just ignore it, but those things are sexual abuses, because many of those children, they will always say they are not comfortable with such advances, especially from an adult, even from a fellow child. Then another form of abuse is emotional abuse. Intimidation, harassment, parental rejection, emotional rejection. There are things like constant criticism, comparison, always saying, can't you see this other person's children? We will think we are trying to correct the child, not knowing it's affecting the child emotionally and psychologically, exposing children to domestic violence or any form of violence whatsoever. As long as that child is seeing something they are not supposed to see, that affects them, that traumatizes them, that makes them not to see the world in the overall way that God has made them to see. Children, they think the world is ice cream, is candy, is sweet, only for them to see the violence that the world actually has. Exposing them to such things, is a form of emotional abuse. That's why I don't encourage parents, so there are some news that you should not allow your children to see. There are some scenes they should not watch. There are some movies they should not see at all. So those are the three forms of. There are other abuses, but they can be categorized under these three forms of abuses.
So when you talk about discipline, now, there's no way you can actually discipline a child in African culture without exerting some force.
Yes.
So now, teachers who actually discipline a child brought to school at that point where they try to flog, tell the person to cut grass, kneel down, do some form of, punishment, is that abuse on that child?
Okay, I believe balance is what we are looking for here, because even the Bible says that discipline your son, it will not kill him, it will save his life. And also, foolishness is bound in the heart of children, are bound to be mischievous, and you need to set them straight. I believe it's just balance. As long as you can balance the discipline. I was beaten as a child, but my should I say the form of discipline my parents used was not the one that left me scarred. I don't think I've ever remembered the time where my parents touched me and then you could see it. You know, maybe 6 strokes of a cane can work. But most of the time we see in our day that people go to the extreme. You know, cutting grass is fair. I believe it's fair as long as it's not under the hot sun by 12 in the middle of the afternoon with a blunt blade. And then you see a child that is about this table tall and then you are giving them a machete that can cause physical injury or blisters, and then you say it's discipline. That's not discipline. You are just, that's even child labor, and that's an abuse, of course. But just, you know, maybe clearing a section, that's fine. Pick a pin, kneel down, hands up and close your eyes for a few minutes. That goes for, at least it's to tell the child that you have done wrong. But this thing that happened to us where they kept us under the sun for 30 minutes, for an hour, by 12 when the sun is at high noon, you don't keep the children there. You're saying you're disciplining them or asking them to roll in the mud. Now, see where teachers tell students to roll themselves to their classroom or to use their knees and walk to their classrooms. That's an abuse. You are going extreme. But as long as you can balance it, what is our punishment is you are causing pain or comfort to a child through discipline to tell the child you have done wrong. Fine. But once you now go extreme, the word is extreme. Once it now leaves an injury, when it now leaves a scar on the child, then you have gone far. That's no longer discipline.
You know, there's a contradiction here. Like, so most of us parents try, most of our African parents, the way they could discipline a child is to either exert some force.
Yes.
Now, don't you think it's a clash between our African culture and the Western culture?
Actually, it's not even a clash in 2026. There was a clash at the beginning in the 80s and the 90s, but when gentle parenting came in, where you just stop doing that, don't do that, you have seen children, you are telling them don't go there. That is exactly where they are going. So force is needed to change their head straight. Let me use that word. But that's why I say I believe is when it becomes extreme. There are some children that are naughty as hell, and then no matter how much you exact force on them, they will just not choose to change. So what do? You can't kill them, you can't break their bones, you can't destroy them, let me say. Then there's another way you can discipline them. Should I say physical discipline is not the only form of discipline there is, but it is the first form of discipline that a child should be exposed to. You know, there was a time when caning was the go-to method. After a while, the more the child develops, you know that this will not work. There are now different ways, you know, withholding their pocket money, you know, keeping them away from their devices, preventing them from going out, watching TV, seeing their friends. But that is at a certain stage. But I believe right now, for a young child growing up, for them to know that this is the way to go, you need to use a physical way of directing them. That's why I say balance it. Make sure it is not extreme, it's not excessive. That's where you can push a child, little, without causing any damage to the child, both physically, even to, some parents, that's where they have meted out discipline on a child and then they begin to feel guilty because they know that I was extreme. So that is the way you balance it. You just a little crack on the head, a knock here or there. Sometimes a slap is not, but still, it is necessary for discipline.
Let's go to the high part of extreme part of abuse. Yes. Let's talk about sexual abuse on children. Wow. That is one thing we commonly see in the society. Is there any legal protection for any child who has been sexually abused, or any kind of protection applied to those kind of children, and where to protect them against sexual abuse?
Yes, there is. Unfortunately, in Africa, sexual abuse is closeted. We don't want to talk about it, especially when it comes to a child. If a young girl is raped now or defiled, we will want to cover it because we want to protect her dignity. If a young boy is raped, we pretend it doesn't happen. We say, they know the rape man. They know the rape man. We have heard of so many young men, young children who have encountered him. Their families covered it. But under the laws, there are laws that protect children from such. For example, rape and defilement. If a child is raped or defiled and the perpetrator is caught, the average jail time is not less than 10 years. At least 20 to 21 years in prison without the option of fine. That's at least for rape or defilement. If it is maybe pornographic content, I think there's an option of fine. But most judges prefer to give a jail time of 15 years, 14 to 15 years. There maybe is a form of inducement, about 10 years. So there are actually legal protections for sexual abuse. The issue is that how many sexual abuses are being reported? Most of it are being, covered up. Most of them are being killed at wherever it is being reported. There was a very tragic case that happened in Enugu in the year 2023, if I'm not mistaken. This young girl was defiled. She was just 5 years old by an adult male. And thank God they went to the police. The police did, immediately they took the girl to the hospital, they did all the tests they could do, all the swabs, everything, got all the evidence they need. We came to court, the case was progressing, only for us to come one day, and then the father of the child, who is her legal guardian, said they don't want to pursue the case again. The whole court was thrown into disarray. We were asking, no, why? So because of that, the judge had to take the matter into chambers. So one of the lawyers that I met in a public forum, said the father came and said that he was pressurized to drop the case because he said, this is a young girl, nobody will marry her, nobody will see her as a woman, they will excommunicate them from the society, they will be labeled as they will be exiled, all those things. So people don't talk about sexual abuse at all. How many times do you see, how many cases have you heard of a child being defiled? You see it online. After it will trend for a few days, justice for China, after a while, nothing happens. But there are legal protections under the Child Rights Act. There are legal protection. They are being protected by the Violence Against Persons Prohibitions Act. They are protected even under the Constitution too. So if there are legal protections, there are a lot. It's the person that is bereaved and start crying that will be attended to. When it is covered up, the hands of the law are tied, if I'll say.
So the law cannot go away beyond this, knowing the fully well that the child, it's just like there is a reported case of an abuse of a child, and maybe the parents refuse to pursue the case. Can the law, overstep to, try to protect that child at that particular stage?
Okay, yes, there is. But that will be difficult because the first protector of the child is the parent. And since the child, like we say, is a minor under legal disability, they have to be attended to by a legal guardian, that is their parent. But the law, or should I say societal organizations, NGOs, they can come in and override the parent. That's going through the court to get temporal guardianship of that child. Yes, a legal guardian. We have seen cases where some parents, they don't want to pursue a matter. The siblings of that child that are adult can come up. If there are no siblings, we have seen uncles, grandparents, neighbors that have come up to say, see, just because the parents of this child doesn't want to, and the law will allow for it as long as it is to protect that child. So if there's a case now where a parent of a child doesn't want to protect that child, then an adult, a legal adult, can step in through the court and ask for temporal guardianship of that child, and then the law still comes in to protect that child, and they can still go on from there.
We'll go on a short break, but Aneke has come here to, tell us so many things as a child, way in which you can legally protect your child from this sexual exploitation, abuse, and so on. We'll go on a short break. We'll be right back. Stay tuned.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Okay, welcome back to You and the Law, a program where we break down your rights, tell you what is happening. And as Barrister Amarachi always likely said, for a case to go on, the parents of the child must report, except overriding interests, where an NGO and so on can come in to also protect the child's rights. So let's move a step away. Let's talk about trafficking. Now, currently, we are seeing a lot of children being trafficked. For example, the incident that happened in your state, where children are being, abducted, kidnapped, trafficked, and abused. In the screen, you see children that are being flogged. Children are being in so many rights and wrong torture. At this point, what do you think? What should the government do, or what should the people or the parents of the child do? Should they report this case, or should they go ahead, forging ahead to go to the bushes, look for their child, or wait on the government to come in for a rescue?
Okay, fundamentally, the law that protects children against trafficking is the Trafficking Against Persons Prohibition, pardon me, let me get that straight. Prohibition Enforcement and Administration Act. Right now, these children that were abducted in Oyo State, they are not being trafficked. They are being tortured. They were kidnapped and they are being tortured. And they are being tortured for a purpose, to incite government and the society to release a certain amount of money. They are not being trafficked yet. When trafficking comes in, when these children are now exploited for forced labor purposes, or for forced labor, whether sexually or physical labor. That is so. For now, they are still abducted children. They have not yet been trafficked. For those that are being trafficked, I will give an example here in Enugu state that we are in. You see children 6, 7 years old, and they are walking in places and carrying heavy bottles of water early in the morning. You come out and you say, why is this child not in school? Why is this child not, even if you are going to fetch water, there is a commensurate bucket or measurement you are supposed to be using. For trafficking, mostly is domestic trafficking that we see in Nigeria, except where the child is being taken abroad, like we say, for sexual or physical labor purposes. Then this law comes in. The government have, NAPTIP have been working overtime. They are overburdened, understaffed when it comes to trafficking of children. You go to Ogbete right now, you see children who are supposed to be in school carrying wheelbarrow, and you see the load. Sometimes you just wonder, you feel for them. And then at the end of the day, once they are finished with their work for the day, somebody comes and collects every proceeds. Then we resume the next day. We continue it. This is something we see happening every single day. Trafficking of children is happening, is on a daily, and we have somehow normalized it. Before we used to talk about it, but now it's like nobody is even making a nod about it. You are in a compound, you see this your neighbor who brought a young boy, who brought a young girl to stay with them, and this child is working like a jockey from dawn to dusk, and that's child trafficking, because you took the person from their family and then you brought them here, I'm sure with the hope of a better future, and then you now turn the child into a slave. Let me use that word. Some of them, they are not properly fed, they are not properly clothed, they don't sleep on a bed, they sleep on the bare floor, on the mat, if the person still have a conscience. Some of them, they don't even take their baths. Many of them are then being physically abused. They are still working like slaves in Egypt, and they are still beaten, they are still malnourished. We have seen of a case of a woman in Imo State that poured scalding oil on the child. You know, that's after taking the child from his parents, is it his or her parents, in the village, and say, I will train this child in school. And then you bring the person to a city, and then you now keep them to be working for you. Apart from home, you have seen children who are hawking. They're supposed to be in school, but they are hawking. And when they come home, they submit the money to the commander-in-chief, and then they take the money, and then we resume the next day. So those are examples of child trafficking that are happening. But like I said, when I was growing up, I'm a millennial, so for those of us that grew up with on NTA, we saw this movie Izozo that talked about trafficking in persons. We were aware of such things, but now nobody talks about it. In fact, if you talk about it, they'll say it is happening, it is everywhere. And is it happening? Is it everywhere? And the answer is yes. So until such cases are reported, no, the government can do as much as they can. Even if today they go to Ogbeta and round up all those children, what next? Because most of those children, they are not with their parents. Most of them are squatting somewhere. Most of them are sleeping under the bridges. They are sleeping in shade. So there's no adults that we can hold responsible for what happens to them. Many of them ran away from an abusive home, an abusive environment, and they feel that this is the way they can survive. They can survive. So what? So at that point now, should I say, we, the society, our hands are tied. Most parents, they will say it's poverty. They have to feed. The parents are also working. The child is also working. So they will not tell you who will stay in the house or what should be done. So should I say, in Africa right now, poverty has made us slaves to ourselves. We have decided that nobody is above work. As long as it is work, it will be taken. We know of a woman, sadly, who had to give up her young daughter. The girl was not up to 10 years old, because the man said, I will give you some amount if you allow me to sleep with her. And the woman agreed. And it's a pity. When you hear some stories, you know that the world is, should I say, coming to an end. But that is things that are happening. The woman, of course, cannot report it because she's an accomplice. It was after a while that people noticed the woman was not using the daughter for sexual exploitation. And then when she was arrested, she now say, it's poverty, oh, it's the devil, it's poverty. So I say, what do you do? So should I say the hands of government, the hands of parents, the hands of everyone is tied, and it's tied by poverty and ignorance.
I don't think, when you mention of the hands of government is tied by poverty and ignorance, I don't think the hands of government is, because on a note where you talked about children who hawk and the marketplace, we made mention of Oboete. For instance, you made mention that some of them are, you know, after working and toiling the whole day, you see some people coming to collect the, you know, most of the major or main share of the money from them. Now, what's in a situation where you ask those people who, you know, get to find out that the people actually collecting the main share at the government agency, what will happen? Like, can you sue them at that point?
Yes. The funny thing is that the government can be sued. I don't know why people don't know this, but you can sue your government. We have cases in court where so person versus the Enugu state government. So the government and its agencies can be sued. Most of the time, these children, like we said, the hands of government are not tied by poverty. Please, I retract that statement. Others, yes, but not the government. The government can never be poor, not in this nation. But most of the time, why I say the government hands may be tied is because it's a reported case. There is a case. There was a time, I think in Anambra State, where there was a law that no child of school age should be seen on the street. How long did that was a law, or should I say that was a policy? After 2 weeks, we resumed. That's Nigeria for you. Back to the street, we resumed where we stopped. So most of these policies, we see that just like as Jessica, we just do it for doing sake. You know, it's just like whitewashing an elephant. We just, is there a policy? Yes, there is a policy. Okay, what is the government now doing to enforce that? No, I asked that question. I say, you made a policy, that's good. What are you doing to ensure this policy is being maintained? Okay, no child or school bearing of school age should be on the street. Where should they be? In the classroom? How many of them can afford to be in the, it's not be in the classroom, okay? Are there school, let me not say school fees, are there free schools? When I mean free schools, can they have access to maybe free uniforms, or should I say books? You can't tell me to go to school and you can't empower me not to be in school. It's just like sending me to a farm to go and farm. You didn't give me hoe or cutlass. Go to school with what? So most of these government policies to prevent these cases are just, they are just there for their sake. They are not being enforced. They are not being implemented. They are not being adhered to. And even these people, after they have been arrested, maybe they, should I use the word, the madams and the ogas, after they have been arrested, we just see somewhere along the line, the case just dies in natural death, or just an artificial death. And then they are back to where they were before. And then they will tell you, I've seen cases where a man say, go and report to anybody. I will come, the higher they report the man, they'll snap him on TV. The next day we are seeing him back on the street, or should I say on the road again. And they wonder, what happened? You can ask all the questions. They will say, either they will say there is not enough evidence, or those children retract those statements, or they're just something that happens that we cannot just explain. But like I said, it's a reported case, that is a case.
So in a situation where parents are not able to provide the bare minimum for their children, like providing for education and some, you know, making some good provision for the child, should they be held responsible legally?
Yes. After all, like I said, the Child Rights Act, a child is entitled to education and parental care. So we hold that parent responsible. I am a strong advocate of, if you can't afford to take care of these children, don't bring them into the world. Don't say children are a blessing. Even our God is not the author of confusion. And the Bible tells us that wisdom is profitable to direct. So you cannot be wise. You can't afford to take care of yourself. You now feel you can bring in a child. That's you being unfair. And then you now leave the child to a frolic of their own. If you can't take care of the child, please submit them back to, I believe you can submit the child either to a motherless home or to the State Ministry of Women Affairs and Social Welfare. I believe there are programs that cater to this for these children. But some parents, they will not give you the child, they will not train the child.
No, but so there's some situation where I think I have a friend who happened to have a child that he, you know, had to inform a particular organization that the parents are not in the, you know, mind frame of, you know, taking care of this child. And it has been a continuous action. The child is not going to school. The parents assume, like they believe that they are poor. There's a strong, staunch belief that they are poor, and they cannot do anything for the child. Now you see the child rolling around. So the kind neighbor was trying to protect the child. You know, seeing reporting the child to some organization that cater for children. They, you know, first of all, they went to a motherless baby. They say their homes are filled up,
yes.
and secondly, that if they are going to bring the child, they will do some, you know, registration. Money is involved. Now, if they don't have that money to, you know, somebody trying to help another person, you're trying to sell money, and then you go to those organizations, they are giving you so many hectic processes. You see, some people get, you know, seeing this whole process, some people get fed up. Some people don't, you know, have the interest again to pursue this primary motive to secure these children. Now, what do you think will happen? Government should play, you know, at this point.
The issue is that governments, I believe, if our government, NGOs, and all other agencies that cater for children of such state, they are overwhelmed, understaffed, and these staffs are, some of them are underqualified, and even these underqualified staff, they are underpaid. So everybody is just overwhelmed, and then we are still birthing more children. That's why when I see some countries that have restrictions on childbirth, I tend to understand their point of view. And most of these motherless babies' homes, they are trying to be cautious so that they don't accuse them of abduction and kidnapping. We have seen parents who submitted their children to the motherless baby, and when I reported that they kidnapped a child or they forcefully took the child. So they are trying to protect themselves from any repercussions, because once you submit this child to the motherless baby home or to any orphanage, and that child is now adopted out, that's another issue. So they are trying to make sure that they are safe first and foremost. And of course, in Nigeria, everything you have to back it up with money. If most of these processes are made, should I say, free or subsidized, I believe people will still step in. Many NGOs are also overwhelmed, little resources, trying to, okay, before you are catering for A, they have dropped B, they have dropped C, they have dropped D. And you'll be thinking, what's going on? So most of the time, like I said, they are just overwhelmed. They can do as much as they can.
So let's bring it down to social media. So most of these children who the parents happen to, you know, expose them most especially to the social media world, you know, giving them gadgets above their age and, you know, giving them exposure. Do you think it's a kind of abuse? And, you know, so any guardian or any neighbor at the side, can they actually pursue, you know, to get an action against those parents, you know, trying to protect that child?
Okay, I read a study and I attended a conference that talked about how parents are trying to avoid parenting in this age by giving children gadgets. Children are being raised on gadgets than parents because they are helicopter parents. They don't want to discipline the child, they don't want to train the child, they don't want to parent. So they just say, take this phone, take this laptop, and then no parental guidance. Even on those systems, the children have access to all and every content, and this affects them emotionally and psychologically. So that's emotional and psychological abuse. You can now come in under that to protect the child. We have heard that gadgets have caused a mental declination in children. Many of them have become so addicted to a screen that if you take it from them, they have withdrawal syndromes. So you can actually, as a concerned person, you can intervene. You can intervene. Like I said, those are forms of emotional abuses. But like I said, in this age, you want to take the child from the parent. Will you take care of the child? And the people you want to give the child to, they don't even have the resources to still take care of that child. So yes, gadgets, giving our children gadgets without parental guidance or control is a form of abuse because it affects them emotionally and psychologically, making them to have some mental decline. These children can be rehabilitated. That's what the children that have been abused is rehabilitation first and foremost. When I was serving in Akwa Ibom State, my principal was the chairperson of FIDA as at then, and they have a safe house for all these abused children. I've gone to the safe house. I was impressed. These children were being taken care of. They were being educated and all of those. So yes, there are ways of protecting these children beyond the law. There are safe houses. The Ministry of Women Affairs and Social Welfare of the state, they have safe houses. They have counselors. They have guidance, psychologists, medical practitioners that help in the rehabilitation of these children, psychiatrists and so. Like I said, just the staff, most of them are just underfunded and underpaid, but we need more qualified people once it comes to safeguarding our children and to rehabilitate them from abuse and from the trauma they have suffered.
Thank you. As we conclude today's discussion on this, one thing should be clear. One thing should be clear. Every child deserves protection, love, care, education, an opportunity to actually grow and be in a safe environment. And that is all we have for you today on You and the Law, a program where we educate you and tell you about your rights and everything that concerns you, and to protect people around you. And this is a safe zone that you can always, come into our official page on Aneke TV to send in your questions and tell us a story which alienates the society and any form of abuse and the protection you want to be talked about. And thank you, Barrister Ndlea Amarachi and for being with us and educating us and sensitizing us on this, abuse of children in the society. And I'm your host, Gift Obodo, and that's all for you today on You and the Law. Thank you. Have a nice day.
Law is the architecture of civilization, the silent force that orders society and defines justice. Yet, within its complexity, many remain uncertain of their rights, their obligations, and the protections the law affords. From the inviolability of human rights to the intricate doctrines governing property and civil relations. This is a platform where law is demystified, where principle meets practice and knowledge becomes empowerment. Because justice is not abstract, it is personal. You and the Law on Aneke TV. Good afternoon and welcome to News on the Hour. I'm Goodhope Chukuma. Glad to have you join us. Headlines. Police begin nationwide crackdown on vehicles with unauthorized number plates. World Igbo Congress rejects 8% GDP remark attributed to Anambra State Governor. Nigerian returnees recount harrowing experiences in South Africa after xenophobic violence. Now the news and details. Security and intelligence sources have said that terrorists dislodged from parts of Zamfara and Sokoto states are relocating to the southeast and southern regions of the country. The sources, including a retired military officer and an official of the Department of State Services, said the movement is being carried out through forest corridors and riverine routes linking Niger, Kogi, Anambra, Abia, and Imo states. A retired Army general who spoke on condition of anonymity said the groups are using the Niger River corridor in Kogi State, particularly in Igala axis, to move into Anambra State before advancing into other parts of the southeast. The sources also identified dense forest belts across Anambra, Imo, Abia, and parts of Edo State as providing cover for movement, while noting that security agencies are intensifying surveillance along the affected routes. The Commissioner of Police in Abia State, Mr. Danladi Issa, has ordered the immediate impounding of vehicles without number plate and those with covered or sealed plates across the state. He gave the directive during a strategic briefing with senior officers in Umahi following the Inspector General of Police conference held at the force headquarters in Abuja. Mr. Issa said the measure is aimed at strengthening security, adding that all affected vehicles must be investigated where necessary, prosecuted in court. He also directed officers to maintain professionalism, respect human rights, and adopt intelligence-led policing in line with Force Order 237. The Ogun State Police Command has begun a statewide enforcement operation targeting vehicles with covered, faded, or unauthorized plate numbers. The police public relations officer, Mr. Oluseyi Babasheyi, said the operation followed directives from the Inspector General of Police aimed at improving security and vehicle identification. He said area commanders, divisional police officers, and tactical teams have been instructed to impound any vehicle found in violation for proper investigation. The command assured that the exercise is not targeted at law-abiding citizens, but to strengthen security and assist in tracking criminal activities across the state. The National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, ndlea, says it has dismantled several drug trafficking networks that recruit and exploit women across Nigeria. The Director of Media and Advocacy of ndlea, Mr. Femi Babafemi, announced this in an interview with the News Agency of Nigeria in Abuja. He said the agency is targeting both drug couriers and syndicate leaders behind the operation, especially those exploiting vulnerable groups. Babafemi, however, noted that cultural and religious barriers in some communities continue to limit access to women during sensitization campaigns. The World Igbo Congress has disagreed with comments attributed to the governor of Anambra State, Professor Chukwuma Soludo, on the economic contribution of the Southeast to Nigeria's gross domestic product. In a statement signed by its chairman, Dr. Festus Okere, and Secretary General Sir Chris Ogara, the group said the claim that the Southeast contributes about 8% of Nigeria's GDP does not reflect wider economic activities of Igbo. The organization argued that Igbo economic activities across Lagos, Abuja, Port Harcourt, Kano, and other cities are not captured in regional GDP figures, making the estimate incomplete. World Igbo Congress also said the Southeast remains economically productive despite infrastructure and security challenges, and warned against statements that could diminish its national contribution. The African Democratic Congress ADC has been reported by some media outlets to have picked former Minister of Transportation Mr. Chibike Amechi as running mate to its presidential candidate, former Vice President Atiku Abubakar. The claim was said to have been confirmed to journalists by its former chairman of the ADC in Rivers State, Mr. Leader Samson. According to the report, Mr. Amechi, who is a former governor of Rivers State, had previously contested the party's presidential primary but lost to Atiku Abubakar. The reports further suggested that Mr. Amechi had earlier expressed dissatisfaction with the outcome of the primary election, but was later said to have accepted a vice presidential nomination within the party arrangement. However, there has been no official statement from the African Democratic Congress, Mr. Atiku Abubakar, or Mr. Chibike Amechi confirming the development. As of time of this report, the claim remains unverified, and Aneke TV cannot confirm the authenticity of the report. News on the hour is coming to you live from Aneke TV. Remember, you can stay connected with us on all social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Now a quick recap of the major stories making the news. Police launch nationwide crackdown on vehicles with unauthorized number plates. World Igbo Congress rejects 8% GDP remark attributed to Governor Soludo. Coming up shortly, Nigerian returnees narrate audio following xenophobic violence in South Africa. We'll be right back shortly. Stay with us. Frontline Africa is Aneke TV's flagship current affairs program, where critical national and continental issues take center stage.
On Frontline Africa, we examine politics, the economy, security, business, health, and a wide range of other key sectors shaping society.
The program is insightful, engaging, and interactive, providing a platform for informed analysis and meaningful public discourse.
Here, issues are discussed raw, balanced, and expertly with depth, clarity, and a commitment to fact and accountability.
Join us every Saturday at 5 in the evening, only on Aneke TV.
Welcome back. Nigerian returnees from South Africa have recounted their experiences following renewed xenophobic violence that led to their evacuation to Nigeria. The first batch of 262 Nigerians arrived at the Murtala Mohammed International Airport, Lagos, aboard an Air Peace flight which was sponsored by the federal government. Some of the returnees alleged They were attacked, displaced, and forcibly labeled as criminals during the unrest, which they said was targeted at foreign nationals, particularly Africans. The federal government says it will continue diplomatic engagement with South African authorities to ensure the protection of Nigerians, while returnees are being supported for reintegration, including a 1 million naira assistance package announced by the Imo State government for affected indigents. The Governing Council of Chukwuemeka Odumeju Ojukwu University has approved the promotion of 13 academics to the rank of professor. The decision was taken at the 122nd Council meeting held on June 12, 2026, as part of efforts to strengthen academic excellence and institutional development. The newly promoted professors include scholars from the fields of architecture, engineering, medicine, political science, entrepreneurial studies, and other disciplines. The Pro-Chancellor and Chairman of Council, Professor Peter Onwalo, congratulated the beneficiaries and urged them to sustain excellence in teaching, research, and innovation in line with the university's development goals. Scientists are reporting encouraging results from an early-stage cancer study involving experimental immunotherapy treatment. Researchers say injecting the therapy into a single tumor appeared to trigger an immune response capable of attacking cancer cells in other parts of the body. Experts describe the development as a potential breakthrough in oncology, as it may allow the immune system to identify and destroy cancer cells beyond the original treatment site. However, researchers caution that the study is still at an early stage and further large-scale clinical trials are needed to confirm safety, effectiveness, and patient suitability. Now in sports, Spanish club Real Madrid are reportedly considering a future role for former midfielder Luka Modric, according to Spanish media reports. Modric left the club in May 2025 after a 13-year spell and later signed a short-term contract with AC Milan. Reports suggest Real Madrid president Florentino Perez is opening to bringing the Croatian back in a non-playing capacity. Possible roles under consideration include a sporting director or executive consultation position, depending on Modric's preference. Before we go on news, a recap of our top stories. The Nigerian police force has commenced a nationwide enforcement operation targeting vehicles operating with unauthorized, covered, or altered number plates. The directive issued through senior police authorities is aimed at strengthening security, improving vehicle identification, and supporting intelligence-led policing across the country. The World Igbo Congress, an umbrella organization of Igbo in the diaspora, has rejected comments attributed to the governor of Anambra State, Professor Chukwuma Soludo, suggesting that the Southeast contributes about 8% to Nigeria's gross domestic product. The group insists the statement does not reflect the wider economic contributions of the Igbo people across Nigeria and beyond. Nigerian citizens evacuated from South Africa have shared accounts of their experiences following renewed xenophobic attacks in part of the country. The returnees arrived at the Murtala Mohammed International Airport, Lagos, aboard an Air Peace flight sponsored by the federal government, with some describing incidents of violence, displacement, and economic loss. That's the news. For more news and live updates, follow us across all social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. I'm Good Hope Chukwuma. Thank you for watching. Time, the silent witness to human courage, the keeper of memory, the archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once bound, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed, it is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance, it is inheritance. Echoes of the past, where history breathes and legacy lives on.
Aneke television. How agribo mu di egwu nkwa azụghị n'ahịa mgbochi ogwugwu kakwa ogwugwu ema. How mgbe ụwa bịa na ihe ebube eme. Mgbagbu ụwa gbatawa na ihe ebube emewa. Aneke television na-emerụ ogbenye emere amadi ihe. Ị na-agba nkwụ, ị na-eme nkepụta nwa, ị na-akwa ozu, ị na-agba akwụkwọ. Bịawa na Aneke television, bịa ka ezuoru gị ozi ọma. Bịawa na Aneke television yidume. Na-emere ogbenye emere amadi ihe. Ụmụ Igbo bịawo na nke a bụ nke anyị. Ị mara ebe oge ọrụ etiwe mmanwụ ntakịrị tụkwamọgwụ si nne. Ya mere ha ji wee weta Aneke television. Ọ bụ onye mgbagburu adị nna. Ọ dị na soshal midia. Ọ dị na mgbagbu. Ọ dị n'Enugu State.
Every June 12th, we celebrate the day in history in 1993, where the first credible, free and fair elections in Nigeria was conducted. An election said to have been won by MKO Abiola, and an election that was cancelled by the military rule. And in the past 27 years here in Nigeria, we've experienced elections after elections. We've seen governments come and go. We've seen political systems coming and go out. And today is Democracy Day, a day where we celebrate annually the commemoration and restoration of civilian democratic rule in Nigeria. What does this mean for citizens? How do we see Democracy Day? Is this something we celebrate or something we just consider another of the celebrations in Nigeria? We'll go into the streets of Enugu to hear the minds of people and know what they think and understand and their feel towards Democracy Day and elections in Nigeria.
Well, when we talk about democracy, we're talking about government of the people, for the people, and by the people. So when we talk about democracy, we are talking about a government in which the people who are the masses or the citizens select to rule or govern them. But whereby the democracy we are talking about today has been truncated. That is where the problem comes in. If issues can be addressed to handle this democracy, then I believe everybody will be happy in this country. There is a possibility, 100% possibility. That is if the people who were elected to represent us will be able to abide by the rules which they made. That's just the problem. If they can be able to abide by the rules, whereby they will respect the electoral laws, you know, respect everything that goes with election. Apart from it, that is only when we can speak of democracy. But if they cannot respect that, there's no democracy in this country.
No. Nigeria is not doing fine. This country is very, very bad. They are not doing fine. Even if electoral something or electoral, I don't know. The inec has failed us. The government had failed us. The state government had failed. Local government has failed. Even the Nigeria entirely has failed. I can remember when I was small, they used to say the young shall grow. But those people, that time when I was in primary school, they are still there now. They are still in the politics. They are still there. So when the young shall grow, when are they going to grow?
It's a laudable activity. Yes. The Nigerians were disappointed in the outcome of the annulment of the elections. And many people were sad. And when by the end of the day, you know, there's nothing we can do. It was military regime, so it was taken. And then when some other regime decided to make it a memorable, in the minds of Nigerians, well, everybody welcomed welcomed it. Okay. The only problem there is that MK Abiola was the person that that everybody knew was winning the election. Yeah. So, but the point that the person who made that thing to be a reality is the umpire, who refused to, who continued publishing the result that show that MK Abiola is winning. So, and the person of Professor Humphrey Musu, I think we have some credible Nigerians who can do the job. But I'm thinking that for us to get people who can be good umpires, we check on their antecedents, not to just bring somebody from anywhere and people we are hearing his name for the first time, and he's not a member of the, he's not in any way fighting for human rights, he's not in any way doing, and he's not brought in. And people who has reputation and who will not like their names to be dented.
Democracy Day was to be celebrated. I'm always happy whenever Democracy Day is approaching, because it's a day we celebrate ourselves, because it's the government of the people, by the people and for the people. So not just the leaders alone, we celebrate the leaders and we celebrate the followers. So we are celebrating every citizen of the Nigeria. As far as democracy is concerned, it's a day that was celebration. It's a day that all of us have to be happy, and we have to turn up in masses to wherever the hosting is to come and celebrate our joy. So everybody have a say in government. It's just a vacancy that need the masses to occupy. It's just you and I that is needed to occupy the seat. So it is free and fair. Nothing is wrong with that.
Honestly, I think it's just God that will have to come down and help us. But we have to help ourselves first by getting our PVC. If this PVC thing is going to actually change this country, I'm hoping that, getting my PVC this time, that it would actually have a change in our country. Our country is in a deep mess. See, like, we cannot feed well, we are not surviving well. Honestly, this democracy is not democracy. This is like, it's almost like the military regime would even be better. I think what happened in the other country where the military government took over, I think it's even better because they're actually doing what they're supposed to do. I don't know the African country, I don't know if it's Congo or Burkina Faso, but then Nigeria, the democracy is not there. There should be nothing like democracy there. In fact, sometimes I wish that the whites we are still under them. I wish that, you know, this country would have been far better than now. I think they need to wipe out and remove all the people that are bad in the system. If they are able to do that, then, because they are more bad than good in the system, obviously. So even when the good want to do the good, it's like either they are being threatened or their minds are manipulated to do the wrong thing. So it's actually hard for the people in the system to do the right thing. So that's why the people in Dubai, the government in Dubai, they were like that Nigeria has money more than Dubai. I don't know if there's any video like that you've seen, but it's because they have good leaders, and Dubai was just a desert, was just a dry place, but because of good leaders, so everything is boiling down to good leaders. If they can take away the bad ones, we would have a free and fair election. It would be clear results and good results.
To say uninterrupted democratic rule, it's not the democracy we dreamt of, because these days we don't see things work out the way they should. We are not sure that our votes matter at all, you know. So it's as though those at the top just do whatever they want to do and get away with it. So, and in the days of military rule, okay, people were very careful, you know, what they say. But now it's even worse. It's as though we are being censored. We had freedom of speech rights, but now it's nowhere. Okay, it's gone. So it's as though we are still living under dictatorship. So I don't think we have democracy in Nigeria. In Abia State, in 2023, the INEC rep in charge did the right thing. Okay, Humphrey Mosu did the right thing in his own time. So it all depends on who is in charge and if the government will allow that person do what he or she is supposed to do. It was NEC then, now it's INEC. But that it shouldn't be there the way I see it. We don't see it as being independent.
With what is very clear to the seeing of the eyes in this country, there is no sign to prove that we are really practicing democracy in Nigeria. Honestly speaking, this condition we find ourselves is a very pathetic one. In spite of the fact we say we are in a democratic rule. I have been questioning, I have been asking, I have been wondering and saying, why is it that people seem to be afraid in democratic rule more than in the military rule? People seem to love their lives. People seem to be so careful about their lives and their property more than the civil rule, more than in the military rule. I know those there during military rule that people don't mind the khaki, the gun, the bullet and everything, but they try in their own little way to voice out and condemn unjust rule and call a spade, and call evil, and call the government to come to the aid of the populace and ensure that things go well.
Listening to people talk so far, you see a people that are pained, grieved, and hurt by the system of things in Nigeria. And as we know, democracy is a government of the people, for the people, and by the people. And underneath you see people, a set of people who are concerned about the growth and development of Nigeria. Now, as we celebrate into the day, as we go into the day and years and live to celebrate the Democracy Day, a day we gained, you know, electoral independence, we ask, what is the future of this democracy in Nigeria? How do we trust the system to ensure that it delivers on electoral promises and elections? In Enugu, Princess Ken Ochoma, Aneke TV News.
From the tiniest cells to the farthest galaxies, life holds secrets we are only beginning to uncover. Why are we here? What connects us all? What unseen forces shape our destiny? Join Professor Jude Udenta as he explores the wonders, the questions, and the revelations that define existence. Mysteries of life, where every answer sparks a new discovery. Watch now on Aneke TV every Monday.
Yeah, welcome viewer to your darling program, The Mysteries of Life. Today in the program, we shall look at rituals. A number of individuals like my two brothers beside by my right, they have not come to understand the rituals in the Catholic Church, even though they started from there. So they continue to ask themselves, what are all these rituals? Of course, I don't want to talk about my brother from my left. So we want to look at the rituals. These rituals, even in the villages, even in the military, everywhere you have rituals, rituals, rituals. So we want to know whether the rituals are just abracadabra or is there content to these rituals. And with me to look into this matter from my left, we have our brother, Reverend Carlo Oka. I might have forgotten one of the rituals, the name, but I don't want trouble. I remember these two very, very well. Reverend Carlo Oka. I think there's one more that's missing. Omar.
Reverend Uche Carlo.
Okay. Reverend Uche Carlo Oka. I don't know whether that is a ritual. Reverend Uche Carlo Oka. Maybe ritual by sound. Then by my right, immediate, we have our brother who has a very strange name to me. The name may even be ritualistic. Ezengwoko or Ezengwoko. I don't know which one that is correct.
Ezengwoko.
Ezengwoko. Ezengwoko. If you see, Ezengwoko, Ezengwoko, and Ezengwoko. They are different things. We're going to look at the rituals of these names. And then, of course, by his right, we have our regular brother, Iwoli, who is interested in peace and conflict resolution. His Mazi, Gabriel, Nemeka, and Ichubu. You are all welcome to the program.
Prof, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So we want to start with a reference, so that he will give us an idea of what he thinks about rituals, whether it is, mere abracadabra or there is content to rituals. Reverend.
Thank you, sir. Viewer, my opinion when it comes to rituals is a kind of act that at times tends to portray some secretism, some items coming in together to play one role or the other, depending on either the priest that is handling it or a person that is doing the enchantment or incantation with that ritual. So ritual is a combination of items that people use, either negative or positive, to bring in a kind of energy or effect over a particular situation, circumstance, or person. That's ritual for you.
Now, Mahansa, as the head of combinations, he has mentioned something. He said that these are items, but he also mentioned enchantment. He also mentioned incantations. So we have the sound part of it. Last time you were talking about my towel and looking at the makeup of my towel. When you look at the towel, it's the completion of the whole Christian theology in the towel. But let's leave it there. Because if you look at the doctors, you always see the snake and the whatever.
The codices.
In that, the snake, whatever. And the hair. So, I'm not a medical person. Because you are in the mix-up, you have the name for it. So, now you have had him, introduce, a place ritual as having to do with items, whether it is through enchantment, whether it is through incantation, whatever it is, whether it is suicide, whether it is suicide, to bring about some energy for good or the other one. We don't mention bad things here, for good or the other one. So, rituals, how do you say rituals?
And from what he said,
okay,
I just want to add a bit to it.
Okay.
Rituals are rites, actions.
Okay.
Actions geared towards the potency of a particular activity based on the setting, the group, the belief system of an organization. That's on one side. It could also be personal. For instance, if someone has a belief system and then he has a code of performance of rights towards the potency of the energies involved in whatever thing he is doing. So it could be in whatever, maybe in a religious form. It could also be, for instance, in a sexual form.
Okay.
You know, there has to be energy committed towards it and a group of actions that will spark off the energy.
When you mentioned even the sexual form, I just remembered the birds. Because when I normally watch the wildlife sometimes, they will say now that the male will come and perform service. Then the female will produce some sound. Then when it's produced, then the male will start coming. Then the male will do some dance. Even if you watch the lizard, they also do that. Everybody knows about the lizard.
Yes.
They also do some dance. I've forgotten that name, but we read it in biology in those days. But maybe our brother Gabriel will ask on, because Gabriel is the one. He is the master of giving us knowledge, information from the Holy Spirit.
Thank you, Prof. Ritual is it's an organized and systematized words, programs, actions geared towards achieving a spiritual or physical reality. Ritual is all about incantations, invocations, rites, how things are done that always bring an expected effect to materiality, either spiritual effect or not metaphysical effect in solving human, social, and spiritual problems.
Okay. So,
for instance, Holy Communion is a ritual.
It follows a ritual.
It's a ritual.
No, it follows a ritual.
It's a product of ritual.
Thank you.
It's a sacrament.
And it's a product of ritual.
Then, baptism is a ritual. It's a ritual.
Right, yeah, because
it's a ritual.
You use the word right.
Holy Eucharist is a ritual. Baptism is a ritual. Confirmation is a ritual. There are rituals in the Christendom to perfect one's membership in the inner sanctorium of the Christendom.
Let me continue with you, because in your own church, the
Eternal Sacred Order of Cherubim and Seraphim.
Because I wanted to get the name.
Because
I want to be sure, so I don't make a mistake. Eternal Sacred Order of Cherubim
and Seraphim.
So I like going for Cherubim and Seraphim.
Yes, of course, yes.
I like pronounce like that. Now, do you have rituals in the special Eternal Sacred Order of Cherubim and Seraphim?
Yeah.
Yeah. For example, one.
As a Judo-Christian organization.
Okay.
Because the church is an amalgam of distinct or decent Christian and Judo traditions.
Plus
traditional African decent cultures. So, for instance, we have Holy Communion. It's a ritual.
For me, Holy Communion is the condensation of rituals.
All right.
Because it's a reality that comes after so many rituals.
Okay. Ordination is a ritual.
That's why it's a ritual. But the condition is when the person gets that ordination.
Okay. All I know is that there is no we don't have.
I just want to look at.
We don't have any ritual.
One single ritual, one simple one in your church.
Okay.
Like
For instance, a single ritual in my church,
yes,
which is pro Judo Jewish tradition, is you don't come into our church without pulling off your shoes.
Okay.
You must pull off your shoes.
Like Moses.
And a woman during her menstrual period cannot enter.
Okay.
In our church.
Okay.
So once you come into our church, you cannot wear your.
You don't put it on.
Your footwear must be removed. Even if you are the governor, attorney general of the federation, or governor or senate, you must remove your shoes. So it's a ritual of the church.
Okay.
And it's a holy ritual.
I will come to the challenge to that one because these rituals are right. They have beautiful reasons for that.
Yes.
You know, because like you said, the Judeo-Christian orientation.
And when you come into our church during normal services, you must put on your whites.
Beautiful.
That is, and if you suppose it to the traditional, you say that every traditional deity is rounded with white clothing, purity, sanctity, transparency, honesty.
Beautiful.
Before you can see God.
Yes. I don't want to go to the traditional man now. I want to come to reverend. You know, those of us who are sinners, we want to be clear about these rituals and rites. You know, you are in charge of the children ministry in the Assemblies of God Church. Let me just use the word. Let me not talk of one. So, do you have rituals in the church, and do you have any rituals that you expect the children to follow?
In my church, as a religion,
yes,
we don't have rituals.
You don't have rituals at all?
We don't have rituals.
Okay.
What we take to be rituals, we don't take it to be rituals.
Okay.
What the Bible calls them are ordinances.
Okay, ordinances.
Yes.
Okay, you have
spiritual ordinances.
Spiritual ordinances.
Baptism is an ordinance.
It's an ordinance, okay.
Communion is an ordinance.
Okay.
Not ritual.
Okay.
You know, there is a difference between an ordinance and a ritual.
Okay.
An ordinance is an ordained right, ordained principle, ordained spiritual,
content,
ideologies.
Then the content.
How, of course, modus operandi of doing something. An ordinance. It's an ordained content, just as you said.
Yes, because
but
I'm coming to it because when you define it, you define rituals from the point of view of rights.
Yes, when you
because it is the right that defines that word, rituals.
When you bring down rituals,
yes,
okay, rituals in its content may possibly involve some secretism. Ordinance doesn't involve any secretism. You don't have baptism for any secretism. It's public domain, okay? When you talk about rituals, there are some element of hidden secrets and hidden items in rituals. And rituals can be grouped in positive and in negative. But in ordinance is just purely open, transparent, and positive. You don't have baptism in negative. You don't have Holy Communion in negative. So they are spiritual ordinance. They are not rituals in my own context of religion.
Okay, you know that in the public service, it is said, keep our secrets secret. In every ancient public service, keep our secrets secret. Does it make it a secret organization? Families also have secrets. Every group has a secret, including your own, including in their church.
Yes.
You have certain secrets.
The moment you say keep secret, it means there is something you are automatically intending to hide.
No.
Secret is secret. You must hide.
It does not.
There is something.
No, it does not. It does not.
There is something.
No, it does not necessarily mean that you're hiding something. It's like 4 of us here are married people. If in our expression of our conjugal rights we're supposed to be before children, what have we done?
You are hiding something.
No,
that thing you are hiding is for the welfare of the children.
Fine, so
there is something you are hiding.
No, that's
so
not the word hide.
Involved.
No, the word hide makes it a little bit pejorative and with some connotation that it is something bad. There was something that you must keep to people that have that knowledge. But
Yes,
they're supposed to know.
yes, even if it is something positive.
Yeah, I wanted to
for
come
the
in.
fact you are hiding it is because you don't want a window of negativism to come into it. That's why you have to hide it from.
So my answer.
I just wanted to address an issue within. You know, if you read your Bible well, it says the things of God are secret. It's not in your Bible. The things of the Most High are secret. It's in your Bible.
It is not stated that the things of God are secret.
And I'll tell you why I say it is secret. There are certain things, certain codes you can expose to someone.
The Bible says that the secret things of the Lord belongs to those that fear him.
So are there secret things?
It didn't say the things of the Lord are secret.
Are there secret
when
things?
When you say the things of the Lord are secret, what that means?
Hold on a second.
No. You
why did Jesus? Hold on a second. Hold on. Why did Jesus Christ have 12 apostles, 72 disciples, and 3 of the inner caucus?
You need to understand the difference between an apostle and a disciple.
That's
what I just said now. Why did he have 3 of the inner circle?
No, he has to start with
apostles, disciples, and 3 of the inner circle. Why did he have it? If there wasn't like anything like secret.
Sir, I want you to understand. You don't quote the Bible out of context.
But you understood what I said.
A disciple.
It's very clear.
A disciple is someone that have sat under the tutorial of the master.
Okay.
Someone that has been trained, that has been indoctrinated. An apostle is a trained person and a sent. A trained and a sent one. That is an apostle. When you talk about inner caucus, you are talking about those that are the beloved of the master.
Oh, the other ones are not the beloved.
Caesar. For confidential sake.
What are we talking about? So there's confidentiality.
For truth's sake. There are people in relationship. It's not a laughing issue.
So what is confidential about it?
There are people in relationship that you place your heart to. There are people in relationship that you confide in. Not that those other people are in error, but these ones are closer to heart to you.
And then you reveal those secrets to them.
Yes.
So there's secrets in it.
Okay. I said in the beginning, when you talk about secret, it means that there is something you are securely hiding. It may not be positive, it may not be negative, it may not be positive, but there is
I don't think this is the word is not hiding. The word is not hiding. The word is preserving. It's preservation. So you want to know it's preservation.
It's a choice of word.
No, because
you want to preserve. There is something that you want to hide.
Let us go to Gabriel.
One thing you want to hide is something
let us get to Gabriel. Let us get to Gabriel. You know, you can see where we are going. Because we started from rituals, then he broke it down to us to rights. Even though he's not trying to move out of that particular concept of rights, because these rights have this, because even in the public service, like when I was young, when there was order in this country, because I was at St. Bridget's and we were close to Nandasikiwe Stadium. Now that's what it is called. Before Okpabasika comes out any day, the dispatch writers will move first, and then they will bring what they will call they will bring a sign that everybody should park. And then they will park. They will say road closed. They will bring the sign of road closed. Then everybody would park. Then Okpabasika would come, enter. And then in entering, everybody expects everybody to be there. There's a protocol. Even in the service of the state. There's a protocol, and you must observe that protocol. If you don't observe it, because you don't enter. If you watch what happened when the current president was sworn in, a governor, I don't need to name, but if you watched it, a governor went out either for whatever reason, he went out. By the time he went out, Pibat entered. And they wanted to come back and they blocked him from entering again. These are all rights. These are all rituals. But the question is this. These rituals, do they have content? Because we have already seen that there is reason. Whether it is for good or for the other, or otherwise, there must be something. And we all have rights. Whether we use it as confidentiality, or whether we use it as preservation, or whether we use it as secret, there are rights and everywhere. You know, he said that according to the pastor or reverend, he said his own rights are ordinances.
Yes.
Now, if you watched, for some reason, some people brought up this Andy, that 1989 or 1990 film of Living in Bondage. Some people went and got a clip of it showing Andy when he was growing. And then their leader after saying that they don't do anything bad, he turned to pray to Lucifer. In that particular clip, he turned to pray to Lucifer, and he followed certain rituals of their own group. So, because Andy told them that Anakama Jekwo cow, then they said that all of them believe in Chuku, and then that Chuku, Amagba, Madoko, and so on and so on. So, these rites and rituals, I want you to not come in, because our job here is to get the viewer to understand. Like in the Catholic Church, before the mass commences, we have the bell. There's always a bell, or there must be a sign, one way or another, or a clap, something must happen, and everybody would stand, and then we will continue. The rest of it is known. The Catholic Church rites and rituals are there for everybody to see if you want to be there. We have signs, we have symbols, symbolism, all of them are there. You know, so we want to come in now.
When rites are rituals and rituals are rites, based on how you view them.
Okay.
That's something.
Okay.
When you raise in a proper Catholic mass, when the host is raised, you said the bell will ring. Said, it's a ritual. Raising that host is a ritual. So, when saying that rituals must be is something that is secret, it's not necessary to be secret. Whenever a ritual is the modus or the operandi, when a governor is being inaugurated,
yes,
inauguration ceremony of a governor president is a ritual.
It's a ritual.
In democracy, it's a ritual. Because there are certain things must be done accordingly, in sequence, consistently, to make the inauguration a full-fledged ceremony that has the segments or the organs or the capacity of being an inauguration ceremony.
So rituals are not necessarily evil.
The rituals have nothing to do with evil. It's all geared towards achieving a given aim.
I think
spiritual or physical.
No, he mentioned the
but it must be organized. It must be systematic.
Energy.
Yes.
But we must follow particular rights. You must follow the rights to the end.
That's why it's a ritual. The right things to do. That is ritual. The right things to do. Proving ways to get things done. That is ritual.
Let me take you. Now you are a traditionalist in your village. You are a mass, and you have
almost African men are traditionalists.
No, wait. Now you are not.
We don't go to that kind of church.
Also now, as an also, for example.
I don't want to
go like that, because if you go like that, some people will do a lot of strange things. Exactly. Now, as an also, for example, somebody wants to come and marry. You know that in marriage rights, traditional marriage, there are so many rights you have to perform.
Yes.
If you miss the essential ones, you have not yet got married to that person.
Exactly.
Are you aware of that? Exactly. Like, no man, there are things you must do.
When you want to marry,
yes,
you need to pay equal ego ungo.
No matter how.
Even if you are giving your supposed father-in-law or mother-in-law $100 billion,
yes,
if you have not paid the dowry,
you have not.
The bride price, I mean to say. That woman is not your wife. The children are not your children. Which means you have not done the rights accordingly. Ritual, the right things to do. Proving ways to get things done. That is righteous.
Thank you. So Mahansa, before I get back to the pastor, because I just use that this marriage something. I know it happens. One of my friends in those days, the father just didn't like the boy that came. But even may he rest in peace. So the young man, so he just hid some of the rituals from the boy, and the boy thought he was working. But one way or the other, life has continued. So, there are so many rituals. We have marriage rituals, we have this ritual, we have, like you mentioned, even the sensual aspect of it, and so on. I just mentioned the animals. I don't want to mention the human beings. And I mentioned that of government, and he mentioned it equally. You cannot become a president without going through those rituals.
Yes. I think let's just cut a long story short.
Yes.
There can't be a ceremony without rituals. Good. No. That's just the long and short.
Let me even harass you a little bit. You're a musician.
Please do, yes.
Yes, because in music, I used to stay where musicians used to stay. For them to practice, for them to set up anything, you'll be hearing kurum kurum, kan kan, kum kum, poo pa pa poo poo poo. Then after some time they will say stage is set. You can't set the stage without preparation. In fact, the rituals are like preparation.
That's it. There can't be a ceremony without rituals.
Preparation is not
simple.
So, we have just but
so what message? Rituals are prelude to a ceremony.
Yeah. So what message do you have for the ordinary person that sees rituals as if they are strange things?
The truth of the matter from our table is that we are considering rituals from one aspect of understanding.
Okay.
I am looking at rituals from the aspect of the evil priest and his concoction, the enchantment and the invocations.
Why would you see priests? Why? No, because we
Yes,
have
I am saying it so that at least we stay the devil a little.
Don't the bishop do incantations?
No, we are coming. I'm coming.
And invocations?
I'm coming.
Okay.
When an evil priest, in quote, in parentheses, gathers certain things to activate certain energy, that's my context of ritual.
Why should you have that context alone?
Yes, why should I
Okay, let me leave your context.
So that is a ritual. And that ritual, the priest may not have to tell you.
We have 30 seconds for everybody. Now you have given your own. And I remember that here you told us one day about your childhood friend that used to give you money after diving into water. Yes. She would say, "Just watch me now," and she would dive into water and bring us water, bring us rain money from the river in your community. I don't know what you call it. Yes, your message to the viewer.
I think the most important thing for the viewers is that people should learn to research and study, and not just take things for from the surface.
Okay.
Go deep research. You have your phones, you have your internet, you can study these things and then understand how things work.
Okay.
Rituals are not necessarily evil.
Thank you.
Before any ceremony, the ritual comes first, before the ceremony happens.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, and your message to the viewers.
Simply and briefly, to viewers, ask them to avoid viewing ritual as evil.
Okay.
Washing your hands before you eat is a ritual.
Thank you.
To avoid germs.
That's what the Jews. That came up in the Bible. So much.
Wash your hands before you eat.
No, he said that then even you come back from your house, you are going to wash up to your up to your elbow.
So, but whatever ritual you are doing, ensure it is positive for your own now and thereafter welfare.
Thank you. So, viewer, I think we have it. That we should all know that these rites or rituals, they are not inherently evil, but they are for our own survival. Like as Bahasa said, he said, for everything there must be preparation. These preparations are important. And even the Reverend and our brother Mazi and Ichuku concord with the fact that there must be preparation. There must be opening. There must be things that must be done. The preparation, at the coming of creation of the world, God didn't just wake up. God just, he said, let us create man. And he said 1, 2, 3, and until finally when he finished it, and he saw that all he did was good. So let us continue to follow that principle of goodness in all that we do, whatever we do, whether it is rights, whether it's rituals, and then may God continue to protect us and help us.
From the tiniest cells to the farthest galaxies, life holds secrets we are only beginning to uncover. Why are we here? What connects us all? What unseen forces shape our destiny? Join Professor Jude Udenta as he explores the wonders, the questions, and the revelations that define existence. Mysteries of life, where every answer sparks a new discovery. Watch now on Aneke TV every Monday.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
The red cap is a powerful symbol of authority. tradition, and chieftaincy. It signifies leadership, cultural identity, and a connection to the ancestors. The red cap is primarily worn by men who hold traditional titles, such as Nze, Ozo, Ichie, Chief, Onyish. The number of eagle feathers on the cap can denote the wearer's status within the chieftaincy system. The red cap comes in different shapes, and each shape represents a particular hierarchy in the traditional institution in Igbo land.
Sexual and gender-based violence, SGBV, is one of the most pervasive and pressing human rights issues globally, affecting 1 in 3 women in their lifetime, often by intimate partners. Non-partner sexual violence affects at least 6% of women globally and among adolescent girls aged 15 to 19, with about 15 million having faced forced sex in regions like sub-Saharan Africa and parts of Asia, including Nigeria. The problem is particularly acute, reflecting deep-seated cultural norms, weak legal systems, and the lack of political will to combat it. In Nigeria, sexual and gender-based violence remains a challenge despite efforts being made by different stakeholders to curb the scourge. This is buttressed by the National Demographic and Health Survey (NDHS) 2018, which revealed that 30% of women aged 15 to 14 have experienced physical violence since age of 15. 7% of women in that same age group reported experiencing sexual violence at some point in their lives, while 1 in 4 women, that's 25%, have experienced spousal violence, emotional, physical, or sexual, by their husbands or partner. What is more disturbing is the prey on children and adolescent victims. According to UNICEF, 25% of girls and 10% of boys in Nigeria have been sexually abused before turning 18. This implies that 1 in 5 Nigerian girls experience sexual violence before 18 years. From metropolitan cities like Abuja and Lagos to rural areas and states across Nigeria, women, girls, men and boys continue to face physical, emotional and sexual abuse, often from those closest to them. In some cases, this abuse is perpetuated by influential members of the society. Even more disturbing is that the majority of cases go unreported, buried under layers of fear, ignorance, family ties, shame, and societal silence. Sexual and gender-based violence is not a new phenomenon. Its roots are deeply embedded in history, culture, power dynamics, and deep-seated inequalities in power and social structures, particularly those that perpetuate the dominance of men over women. It's a complex issue with roots in cultural norms, society beliefs, and historical practices that normalize violence and discrimination against women. One of the oldest and most significant roots of SGBV is patriarchy, a societal system where men hold primary power. Societies have historically placed men in dominant roles, with women expected to be submissive, obedient and silent. This imbalance has often justified violence against women as a means of control or punishment. Harmful traditional practices such as child marriage, female genital mutilation (FGM), widowhood rights and honor killings are deeply rooted in societal customs. In many cultures, these practices are normalized and rarely questioned, even when they involve violence. Historically, laws and institutions supported or ignored violence against women and marginalized groups. For example, marital rape, was not considered a crime in many countries until recent decades. Slavery, colonization, and armed conflicts also contributed to institutionalizing sexual violence, especially against women and girls. SGBV is often used as a weapon of war or conflict, where sexual violence is inflicted to humiliate, dominate, or destroy communities during wars and internal conflicts. Women and girls are often disproportionately targeted by sexual violence. Women have also fallen victims to rape during armed robbery operations. Additionally, economic dependence on men has made many women vulnerable to abuse, as they fear losing support or livelihood if they speak up. In workplaces, schools, and communities, people in authority often exploit their power through coercion and harassment for the purpose of emphasis. Some of the factors contributing to prevalence of SGBV include unequal power relations, inordinate sexual fantasies and orientation, harmful traditional and cultural practices or beliefs, gender stereotypes, lack of enforcement of laws, poverty, armed conflict, denormalization of violence in communities, stigma and victim blaming, family ties, the Nigerian factor, suppression of cases, low awareness about rights, weak institutional frameworks, unwillingness of victims' family to pursue justice, among others. In many cultures, patriarchal norms reinforce male dominance and female subservience, discouraging victims from speaking out or seeking justice. SGBV refers to harmful acts or abuse committed against a person because of his or her sex or gender. It is forcing another person to do something against his or her will through violence, coercion, threats, deception, cultural expectations, or economic means. It includes a wide range of abuses such as domestic or intimate partner violence, forced marriage and child marriage, female genital mutilation (FGM), sexual harassment and exploitation, emotional and psychological abuse. Sexual violence is any act attempted or threatened that is sexual in nature and carried out without the consent of the victim. Sexual violence includes rape and sexual assault, sexual abuse and harassment, exploitation and forced prostitution. It can happen within marriages, especially when there is a lack of consent for sexual activity by one of the spouses. Any sexual activity with a child, any person who has not yet completed 18 years of age, constitutes sexual violence. The impact of SGBV is far-reaching. These acts not only violate fundamental human rights, but also lead to long-term physical, mental, and emotional trauma. It has devastating effects on the development of a child involved, as well as on his or her physical and mental health. SGBV has health, economic, and social impacts on the victims. Victims may suffer from health disorders. Victims may be unable to work or attend school, affecting their economic independence. Survivors often face ostracization, stigma, and isolation from their communities. To combat SGBV effectively, there is need for a multi-sectoral approach that would involve as key actors public awareness. There is need for public awareness on the ills associated with SGBV. Victims, survivors, their families, and other members of the public need information on how to seek help and justice. They need a new orientation on how to handle SGBV cases. They need to be educated on the need of speaking up and seeking justice. Even when community leaders want to cover up, they need to know that there are support services available for them. Community education and media campaigns can help change harmful gender norms and encourage reporting. Strengthen legal. 1. Public awareness. 2. Strengthen legal frameworks. There is a need for strong legislation on SGBV. as well as strict implementation of laws. Existing laws like Child Rights Act 2003, Violence Against Persons Prohibition Act, VAP Act 2025, and Trafficking in Persons Prohibition Enforcement and Administration Act 2015 should be enforced to the letter. States yet to domesticate the VAP Act should do so and possibly establish special GBV courts or gender response unit or team. The Violence Against Persons Prohibition Act, passed in 2015, has been a significant milestone, but its implementation remains weak and uneven across Nigeria's 36 states. 3. Empower victims. Create safe spaces, hotlines, and shelter for survivors and support them with legal and psychological assistance. Only 30% of victims seek help due to fear, stigma, and lack of trust in law enforcement. 4. Promote gender equality. Address the root causes of gender inequality through education and economic empowerment. 5. Funding. Prosecution of SGBV cases requires funds. The victims and their families are usually financially incapacitated to prosecute the case. In all cases, the prosecution is done by a government agency or ministry within the limited resources available to them. There is need for adequate funding to agencies or units and the Ministry of Justice to help them prosecute the cases. Logistic supports to volunteers and service providers on SGBV issues. 6. Increase number of state councils. Having reasonable number of state councils willing to specialize in SGBV cases will definitely add an impetus in the fight against the scourge. 7. Naming and shaming. Just like Lagos and Anambra states have queued into the policy of naming and shaming the offenders, other states need to align. The Sexual Offender Register, managed by the National Agency for the Prohibition of Trafficking in Persons, NAPTIP, is only accessible online currently. The register serves as a tool to document and track cases of sexual violence and abuse, including those reported, arraigned, or convicted under the Violence Against Persons Prohibition VAP Act. The register includes information on the convicted offenders as well as those who have been arraigned or reported, with varying levels of access depending on the user and the nature of the information. 8. Train law enforcement. Equip police, judiciary, and healthcare workers to handle SGBV cases with sensitivity and urgency. Aside the already listed measures, establishment of specialized SGBV prosecution units, a national SGBV agency, launched grassroots engagement structures, making it easy for victims to report and seek protection and justice in the case of SGBV. Strengthening of data collection and reporting systems, the designation of special courts for SGBV cases, operationalization of the VAP Law 2017, and robust multi-agency coordination can go a long way in fighting the systemic social malady. The origin of SGBV lies in systemic inequality, reinforced over centuries by culture, power structures, conflict, and law. To eliminate SGBV, societies must address these root causes by promoting equality, education, legal reforms, and accountability. SGBV is so pervasive that the United Nations Children Fund, UNICEF, and the United Nations Population Fund, UNFPA, have committed to the global movement to end violence against women and children, which began at the inaugural Women's Global Leadership Institute in 1991. Despite growing awareness and advocacy, millions of women, girls, men and boys continue to face various forms of violence simply because of their gender or sexual orientation. This is why efforts must be doubled to tame this scourge, which is more than a societal issue, but also a public health emergency, a human rights violation, and a barrier to sustainable development. We must join hands together in fighting this menace. If you cannot prosecute or fund a prosecution, you can volunteer information on SGBV. If you cannot volunteer information, you can create awareness or create a safe space for a victim. If you cannot create awareness, you can contribute to diluting the patriarchy, societal structures, and cultural hegemonic practices that normalize violence and discrimination against women. It is also important for state governments to support community initiatives, as well as non-governmental organizations' efforts aimed at preventing sexual and gender-based violence crimes in the country.
Anambra State, located in southeastern Nigeria, is one of the nation's most dynamic and enterprising regions. Created in 1976, it takes its name from the Anambra River, a tributary of the Niger. Its land is steeped in history, from the ancient Nri Kingdom, the cradle of Igbo civilization and spiritual authority, to the bustling commercial rise of Onitsha, one of West Africa's busiest trading cities. Every inch of its soil seems to breathe heritage, resilience, and the quiet power of innovation that defines the Igbo spirit. Anambra's people are known for their industrious drive, intellectual prowess, and unyielding creativity. Across Nigeria and beyond, they stand tall as business leaders, scholars, inventors, and professionals whose influence reaches every corner of society. From the sprawling market of Onitsha to the humming industrial machines in Nnewi, fondly called the Japan of Africa, the state exemplifies the fusion of tradition and modern enterprise. In Awka, the capital, new technology hubs and startups are springing up, harnessing the energy of a generation determined to build a future powered by knowledge and innovation. The state's endowments are immense. Anambra boasts of fertile soils that yield abundant harvest of yam, rice, cassava, and vegetables, feeding not just its people but the wider region. Sources: crude oil, natural gas, kaolin, and limestone, waiting to be fully harnessed. With a well-educated populace and a vibrant entrepreneurial culture, the state's economy is driven by small and medium-scale industries that continue to expand Nigeria's manufacturing frontiers. Culturally, Anambra is the heartbeat of Igbo identity. Age-long traditions and legendary figures like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Chinua Achebe, and Dora Akunyili, whose contributions have left indelible marks on Nigeria and the world. Its towns and villages are known for strong community bonds and progressive values that inspire excellence in every field. Anambra's potential lies not only in its natural and human resources, but in the unbreakable spirit of its people, a people who see every challenge as a call to greatness. With expanding infrastructure, digital transformation, and a thriving creative scene, the state stands poised to lead Nigeria into a new era of prosperity. It is a land where heritage meets ambition, where history fuels innovation, and where the light of progress never dims.
In a world where safety matters and vigilance saves lives,
Information is power. Awareness is protection.
from our streets to our homes, from local communities to national security, Security Watch brings you timely reports, expert analysis, and trusted updates on security issues that matter to you.
Stay alert. Stay informed. Stay safe.
Security Watch, every week only on Aneke TV.
It is our utmost pleasure to have you join Security Watch once again on Aneke TV. It is the enlightenment program that is designed to x-ray the level of insecurity in this nation and then provide solutions for the protections of lives and property in any way it occurs. Thank you so much. You can join us on our socials, our Facebook, our Instagram, our X, and our YouTube, all at Aneke TV. My name is Chukwuemeka Obase, and today our focus is on the disaster management of the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps, NSCDC. Permit me to introduce to you the gallant officers of the NSCDC that made the guests we have on the studio today. By my right, I have the Head Disaster Management Unit, NSCDC, Enugu State Command, and then the Deputy Commandant of Corps, Chidebere Christian Achime.
And then I have again the PA to the State Commandant of the NSCDC, Enugu State Command, Superintendent of Corps, Watu Emmanuel A. You're welcome on the show.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
All right, madam, how are you today?
Thank you. I'm very fine.
All right. As the head of the Disaster Management Unit of the NSCDC, how has it been?
It has been wonderful. It has been so, so good. Firstly, I have to appreciate my state commandant. I call him a workaholic commandant because since he came to Enugu State, it has been wonderful. He is so versatile. Working with him is a good thing. It's an opportunity to grab what is in his upstairs because he is too much.
I want to believe, since you glorify him in this way, he is providing veritable grounds for you to do your work effectively.
Very, very well. And we will still come to that. He will still throw more light on the achievements so far. He has been a wonderful leader, a wonderful boss.
Okay, thank you so much. Let me come to you, SC Watu. I believe your work in disaster management. Yes, we believe in you, and I want to ask you this. In what situations can there be casualties then for you to come into rescue?
Thank you very, very much. Disaster management is a very wonderful topic, and I'm delighted to be here. I've had the privilege of working in with the NSCDC Disaster Management Unit for several years, and it's always been wonderful. Managing disasters is something that is so important. So important, because we are talking about protection of lives and property. And of course, we're also talking about protection of critical national assets and infrastructure. And we know that when disasters occur, something heavy happens. Disasters are catastrophic events that when they occur, they cause a lot of damage to lives, property, farmlands, and you know the resultant effect of that. That will be loss of economic revenue, there will be economic recession, there will be hunger, there will be famine, and a lot of other things, and even disease. Imagine when, crops are destroyed, farmlands in hectares are destroyed. It has a ripple effect that will definitely be negative. So, your question was on casualties.
Yes.
Once again, reframe it. Let me be sure.
In what situations?
Yeah.
You've mentioned what could happen in the farm and all of that. Then in what situation can there be casualties?
Oh, yes.
Then for you to be able to come for the rescue?
Yes, there can be a lot of casualties in maybe flooding experiences. Because Enugu State, like we know, is one of the states in Nigeria that is prone to flooding. There are quite many areas in across the local government areas of Enugu State that are prone to flooding. And of course, fire disasters also happen. And most of the markets, from time to time, we hear about fire disasters in one market or the other. And of course, this requires a lot of intervention.
Okay.
We are grateful to God that we have a well-established fire department in Enugu State. Also happy that the governor has done much with establishing CCTV cameras that help us to monitor our environment. These things are very, very useful. Of course, there can be accidents, there can be building collapse, and there can be public health emergencies. I mean, people are talking about Ebola, you know, and we are trying to make sure that we do not, that God will save us once again, as he did the other time when there was that kind of entry into Nigeria. So quite a lot of things like this will mean that we need to put ourselves together as an agency, and the people also need, because the agency cannot do it alone. Disaster management is a collaborative work. So everybody needs somehow to have some knowledge of disaster management and put it into good use at moments that are like this, moments of emergency and moments of disaster.
Okay, thank you so much. This is Madam. Back to you. You talked about structural collapse and then even flooding. How do you attend to that when such happens?
Like he said, we have, when you talk of disaster in the first place, we have three key things: prepared for, respond to, and recovering from.
Okay.
The three keys, if it is in place, then
Okay.
can
Can you mention that to us?
Yes.
We are interested, yes.
I said the three keys are: one is responding to, recovering from, and preparing to. You prepare before the disaster happens.
Okay.
Then you respond, quick response, and then recovering from after the disaster.
Yes.
Okay.
That's exactly true. You know, when we talk about preparedness for disasters, that means that these are things you do before the disaster happens.
Okay.
Yes, because, you know, in fact, the preparation is even more important than when the disasters happen, the things you do after it happens. Because if you prepare well, if you are able to build what we call a resilient community, a community that can cope, you know, that a community that is properly sensitized, properly educated about the roles they can play. And that is, these are things that you must do before.
Does it mean you anticipate possible disaster?
Oh, yes.
Yes, yes.
Good. In fact, you cannot rule out disaster. Wherever you find human existence, there is possible of disaster.
That's right.
You get it?
Yes.
Then we'll have a man-made, that is self-induced disaster,
okay.
And we have natural.
Okay.
So, and our aim, disaster management, the aim is to reduce or even to prevent entirely,
okay,
or reduce the casualty.
Then you talked about human-made or human-induced disaster. What type?
You know, this country is so blessed that some of the things we call a natural are really human-induced. Let's assume when you want to erect a building, you employ fake engineer or contractors to construct your building. That means, so when it collapses, can you call that natural? It's man-made. And when you are, you know, the drainages, when you're blocking them, when the drainages are blocked and you have flood, do you call that natural? It's man-made. So we are here to, the management, disaster management units are there to enlighten people, the public, to prevent it. It's better prevention that, they say prevention is better than what?
Cure.
Cure. So it's better prevented than when it happened.
That's right.
And when it happened, we are there to minimize, to reduce the rate of casualties.
Okay. All right, thank you so much. Let me come back to you.
Thank you.
In terms of fire outbreak, how do you attend to pipeline vandalism fire outbreak? Because most cases, yes, it occurs.
That's right. You see, the disaster management unit falls under what we call the crisis management department. And under the crisis management department, we have several other units that are under it. That will include the disaster management unit, the health services unit, we have the peace and conflict resolution unit.
Okay.
We have the counter-terrorism unit, and I think we have the CBNR. The CBNR is short for chemical, biological, nuclear, and radioactive response unit. So all of these units are under the crisis management department.
Okay.
And so you mentioned the fire outbreak.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said earlier, that the nscdc does not work in isolation. We work in collaboration. And that means that while we will naturally respond to this fire outbreak, we will not do it alone. We will, right from the moment we begin to get ourselves ready for this intervention, we have already radioed the fire service because they are the specialists. We do recognize the lead agencies in various types of disasters. Where there's a road emergency, for instance, we will be, of course, relating with the Federal Road Safety Corps. Where there is a large-scale public health emergency, we will be relating with the Red Cross. And in the case of a fire outbreak at, we have our anti-vandal unit. Now that's a separate unit, separate altogether, that are specialists in that particular kind of response. But the disaster management unit will definitely play a very important role. One of them, of course, is to cordon off that area. You know, that area needs to be cordoned off because we do not want to have extra casualties, further casualties after that. If there's need for traffic control within that, around that area, that will be established. And of course, if there's need for first aid provision, because when the disaster management intervenes, they don't go alone. They go with the health services. You know, these are people who can provide first aid services. Every disaster management unit personnel is trained in first aid, but we have another unit where they are specialists. They can assist in provision of this, and also they come with the ambulances also to help evacuate injured persons. And of course, they will do so many things in that line. Yes.
Okay. I want to believe that all of these efforts are to save lives and property.
That is the idea.
Okay. Thank you so much, Madam. Let me come back to you. You talked about the operation or rescue operational unit, right? Okay.
We talked about that is the what we call the search and rescue.
Search and rescue
of the disaster management unit.
Okay, please talk to us about that.
Just a minute. Let me just highlight on the functions.
Okay.
Before she comes in, the disaster management has several functions within the unit. Let's look at them as just functions. We have the search and rescue function.
Okay.
That's very important. In the search and rescue function, they are more interventionists. You know, they more or less wait for something to happen before they move in. It could be a building collapse. It could be a distress call was received for maybe fire disaster somewhere in a marketplace or something like that. It could be maybe after a heavy rainfall. We see, what do you call it, NECDC equipment, live wires on the ground, and that could be dangerous. People could be electrocuted. And so the NECDC receives those kind of distress calls, and we respond. That is the search and rescue. And maybe something has happened, somebody has been electrocuted. So the search and rescue people generally move in to search for victims, locate them and evacuate them, and ensure that whatever is causing that particular problem is managed. In some cases, we radio the other responsible agencies, like the EEDC, for instance, to maybe put out the electricity in a particular area to ensure the proper management of that particular disaster. The other function is the prevention, what we call the mitigation and prevention function. Mitigation and prevention function. Now, the role of this particular function is to, as much as possible, reduce the severity of disasters when they occur. Sometimes those in this particular role, they go on weekly surveillances. They move around to ascertain that things are in order, especially when there's maybe a heavy rainfall, things that could, you know, shake things out of their order. And so when we move around, we're able to identify these things early enough. Then we have the forecast. The forecast focuses more on early warning, especially in our collaboration with the Nigeria Geological Services, the NIMET. We get their early predictions, and when this is gotten, we ensure that we bring them down to the level of the community where they're able to take action alongside the other agencies. So,
you make me begin to think about the enormous job you are doing.
Oh, yes.
It's quite encompassing.
Oh, yes, quite
and what worries me, madam, is you really need to be trained. You need intelligence, you need training, serious one for you to be able to work.
That is correct.
Yes.
We have already trained personnel, not only in disaster management unit, but in order, because disaster can happen anywhere, and we need manpower to control the place, to do evacuation. So, coming to that rescue and research, there's the core things, there are three core things: mitigation, just like we said, hazard mapping, and we have the prevention, and we have forecasting, just like we said. But the prevention aspect is very, very important.
Okay.
It's very, very important, because there's this particular time in one local government, they always burn down the INEC office. I don't know what is their problem. And they will burn it very late in the night before fire service could be there. Havoc has been caused severely. The other time they did that, no pin was recovered. Everything burned down. So we now move there. And it didn't take the governor anything to erect the new building, and there's still an attempt. So what will happen? We move there. We now find out that in that INEC office, there's dwarf wall. The fence are too dwarf.
Okay.
Thick forests and thick darkness in the night. Immediately, we now call the person in charge. How can this place be like this? Because when you allow it like this, the disaster issue will still, that is the fire outbreak. Because when you see that fence, a small boy can even jump there and then cause havoc there. So immediately, we now tell them what to do. Raise the fence, put the wire gauze, you get it, then light up.
That's right.
The environment. And once that was done, everything, no attempt again. That local government is even at peace now. Nothing like that happened again. We did not have any record. So that prevention will move out in case there's any maybe heavy downpour. We'll move out to know whether there's anything like cable, is it still standing? All those things. There's any possible, because we already know the possible areas where flooding can occur. So we move quickly to that and tell people what to do. Creating awareness is one of the major things to prevent. And telling them what to do if it occurs.
That's right.
You know what?
Very interesting.
This is very interesting.
Yeah.
How do you even forecast intending or potential disaster?
Yes, there are quite a number of ways. I already mentioned the Nigerian Geological Services and their reports, which have been studied. Of course, the NIMET, very early in the year, the NIMET will always release and tell you how the pattern of rainfall and whether the threat of flooding might occur. These things we pay very serious attention to it.
Okay.
And we know that if we are able to effectively communicate this to communities, especially those areas where, just like you talk about hazard mapping. Hazard mapping is very, very important. We know already the areas that already are prone to this kind of, especially flooding, because the issues in Enugu include flooding, gully erosions, landslides, windstorms.
Okay.
Fire disasters and public health emergencies. Not to mention, of course, building collapses and accidents and the like. So we have mapped Enugu, and maybe as we proceed in the program, we can tell you those areas that are prone to certain disasters. So these things are very, very. So when we know these areas, we're able to go to those particular locations with our team. Usually, we will not do it alone. Like I told you, we work very closely with the National Emergency Management Agency, NEMA, very closely with the State Emergency Management Agency, the SEMA of the states, and of course the LEMCs, which are the local emergency management committees. All of these are what we call institutionalized bodies that collaborate effectively with the nscdc to ensure this. We also teach people that with your phones, that's very important, with your phones you can actually get critical information about the weather pattern, about the possibility of rainfall, or whether it is a heavy rain, or whether it's going to be a shower. We are all blessed with our Android phones, and we can all, in the comfort of our homes, punch on it, and ask questions and ask about for the next 3 days, how is it going to be like? So that you know exactly whether to step out or whether to remain indoors, or when you're stepping out to come out prepared. Yeah, so these are all parts of the kinds of things we do. We also monitor, along with other agencies, the increase in the height of the level of the rivers, the surrounding rivers. This is also part of the thing we study in collaboration with other agencies that are directly responsible for that kind of thing. And so we get these reports, and when we are sure that something is about to happen, we warn those who are living in low areas, who are living in valleys and all of that they should know, please, that they are at risk. And we tell them what to do. Of course, come up higher is one way. Leave the area entirely
for the meantime.
And then we take reports from what has happened in previous years and know the potential of something dreadful happening. And we keep
that's wonderful of you. That's wonderful. Madam, let me come back to you. I understand you do your evacuation and rescue operations. At the cost of that, you rescue casualties. What do you do about their emergency medical services?
Good. You know, let's talk about when you get to disaster scene. Evacuation is very, very important. Who and who to evacuate? There are so many casualties, people lying. Some are saying my leg, oh, some are saying my head, my hands. Oh. Those people are fractures. They can be managed later. But you see those people lying down, those that are bleeding, that's the people that need immediate evacuation. You first of all, a new evacuation, just movement of people from danger area to a safer place. You move them from danger area to a safer place. Onward, proceeding to the medical centers, where the medical team there will assist them immediately. Then you can now come back to those people that have fractures. Their own, it can be sustained till you come back.
Who takes care of the hospital bills?
The hospital bills, it depends. Like I said, it depends. Road accident like this, the family take care.
Okay. Okay.
The family take care because some of us manage our cars. You know that your car has brake issues. Instead of you to go and fix it, you want to, please, oh, I've not gotten money. You're endangering your life and the life of others. So when something happens, do you expect who to pay the hospital? It's you. It will fall on you. So that next time you be very, very careful.
Notwithstanding that, of course, you already know that the NSCDC has we have a modest clinic within the state command, and that is very interesting. And this clinic can assist in in first aid provision for injured persons. But there is a limit to what we can do. Of course, that comes at no charge at all.
Okay.
To the victims. First aid provision to victims on the at the scene of accidents comes at no charge. The NSCDC takes care of all of that. But some very serious cases, there may be need for referrals to hospitals and so on and so forth. So at that point, family members are contacted. In some cases, the government can even come in and depending on the scale of the disaster and offer to pay off the bills of some of these people. But the work is basically humanitarian. And depending on the scale, even the hospitals at the point know that they must participate in a very large-scale disaster like that, where people are injured and people are bleeding profusely. Something is done first to stabilize them before further actions.
Okay, that's the way I'm feeling. Since you have the ability, because of the trainings you receive, to forecast potential crisis that is likely going to occur, why don't you double up your effort so that you'll be able to forecast all the crises and then you arrest them before it occurs? Then to save lives and property.
One thing about it, about disasters, is that it's not as if you're talking of eliminating them entirely. Somehow they just have.
Yeah, can they be eliminated? I'm talking about lives and property here.
Well, total eradication, we know, even in the very developed, super developed countries like the Americas and so on and so forth, we know that they are still facing a lot of challenges. Nature is very aggressive, very powerful. We see what happens in the United States every year, where entire towns are ravaged by hurricanes and so on and so forth. So I will tell you the truth that these things happen, but we can only do our best. Like I told you, that the goal is to build resilience. Resilience means people are able to participate in. And when everybody adds a little, to the common pool, the common mix, you find out that we're able to do something. And significant too. Because when people begin to understand that they should begin to clear out their drainages, for instance, and not throw in refuse. Some people, when the rain begins to fall, it's the best opportunity for them to carry all the refuse in their house and throw into the rain, which will move it, of course, to block drainages. And then what happens? As the rain continues to fall, what happens? There is no place for the water to pass.
Don't think there's a need for sensitization.
There is need for sensitization to people who are building their houses along river channels.
Then who does the sensitization? Is it not part of your job?
Yes, it is part of our job.
Okay.
It is part of our job.
Okay.
And,
what are you waiting for?
Now, remember, the NSCDC is actively on this. I told you that we we always collaborate with other agencies, and we do it together. And like, for instance, there are moments when stakeholder meetings are called, and we decide on a particular area to go for sensitization. We've done that several times with the NEMA. We've done that with NEMA. We've done that with SEMA. Many times. We go to communities. We actually go to communities. Many times we've gone to OG, we've gone to Aninri to warn them about the potential flooding and all of that, and what they can do and actions they can take. Are you there? We also have, the NSC also has we also have the CDCPN, which is the Civil Defense Community Partnership Network, where prominent individuals within the communities around Enugu State, they are all members. And these are people who can give us intelligence on what is happening within their local environment. That's early warning we're talking about.
Okay.
And tell us exactly what's happening within the areas.
Okay.
And the threats that they face.
Of course, that's a preemption to the question I want to throw to the Madam DCC. Yes, I wanted to ask, coming to think of it, how do you even gather information to maybe be promptly go into your emergency services?
You know, and in our NSCDC, we have NSCDC management unit in all the local governments. You know, NSCDCs deal with the grassroots. We are federal and equally in grassroots area. So we have our personnel in all the local governments. And just like you mentioned, we have private individual that will be brought into NSCDC that can give us prompt and accurate intelligent information.
How do you get to them? I'm talking about this individual. I'm interested in them. Yes, they stay steadily in the communities.
Yeah.
They don't move to the cities. Or how do they do it?
All right. The NSCDC, just like she said, we are a grassroots security agency. That means that we have the advantage of our tentacles reaching right down into the communities. We have our divisional officers. We have actually 37 of them. Before we used to have just 17 for the 17 local government areas of Enugu State. But with the coming of the present the substantive commandant, Commander Elijah Etimwili, he created an additional 20 more, what do we call, divisional units. So we have 37 now with divisional officers there and with their personnel there. And all of them, that's the whole idea, is to bring security closer to the people and to bring intelligence also closer to the civil defense. So we're able to get more information from. So people, of course, when there are distress calls, people call in and say, okay, we have a problem in our area, we have a problem in this area or that area. Are you there? That's one way. People also have access to our divisional officers within the local government areas. And when they bring this information, they know what to do. If it's beyond them, they radio to the headquarters, and from there we can network. You see, it is not a one-man show. No single entity wants to take the glory. No, it is everybody, all hands on deck, like we say in disaster management. All hands must be on deck to be able to nip in the bud as quickly as possible.
Okay, that taking. Coming to think of it, those individuals, are they just stakeholders of the community or they are officers of the NSCDC?
They are stakeholders in the community.
Okay, they have nothing to do with the NSCDC apart from they are working in collaboration with you?
Yeah, you're talking about the stakeholders, the
yes.
disaster management. Okay, no. Let's mention them now. Let's mention them. These stakeholders I am talking about are, they include the NEMA. I mentioned the NEMA, the National Emergency Management Agency.
I thought we were talking about stakeholders in different communities.
Okay, is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
All right. Now we're talking about the CDCPN. These are people, ordinary people, who are handpicked because of their integrity within the communities. Are you there? So these are people, just people like they could be youth leaders, for instance. They could be the PGs of communities. So they could be women leaders. You get the point? So these people are referred to us as people who have some level of integrity and who can give us genuine information about things going on within their communities. Are you there? So, of course, the traditional rulers are stakeholders. Traditional rulers are stakeholders. And quite many other, even the youths of the community are stakeholders. So, in fact, the whole idea is to let the community know that they are stakeholders. Because most of the time, they are the first responders. Remember, when something happens within their community, they are the first responders.
All right, you will tell us more about that. Thank you so much. We want to observe a short break. And when we come back, you're going to speak to us about the recent rescue operations you had at Aneke Forest.
Thank you very much.
At the 1st of this June.
Thank
you so much. Our viewer want to observe a short break. Please don't go away. We'll be right back.
the insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
It will take the bold mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter whose ox is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last blood.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on the Insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us.
All right, back from the short break. Our topic has been the disaster management of the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps. Thank you so much. I've been in the studio with the head Disaster Management Unit, nscdc, Enugu State Command, and then Deputy Commandant of Corps, Chidebere Christiana Chime. And then I also have the PA to the State Commandant of the nscdc, Enugu State Command, Superintendent of Corps, Watu Emmanuel A. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Let's continue. Before we went on the short break, I wanted you to give us an insight on what happened, in short, the rescue operations of the nscdc, Enugu State Command on the 1st of June to rescue a kidnapped victim at Onoba, Nike Forest.
Indeed, that is one story that highlights the increasing challenges we are having with kidnappers. They continue to find out new ways, evolve new ideas on how to kidnap for ransom. Kidnap for ransom. And of course, in some other cases, they kidnap for organs, for harvesting of organs. So they are quite, it's becoming a very complex situation. And the security agencies, of course, are not resting. Certainly the nscdc is not resting. And that's why we are continually on the lookout for such cases, such incidents where we can intervene. Remember that the nscdc is a veritable partner in ensuring the security of lives and property. And so that incident you are referring to is one that shocked many people because this man, the man in question, is a butcher. And he, had some conversation with somebody he normally would, has had some business with him in the past. And the whole idea was to buy some cattle at that particular place. But that place he was buying the cattle from is not a designated market. Okay. And that's just the thing. It's not a designated cattle market. And we worry about this because we really want the public to know that they should, if they want to purchase a livestock, please go to a regular designated market. Don't go to some forests, hideouts, where you could be, your life could be in danger. And so the man went there and had what was like a successful deal to purchase some, I think about 700,000 for the particular cow. And it had been agreed, and he was about to move out with the cattle when the seller became adamant and said no, that he's not going to release the animal for that price. And then he disappeared. All of a sudden, some 3 men emerged. They were armed with AK-47. One had an AK-47, 2 pistols, and machete. And it was an attack on him. They attacked him on the head, cut him in various places of his body. We're of course not talking much about this because of the fact that the investigations are still on. But that is just exactly the gory thing that happened. The young man, they contacted his wife for ransom. And the wife smartly knew that she had to contact security agencies. And that was how the nscdc came into the picture, because they had contacted her to pay some ransom. So, but the nscdc knew that we had to stick to her like glue to ensure that we got to the root of the matter. So while when she was going there to deliver it, was when the arrests of these culprits was made. But there are still others at large. The investigation is still not concluded. So we don't want to push too much.
But already that's a success story.
Yes, there's a success story because the victim has been is now safe. Though he spent about a week at the colliery hospital, for those terrible. These people are nasty. I mean, it's people who go through this kind of experiences. They need some very serious rehabilitation. And people who perform this kind of dastardly acts, really need God in their lives. It is inhuman, to say the least. So we all need to be very conscious. So it's a call to all Nigerians to be.
Yes, I want to be emphatic in talking to Nigerians.
Yes.
So that they should be conscious of where they are going for transactions.
Yes, indeed. Yes. Be conscious about your transactions. Please, when you move around, be conscious of your environments. Even when maybe you are on an Okada and you want to go to your house, please stop. Don't stop exactly at your house. Some of these people are, they will monitor you to your very house. So sometimes you find some smart ways of ensuring that you don't even, the Okada man doesn't get to know where you really live. Stop some blocks away. Nothing stops you. Pay him off, let him go. Then you
track back.
Yeah, because so we must find ways of ensuring that, for example, people who are on social media, you see how people are always displaying their wealth on social media. That's
which is wrong.
It's totally wrong. It's an anomaly. So that should stop. Because the more you do that, the more some people are taking interest in you. You show them that you have money, then they will come for the money. And so this, because they don't just pick on anybody. They must have something that they are trailing, something they've seen in you. And that's what they really want to do. So please be careful how you do your business. Be careful who you do business with, and ensure that you deal with people who have proven integrity. Ensure that you get proper people who do business with people who are sound and not people who are, ragtag.
Okay, thank you so much. At this juncture, the Aneke TV gives it to the NSCDC and with the command.
Thank you so much.
Up to you. Then we'll believe in you.
Thank you
so much. They're going to do more like that.
Thank you so much.
Yes. Madam, let me come back to you. Okay. Let's talk about your duties in relocating threatened casualties to a new location.
Okay. Our duty, we have equipment. We have trained personnel. We have standby vehicle. Our boss understands the importance of disaster management when it comes to disaster. We have standby vehicle. We have ambulance standing by, filled up to the brim. Because, like I said, wherever you see human, there's possible disaster events.
Got taken.
Then, you keep on saying that security is everybody's business. Now, security is everybody's, not only business, but life. Security is everybody's life. So in disaster management, everybody should be up and doing. Because life will lost, property will lost, and you endanger others. The economic things will be lost too, like in flooding. You have maybe scarcity of food by the next year if we continue happen. So all this thing is everybody should be on the deck to prevent so that it will not happen at all.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm interested in where you are taking the casualties to.
Yeah.
The stranded casualties. I'm interested in where you are taking to. Are there already prepared grounds that all of a sudden you take them there, or to individual houses, or to government house, or where?
Yeah, that's a very important question. The NSCDC.
Let me come in small. He said that we'll have good established personnel units, depending on the level of the casualty. We can take them there for first aid on no charges. Then, if it's too much, you will now take them to medical centers.
Let's talk about relocation now. Supposing it's a structural collapse, you can't bring them back to the house after 1 week because the building is already collapsed. Where do you take them to the new ground? That's what
I got your point. Now we are talking about management of evacuated casualties, right? All right. So maybe an accident happens, for instance, and people are injured. Is that what you're talking about? And we move them from that.
Let's be specific with building collapse now.
Building collapse.
Yes. Where do you take them to?
Okay. Depending on the scale, what is the scale? As we need to know the scale. Is it a very large scale of many people injured or something?
In whatever scale where there are casualties, Like for instance, nobody died.
Yeah.
But there are a lot of people have missed their home, and they have to be taken to other places. There are people who didn't sustain injuries.
I got your point. Now, first of all, remember, like I think she tried to enlighten us on the priorities, during evacuation of injured persons. She mentioned the fact that some people are bleeding. Many people lose their lives because of maybe no timely intervention to rush them to the hospital. There are some cases where they need to be rushed straight to the hospital.
Okay.
Because if they are not rushed to the hospital, what happens? They die. We talk about the golden hour in disaster management, which is the time it takes for you to reach the scene, which should not go beyond, in fact, 10, 15 minutes. 15 minutes is too much. 10 minutes is ideal. That's the golden hour. And so the moment the disaster call comes in, we begin to work. We have to reduce all bottlenecks that will prevent us from leaving the command. The commandant knows that must be followed. So when we reach the scene, and we need to give priority to those who need the priority. Those who are bleeding profusely, we need to worry about stopping the bleeding and then throwing them into the ambulance as quickly as possible, moving them to the hospital because of loss of blood, so that they will be properly stabilized. There are some people who will be unconscious, who are maybe having irregular breathing. We need to assist them sometimes with what we call CPR, which is cardiopulmonary resuscitation. Okay. So that's what the common man will call mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. These things are done to ensure that some people who may have a pulse, somebody may have a pulse, but may not be breathing. Such a person needs to be revived.
Resuscitated.
Then we have people who have spinal cord injuries. You may see somebody whose eye is open, but he's not talking. And so if you just grab him and throw him into the ambulance, you might be causing more damage than you know. The man is not talking, and you didn't ask him. You needed to tap him and ask him, "Can you hear me?" For instance, "Can you hear me?" If you can hear me, blink your eyes twice, for instance. And the person blinks his eyes twice, but he's not able to talk. Something's wrong. Could it be he has a broken spinal cord someplace? So that may be an issue. And so such people need special technique for them to be taken out of this place. Those who have maybe fractures may need to just be taken a distance away, because they have the lowest priority, as it were. Somebody's crying my hand, we know his problem. So we just need to stabilize him, maybe put a tourniquet around his neck and hold the arm up so that he doesn't feel so much pain. Are you there? Or my leg. But at the end of the day, everybody is eventually taken. So we'll just take them away from that zone to another place. In some cases, it may be maybe a clearing, a distance away from that particular accident or building collapse, for instance, that is safe, away from the debris and away from the other hazards that may present. A building collapses, there may be other hazards around there. So we need to take them away from that zone entirely. Yes, and then if they are injured, first aid might be administered to them at those places where they are taken to. And from there, they are now taken to the hospital.
Okay, thank you so much. In this case, how do you demarcate, Madam, I'm on to you now. How do you demarcate the danger zones to avoid further casualties?
Sorry, do you mean when there's already...
After the evacuation.
Okay.
Yes. What do you do about the scene, the disaster scene?
Like he said before, we cannot do it alone. We have to collaborate with other agencies. Like, if there's any disaster issue, as you are going, you are calling. How is it? Is it road accident? You are calling, and you are calling the Federal Road Safety. And we have personnels, trained personnels. So they have to cordon the place. Because if we don't do that, some people would like to come and view instead of helping. They will want to come and...
Okay. Or loot. Or loot even.
Or loot even.
So you should cordon the place, and the crowd should be, wide away. They should not come close to avoid further disaster in that particular area. So these people, the road safety, they are there to control and then tell other computers another escape route where they will follow, not coming closer to the danger.
Okay.
So,
okay. CS Wato,
yes, please.
What do you do about your distribution of coordinated materials?
That's
or relief materials.
Very, very important. That comes again to the collaboration that exists, because that is a culture, and it is a culture that we must continue to promote, that of the fact that disasters are our collective responsibility, and we must work together hand in hand. We know that in Nigeria, that the NEMA, which is the National Emergency Management Agency, and of course its state counterpart, the SEMA, they play a coordinating role with other security agencies during major disasters in the country. And we also know that, of course, the NEMA plays a very critical role, which is that of liaising with the federal governments, just as the SEMA would liaise with the state governments for the provision of certain contingency requirements, which are important in disaster intervention. Things like blankets, for instance, things like medicines, for instance, food, for instance, water. These are issues which come up during disasters. And so the nscdc, we boast a relatively large manpower. Now, that's one thing we really know we have compared to very many of the other security agencies. Of course, we have more manpower than the FRSC, than the NDLEA, than the DSS, for instance, and so on and so on. Perhaps we may not be up to that of the police or the army, but compared to others, we boast a relatively large manpower. And that manpower comes very handy when it comes to distribution of medicine supplies, that's talking about equitable distribution, because we work hand in hand with the NEMA and the SEMA to ensure that the food and medicine reaches these particular people who need it the most. Because usually there is a documentation that happens to ensure that, because sometimes people will come from trying to break into such camps, maybe IDP camps and so on, to grab whatever they can grab. So there is a documentation that happens to ensure that when distribution happens, it really goes to those who are really affected. So the nscdc is central to this. And the NEMA knows this, and the SEMA knows this, that you can't have a very equitable distribution without the calling on the nscdc to assist. So our officers are always ready, and also ready to protect those items, those belongings, which could, because looting happens, like you already rightly highlighted. And the nscdc plays both roles of security, that area, alongside with other security agencies, role of evacuation, role of search and rescue, because we work also with the fire service too in search and rescue operations. And also the NSC plays a very important role in building temporary shelters. This must also be highlighted. This is one other thing that the NSCDC knows that is our role during major emergencies, that we can assist in building, assisting other fires. We can assist the fire service in putting out fires. We can assist in repair of infrastructure, damaged infrastructure. So all of this is because of the large manpower base that we have, and also the training. Because not everybody should be in this business. I am telling you the truth, frankly.
Yeah, it's not for everybody.
Yes, it's not for everybody, because if you are somebody who is always anxious, high blood pressure, you may not be the right person for the disaster management unit.
It's okay.
And if you are somebody who is also cold-hearted, so you must be somewhere in between, because the anxiety will push you to take right action.
Okay, that's taken. Madam, you are the head of disaster management unit. How do you always feel when you go out for your emergency services and you perform your duties successfully?
That's beautiful. You know, when you perfect your duties successfully, you will be happy too. Because you have served man and you have served God. So you'll be fulfilled. That is why the quick response, we don't joke with it. And that is why our boss knows that when it comes to disaster issues, he quickly releases funds. So many things, personnel, please rush. And all those things will be successful and everybody will be happy. The masses will be happy.
Okay, thank you so much.
You must have that humanitarian heart, you see, when you are in disaster management. Because the real joy is not a place, not a money-making venture.
At all.
We've had many situations where we have to spend out of our pockets. I'm telling you the truth. Where we intervene and then we end up, because maybe the clinic says we don't have the nearest clinic there where we have taken those victims to. They say they don't have enough of this, they don't have enough of that. What do? We, officers out of their pockets, we spend. So we have that understanding that it is life, saving lives first before any other thing. The average civil defense officer knows that. We must save life first before any other thing. And that's the way we take it.
Okay, I am very interested in the public enlightenment.
Yes.
Yeah, that is organizing community programs on the prevention of all of these disasters. How, what's the interval of time you do that?
Yes.
Or is it not a regular program in your office?
Yeah, it is something that is done quarterly.
Okay.
It's done quarterly, and mostly, like I told you, it is something because of the varied nature of disaster. You know, disaster is a multidisciplinary, multi-agency kind of thing, intervention. So it is something that we don't just do it like that. We just wake up and do it like that. No, we do it in collaboration. And because we are stakeholders with the NEMA and the SEMA, we are always on our queue to know when such interventions will come. So we do it in collaboration. It's better that way.
Okay.
People are able to get the best of both worlds, as it were, from all the various stakeholders who come to participate and tell them what they really need to do. But of course, sometimes it comes really when there is the need. Most of the such interventions come when there is the need for it. Like now that there is flooding now, the plans are ongoing. Are you there? To really reach out to those areas, even though a lot is because of people's response. Because people are beginning to understand more about how this happens, that we need to let this water move for our safety, for our own safety. So you can see that there's been a yearly improvement. We've not been hearing all those kind of nasty flood disasters that we used to hear of before. People are taking action based on the
okay, thank you so much. Madam, on a conclusive note, I want you to speak to the community and then the citizens on how they should be very conscious of disaster at all times.
Thank you very much. Just like I said, disaster management is everybody's life and business. Please, I want to talk of those women that normally lock up their children inside, maybe their kids, toddlers. You lock them up inside a flat. Please desist from there. Because they are toddlers, they can play with matches and everything. Because I had an incident that happened one certain time. The child struck and then throw it. When it started burning inside, just throw it on the mattress. And the whole flat got burnt. And another thing is that we talk of the drainages. Please don't block. Even if you see your neighbor, because during rainy season, you see if it's raining, you see people coming to put their trash in a gutter. That thing will go somewhere and then block. And you know, water must find its route. It must find a way of moving. It might even fall back and start coming back to come and stress you. So we should be our neighbor's keeper, telling people your neighbor can be deviating. Tell the people, no, don't do this.
Okay.
You endanger life.
Not taking. Thank you so much. CS, I want you to just briefly, I want to direct the attention to the government that has always been there for you, just briefly, because of time.
To the government, I want to, have always been very excited about the government of the day, that is that of the very honorable executive governor of Enugu State, who is doing so much for this state, and I am telling him to please continue. Assuring you that the nscdc is standing strong. The NSC is standing strong with you and with your government to ensure that we continue to support you in every way we can to ensure the safety of people in Enugu State. And then to the people, I want you all to know that this is a season of a lot of insecurity and challenges all over. Kidnapping is rife. Please do well to protect yourself. And when I say protect yourself, I'm talking about the need for you to ensure that you take a lot of security tips seriously. Ensure that you lock up your houses when you go to bed. Ensure you secure your homes properly. Ensure that you register for self-defense classes.
Okay.
Yeah, we need to have to be, to be ready.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yes, thank you so much. The PA to the commandant of the nscdc Enugu State Command, the superintendent of course. Watu, Emmanuel, thank you so much for coming. And thank you so much, the head of Disaster Management Unit, nscdc Enugu State Command, Deputy Commandant of Corps, Chidebere Christian Achime. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you. Yes, our viewer, it has been a nice time we shared with you, talking on the disaster management of the nscdc. Thank you so much. I just urge you to keep to the safety measures anyhow and anywhere you can. I remain Chukwamaka Obase. Do have a wonderful day ahead of you.
In a world where safety matters and vigilance saves lives,
information is power, awareness is protection.
from our streets to our homes, from local communities to national security, Security Watch brings you timely reports, expert analysis, and trusted updates on security issues that matter to you.
Stay alert, stay informed, stay safe.
Security Watch, every week only on Aneke TV.
Security is not just police on patrol. It is safety in homes, schools, markets, and mines. Without it, progress is impossible. Be alert, report danger, support community watch. True security is collective responsibility.
Good evening and welcome to News at 3 on Aneke TV. I am Onyinyechi and I'm glad to have you join us. The headlines. United Nations Secretary General appoints Nigerian diplomat Ahunna Ezeakonwa Special Advisor on Africa. Troops kill suspected terrorists, rescue 3 kidnapped victims in Zamfara. Details of the news. United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres has appointed Ahunna Ezeakonwa of Nigeria as Special Advisor on Africa. She succeeds Christina Durte of Cape Verde, whose service to the organization was acknowledged by the Secretary General. Mrs. Ezeakonwa currently serves as Assistant Secretary General of the United Nations, Assistant Administrator and Director of the Regional Bureau for Africa at the United Nations Development Programme. In that role, she oversees development programs across 46 African countries, supporting the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals and the African Union's Agenda 2063. With nearly 3 decades of experience within the United Nations system, she has served as resident coordinator, humanitarian coordinator, and resident representatives in Ethiopia, Uganda, and Lesotho. She also previously led humanitarian operations across several African countries as chief of the Africa section at the United Nations Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs. Mrs. Ezeakonwa holds a master's degree in international affairs from Columbia University and a bachelor's degree from University of Benin. The appointment is being viewed as another significant milestone for Nigeria's representation in international diplomacy and development in leadership. Governor Maimala Buni has approved the appointment of Alhaji Yerima Ibn Mahmoud as the new emir of Ngazamgamo in Yobe State. The appointment was announced in a statement issued in Damaturu by the acting secretary to the state government, Dr. Mohammed Koji. The new emir succeeds the late Alhaji Tijani ibn Saleh, who died recently in Egypt following a prolonged illness. Before his elevation, Alhaji Yerima ibn Mahmud served as Turaki Ngazagamu for 16 years. He also represented his constituency in the Yobe State House of Assembly and later served in the State Executive Council, including as Commissioner for Livestock Development. Governor Buni congratulated the new monarch and urged him to deploy his experience in promoting peace, unity and development across the emirate. The governor also called on residents to support the new emir in advancing stability, prosperity and harmonious coexistence within the traditional institution. The Catholic Diocese of Enugu in Enugu State the Catholic Diocese of Nsukka in Enugu State has dismissed claims that recent comments by the Bishop of Nsukka regarding the demolition of shops at Ogige Market were politically motivated. In a statement signed by the Director of Communications of the Diocese, Reverend Father Emmanuel Asadu, the church maintained that the bishop's remarks were made in course of his pastoral responsibilities and should not be interpreted as partisan political commentary. According to the diocese, the bishop spoke during the funeral of Catechist John Otta, whose family was reportedly affected by the demolition exercise at Ogige Market. The church said the comments were intended to draw attention to the suffering of affected residents and encourage compassion and justice. The diocese reaffirmed its commitment to speaking against actions that negatively affect the welfare of citizens, stressing that its mission includes defending human dignity, promoting social justice, and offering moral guidance to public office holders and society at large. Security agencies in Enugu State have arrested 6 suspected criminals linked to major security breaches and recovered a large cache of arms and ammunition during coordinated operations across the state. Governor Petermbah disclosed this while inspecting the recovered weapons at the Enugu office of the Department of State Services. He said the suspects were among individuals previously declared wanted for violent crimes and attacks on security personnel. Items recovered include 17 AK-47 rifles, a general-purpose machine gun, a rocket-propelled weapon, hand grenades, tear gas canisters, magazines, military-style uniform, and more than 1,000 rounds of ammunition. The governor attributed the breakthrough to enhanced collaboration among security agencies and investments in modern security infrastructure. Governor Mbah commended officers of the DSS, the police, the Nigerian Army, and other security services for their efforts. He reiterated that Enugu State would maintain a zero-tolerance approach to crime, warning criminal elements that they would be identified, arrested, and prosecuted. He also urged landlords to properly verify prospective tenants, noting that property owners have a responsibility to support security efforts within their communities. You're watching Aneke TV News at 3. You can follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Now a quick reminder of major stories and developments in the news. United Nations Secretary General appoints Nigerian diplomat Ahunna Ezeakonwa Special Advisor on Africa. Coming up shortly, troops neutralized suspected terrorists, rescued 3 kidnapped victims during Zamfara operation. We'll be back shortly.
Frontline Africa is Aneke TV's flagship current affairs program, where critical national and continental issues take center stage.
On Frontline Africa, we examine politics, the economy, security, business, health, and a wide range of other key sectors shaping society.
The program is insightful, engaging, and interactive, providing a platform for informed analysis and meaningful public discourse.
Here, issues are discussed raw, balanced, and expertly with depth, clarity, and a commitment to fact and accountability.
Join us every Saturday at 5 in the evening, only on Aneke TV.
Welcome back. Zamfara State First Lady Hajiya Huriya Dauda Lawal has reaffirmed her commitment to advancing girl-child education and women empowerment across the state. In a statement issued by her press secretary, Rabi Yusuf, the First Lady said her office would continue to champion policies and programs aimed at improving access to education for girls and protecting them from gender-based violence. The statement noted that Hajiya Huriya Lawal has intensified advocacy campaigns across communities, engaging parents, traditional rulers, religious leaders, and other stakeholders to encourage the education of the girl child and remove barriers limiting female participation in education. According to the statement, more than 5,000 women benefited from business support initiatives and financial empowerment programs in 2025. The First Lady pledged sustained collaboration with community groups and development partners to strengthen economic opportunities for women and promote social inclusion across Zamfara State. The Nigerian Army says troops of Sector 2, Operation Fasanyama, have neutralized a suspected terrorist, rescued 3 kidnapped victims, and destroyed bandits' hideouts during operations in Zamfara State. According to operational reports released in Abuja, the operation was carried out on June 12th in Zumi and Shinkafi local government areas as part of ongoing efforts to combat banditry and other criminal activities in the northwest region. The report stated that troops engaged armed criminals during a fighting patrol around Birnin Saba, Yambuki, and Sabongeri Dawa communities. One suspect was neutralized during the encounter, while others fled from the area. Military authorities said troops recovered weapons, ammunition, motorcycles, mobile phones, and other items from the scene. The army added that the rescued victims were safely evacuated, while offensive operations would continue until criminal groups are dismantled and peace restored to affected communities. The Katsina state government has confirmed the death of retired Major General Rabi Abubakar while the custody of the bandits. The confirmation was contained in a statement issued by the Commissioner for Internal Security and Home Affairs, Nasur Mauzu, who described the development as a tragic loss to Katsina state and the nation. According to the government, the retired senior military officer died from health complications while in captivity, despite efforts by security agencies and the state government to secure his release. Governor Diko Umaru Radar extended condolences to the family of the deceased and pledged continued collaboration with security agencies to address insecurity and protect lives across the state. Major General Abubakar was abducted alongside his wife on May 30th while traveling within Katsina State. The Anambra State government has demolished a collapsed 3-story building under construction at Umoji in Idemili North local government area. The demolition followed technical assessments conducted by the Ministry of Physical Planning and Urban Development, which declared the structure unsafe and a potential threat to lives and neighboring properties. Commissioner for Physical Planning and Urban Development, Barrister Chike Ojukwu, said preliminary investigations indicated that the building failed due to poor construction practices, the use of substandard materials, and multiple violations of approved building regulations. The commissioner warned developers and contractors to comply strictly with planning laws and building standards, stressing that government would continue enforcement measures aimed at safeguarding lives, protecting property and promoting orderly urban development across the state. United States forward Folarin Balogun scored twice as the United Nations defeated Paraguay 4-1 in their opening match of the 2026 FIFA World Cup. Balogun opened scoring in the 31st minute before adding a second goal shortly before halftime to give his side a commanding advantage. The Braves also saw the striker become the first American player in 96 years to score more than one goal in a single FIFA World Cup match, according to tournament records. Born in Brooklyn, New York, to Nigerian parents, Balogun was eligible to represent Nigeria, England, and the United States before choosing the American national team. Speaking after the match, he described the achievement as a dream come true. Nigerian music star Peter Okoye, popularly known as Mr. P, has dismissed calls by some social media users urging him to retire from active music performance. The singer, who is one half of the former P-Square music group, responded during an interview with the Beat FM Lagos, where he insisted that age should not determine an artist's relevance in the entertainment industry. Mr. P cited the example of the late global music icon, Michael Jackson, who remained active in music and international performances well into his later years. The 44-year-old performer maintained that there is no retirement age in music, adding that creativity and audience acceptance remain the key factors that determine longevity in the industry. And now, to end the news, here are the main points again. United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres has appointed Nigerian development experts and senior United Nations officials, Mrs. Ahunna Ezeakonwa, as special advisor on Africa. Mrs. Ezeakonwa who currently serves as Assistant General of the United Nations and Director of the Regional Bureau for Africa at the United Nations Development Programme, succeeds Ms. Christina Duta of Cape Verde. The Nigerian Army says troops of Sector 2, Operation Fasten Yama, have neutralized a suspected terrorist, rescued 3 kidnapped victims and destroyed a bandits' camp during operation in Zumi and Shinkafi local government areas of Zamfara state. Military authorities say the operation forms part of ongoing efforts to restore peace and tackle criminal activities across the northwest region. That concludes the news. For breaking news, eyewitness reports, and story updates, please call 0703-043-7110. You can also follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV for more news and current affairs updates. I am Onyinyechi Ugu. Thank you for watching.
Chinua Achebe taught the world that African stories matter. Through Things Fall Apart, gave voice to the colonized and challenged stereotypes. His legacy is proof that the pen can shape perception and preserve identity.
Ebonyi State, the salt of the nation. Located in the heart of southeastern Nigeria, is a story of transformation, resilience, and pride. Created on October 1, 1996, by the administration of General Sani Abacha, the state was carved out from parts of Enugu and Abia states. Its capital, Abakaliki, has grown from a quiet provincial settlement into one of the most rapidly developing urban centers in the region. The name Ebonyi is derived from the Ebonyi River, while its slogan, the salt of the nation, reflects the state historic salt deposits in Amachara and Uburu, which were once central to trade and local industry. These salt lakes stand as living symbols of self-reliance and the resourcefulness of the Ebonyi people. Culturally, Ebonyi is a proud custodian of Igbo heritage. The people are known for their strong communal spirit, creativity, and deep connection to their traditions. The New Yam Festival, Ogene music, Nkwa Umuaboho dance, and the colorful displays of masquerades all reflect the beauty and vibrancy of the state's cultural life. In villages across the land, pottery, weaving, and blacksmithing are still practiced, reminding visitors that in Ebonyi, the past lives side by side with modern aspirations. Blessed with rich soil and abundant natural resources, Ebonyi is a major producer of rice, yam, cassava, maize, and palm produce. The Abakaliki rice mill, one of the oldest in Nigeria, remains a symbol of the state's agricultural heritage and its determination to feed the nation. Beneath its soil lie deposits of limestone, lead, zinc, marble, and of course, salt, all pointing to vast opportunities for industrial growth and investment. Over the years, Ebonyi has produced remarkable men and women who have made their mark on the national stage. Dr. Sam Egu, the state's first civilian governor and the former Minister of Education. Chief Martin Elichi, an accomplished administrator. Senator Anyim Pius Anyim, a former Senate President and Secretary to the Government of the Federation, and Engineer David Umahi, a visionary leader and the current Minister of Works, all embody the drive and discipline that define the Ebonyi spirit. From education to public service, from entrepreneurship to civic leadership, Ebonians continue to excel and inspire a new, determined to shape a brighter future. The lessons from Ebonyi's story are clear. It teaches the power of vision, unity, and perseverance. It reminds us that no beginning is too humble and no dream too distant. Through hard work and community efforts, the people of Ebonyi have turned their challenges into opportunities, rewriting their destiny with faith and determination. Today, Ebonyi stands tall, a land of salt and substance, of culture and courage, of tradition and transformation. The salt of the nation continues to shine, seasoning the story of Nigeria with hope, progress, and pride.
Aneke television. How agribo di egwu nkwago na ahia mgboji ogwugwu kakwa ogwugwu ema. How mbo wa bia na ihe ebube eme. Mgbagbu wa gbatawa na ihe ebube emewa. Aneke television na-emelu ogbe ya emela amadi ihe. Ị na-agba nkwụ, ị na-eme nkepụta nwa, ị na-akwa ozu, ị na-agba akwụkwọ. Bịawa na Aneke television, bịa ka ezuoru ozi ọma. Bịawa na Aneke television yidume. Na-emelu ogbe ya emela amadi ihe. Ume Igbo bịawo na nke a bụ nke anyị. Ị mara ebe oge ọrụ etiwo mọnwụ ntakịtị kwamowu si nne. Ya mere ha ji wee weta Aneke television. Ọ bụ onye gbagburu agụ nna. Ọ dị na soshal midia. Ọ dị na mgbagbu. Ọ dị n'Enugu steeti.
a sị na ekwekụọ ama agba ekwe ụmụ nwaanyị akụọla o ọkwa na nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị oge anyị ji akpa maka ọdịmma anyị karịkwa maka ọdịmma ezinụlọ nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị bụ ebe anyị na-akpa maka arụike anyị ndọrọ ndọrọ ọchịchị azụmahịa omenala ndị ahụ dị mma nakwa ihe ndị ahụ ga-eweta ọganihu n'obodo naanị ihe ị ga-eme bụ sonyela anyị na nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị ebe ahụ a na-akarị ihe na-eweta ọganihu n'obodo ndị nne ndị nna oge a bụkwa nke anyị sonyela anyị na Aneke TV n'ebe a na-emetụ aka na ihe ndị oyibo na-akpọ soshal midia na TikTok, YouTube, Facebook, X, Instagram ọkwa na Aneke TV ka ihe ndị a niile na-eme Aneke TV anyị apụọnụ. Ekene gị bụ onye ọma na-esonyela anyị na nke taa na nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị anyị bịara ka anyị mara ihe afịa nyere maka ọtụtụ mgbe ịjụọ ndị obodo anyị ka eke ụbọchị dị ha na-eti mkpu ihe siri ike nye akpata na nke ụbọchị nke taata nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị wee sị ka ha bake n'ime afịa ka anyị jụọ ndị mmadụ ka eke obi ha dị ka eke ọnọdụ obodo a si emetụta ha afịa anyị bata taata bụ new market ebe a na-azụ ebe a na-eme ihe niile ka anyị jụọ ha ọnọdụ obodo anyị ọ dị ha mma n'ahụ ka ọ dịrọ ha mma n'arụ maka ọtụtụ mgbe ka ndị mmadụ na-eti obodo bụ igwe ndị ụfọdụ asị gị na ndị nọ n'ime ebe aga ndị ụfọdụ asị gị na ndị nọ n'ime ebe chinchin ndị ụfọdụ asị na ndị nọ n'ime ebe ayọn mana ọ ga-aka mma ka ndị afịa jiri ọnụ ha wee kwuo abụ m Ngozi Ọtahumele dịka ị na-esonyela anyị na nke tata na Aneke TV ka anyị jụta ndị afịa ka obi dị ha ka o si emetụta ha n'ahụ nnu ihe anyị na-afụ ugbu a n'obodo anyị bụ Naịjirịa naanị ihe ị ga-eme bụ sonyela anyị ka anyị jụọ ndị mmadụ ka obi dị ha daalụrị nne.
Afa m bụ Mrs. Christiana Nwosu. Nne m isi m kwuo afịa dị very dull ịghọtago maka na onwe mgbe ọka ebe ịbata shọpụ mmanye dị gị as in people jụrụ ebe ama nkwede gị ịbata dị bịa jụọ m ajụjụ ifugo so afịa dị very dull ịgbara na ọmụntụ ụgwọ akwụkwọ ka anọ ọ na-emetụtakwa ọkwa nnukwu ịghọtago at least ile iwe lie mana ilero imanli fugo so ọ na-emetụta very well and ihe anọ kịta bụ mụntụ ụgwọ akwụkwọ ekwesịrị customers a na-eflow like before mgbe ego dị mana ifugo na ego adịrọ so ọ na-emetụta nna a na-anazi ụgwọ akwụkwọ obere oge kịta achụwa for school fees so n'ọnyanwa ọ na-emetụta ọfụma ọ bụ na ọ ga-enyelụtụ aka mee ịma na ihe dị costly now number one obudetela anyị ihe adịtụ mmazi na ọma ndịzi that high afịa dị ịghọtago then a na-akwụkwọ ụgwọ ọnwa because akwụkwọ ha ụgwọ ọnwa iwe ike bata afịa golo anyị afịa ịghọtago maka na afịa koko taa afịa dịrị ota asị na akwụbere ụgwọ akwụkwọ like month ịkpa ndị afịa aka n'ọnụ asị gị na ndị ọrụ oyibo adabatazi na anọ month ụgwọ akwụkwọ which is true so ọ bụ na gọọmenti ga-enyela aka mee ihe niile ihe agbadata then akwụkwọ ndị kwesịrị ịkwụ ụgwọ ha mee afịa na-aga market a na-eflow like security anyị nwere now ha na-agbanye ọkwa very very well because before iwere ike chefu imechi shop gị ịbata ịma mfụzidatị mana now shop gị yelo oye ịbata ihe ga-adịla and secondly ha fụ na shop gị yelo oye apichielu gị kama ị ga-emezi bụ ikwu obele ego emepelu gị so the security abịa na security dị mma ọ dị tight ya ndụmọdụ na-enye ha bụ na kịta abụrụzi mgbe a na-eche ka nwoke weta ịghọtago so ekwesị nwaanyị ọbụla enwere ihe ọ na-eme kwesị ka di gị dị alụgo ogologo ndụ ifugo ikwesị ọbụgodị ị ga-afụ ụsọ ụmụ nwaanyị na-elepịa wọta fụ ndị ga-eje nata akwụkwọ nri a na-ebugharị at least by ime ihe ahụ ịchọ ihe ị ga-eme ọ ga-enyela aka n'ezinụlọ mekwa di gị ahụ ọ strọgụl tụbatakwa ume adị ọ bụ ọzi ka ọ gba nke gị gbakwa ma nke nyanwa ga-agba ịghọtago so ndụmọdụ m na-enye ha bụ onye ọbụla gba mbọ chọọ ihe ọ ga na-alụ ka onye dị ya aka sit at home akwụsịgokwu ya but some jizia melụ mbọsị ezumike ha bụlụ mbọsị eji asụ akwa bụlụ mbọsị eji eme ọtụtụ ihe so ọ na-afịazi ụfọdụ arụ ịpụta for this afịa anya ịghọtago ụfọdụ na-apụtakwa na ndị anyị kacha ntị pụta yarela ihe ọbụla until afia gbasa obulu ego moto ke gbapụ bịa nọdụ yotago so anyị na-emezi akame ya nọ n'ụlọ laruwa ụla ka ga mma na-epụtali afia ị na-ene n'ụwa ụwa na-enene gị soro onyawa. Thank you ma. Thank you ma.
Afambo Mrs. Ogechiago but ejima m n'afia bụ nwaanyị ngwo. Anyị sikwa ijukwa m ka m kwuo ka o sedere m. Ọnọdụ afia kịta adụrọkwa anyị mma n'arụ. Ọ jọgbukwara ude na-eshigbuo nkakwụ maka na before insecurity anyị na-enwe experience now is XX ọ karịrị. Onwe mgbe before anyị amaghị ebe na break shop ma nke hụ onwe ịkwụchakwa m ụgwọ security abịa break shop ị na-ajụ nde ka ọ ma mme so obodo na-adịghị anyị oyi onye chịkwa na ọdịnya oyi ya gwa m ibe oshi fọta ihe anyị chọrọ ka gọọmenti mere anyị bụ maka achị na ofukitekwa imi ofukite enya gọọmenti ka batakara onye ọsọ enyemaka maka na anyị bụkwa ọka njọ anyị bụ ndị ụmụ ogbenye politicians ya na-eme abịasawo ha ka bịa aka mara ka ama mme ka ewefuru anyị tax mgbe gọọmenti ndị ọzọ chịchavuru bịa anyị amaghị ihe bụ tax ma nke gọọmenti hụ ọnwụ bịara anyị iwukwa nri riri wee kwụwa tax ana m akwụ tax onwe ya hụ gọọmenti na-emeri m ịgwa gị eziokwu mana gọọmenti na-ana m ego ọkwa nketa na nke echi ime oge akpọchie shọpụ gị ọnwa abụọ ka njọ gọọmenti batara anyị eze emeghe kanụ tụọ a karịa anyị bụ ndị ya ekere anyị bụ enwe n'ọfụ n'ọhịa otu aga acha a na-edoziri anyị ụzọ na onye gị na-agụ akaghị ada n'ụzọ ọma arụkọ idozichekwa ụzọ irighị ihe ịfụtakwa ịda ka anyị kara iju ewe anyị dawanya bụ garọp eyi ha onwe onye nye shuga n'ọnụ ọgbụfuo gọọmenti anyị chọrọ ka anyị nwebụ gọọmenti dị oyi onye na ịnabakwa be enye ụra na ọ bụ ịda ekwe iwere anya na tinye anya anyị chọrọ onye na-akpụkwe ọ na-akpụghị oyi gọọmenti amankwe nya bụ ka ehwete obi eju anyị oyi ụmụ ogbenye rijuwe hụ nya piete achịkwa m kwuo ọ bụkwa Peterobi ka aka ha nya nwoke ọbịa ọkụkwa aka oyi ịghọtawo ịnụkwachi onye ehuchi ya achịkwe ọchị amara ezedo ọcha na ezedo deti Peterobi dịkwa m ka ọ ka akara anyị ọbụọ m na-emere kampen mana ndị chịtara ahụ anụkwu ishi efu ewee mara ụtọchi eyi ọnya a na-ekwu ịgwa nke bụ eziokwu anyị bụ ndị nna adaghị mana ọmụrụ nwa amụghị uche enye onwe ka amụta nwacha anya ji emewe kidnapping onye ka amụta nwacha anya zuo ohi uche nne niile bụ ka nwaanyị dị oyi ịma na Igbo shi nọ nwata dụkwa mma ọ bụrụ nna bụ oyiri ọ dụkwa njọ ọ bụrụ na-enye mara ịghọtawo na ụmụaka anyị adịghị oyi na gọọmenti gwọ mbụkwa ege kpara ege nwatakịrị na-erijuvu ehọ nke ikpeazụ ga abụkwa iwekwa ọbụrụ aka na garị bụ negichi yara gị mana unu na-aṅụvu tii inekwe negi je na ji dịrị negi zuwo ohi achịkwa negi na na-ezu ohi ọṅụ oyi na ị ga-ezu ohi ọkụ nju ụbọchị kpara ndị na-adaghị n'ọrụ ha ọmụrụ nwa amụghị uche enye ọchị na-azụ nwa mana ekpere anyị bụ n'ụbọchị taa bụ nọ ọkwa gọọmenti bata ihe niile dị ọkwa oyi ọdụwa oyi na-enye anya ịghọtara ọnju ụbọchị kpara ọnju ụbọchị ihuru nke ikpeazụ bụkwa onye nụkwa afọ chịrị obu n'aka sekuriti anyị generali ọ jọgburu udene shigbuo nkakwụ because ọ bụrụ before ihe na-ayavụ bụ ndụ ntọ ma hụọ bụ kidnapping na ya baa iwu kirikiri ụmụaka achị na ihe emetụ ọkwa ọhịa bụ ha na-epie atọkwara onye ha na 10 million ihe a bụ nju ụbọchị generali onwe ibe ọ na-adịghị eme na Nigeria anyị anụ bụ ịnụkwa nwa afọ ma ị na-eme travel na ị na-eje Lagos ijighị ndụ na ike ejeru afta ha n'ụzọ nwụrụ niile pịara ọhịa kpọọ ndị famili unu lamsom mgbe a chịrị weta 80 million na ọ bụ na onye ọma nwụọ 20,000 o 20 million ka eyi onye ọma enwe chenji ịghọtawo obodo ajọka onidịghị mmadụ anyị metụ ugbu onwe m n'mkpu obodo njọrọ njọ generally security the bad gọọmenti nebere anya because it's getting out of hand ịnụkwa eme travel anwụrụ gị n'ihi ejeru ihe ka ijekọ anyị akpụwachi weta 30 million ịdọwara aka one ọ dịghị anyị oyi na ehe gọọmenti na-ehe ma nebe sekuriti anya generally ma onye na-eme njem onye n'ọba enye ma onye dịka anyị ma na ọ na-ahịa n'ụwa ọnwụ anyị adịghị safe biko gọọmenti batara onye ọsọ enyemaka akwa gọọmenti ndị nne ma ndị nta ma ndị n'ọfụ ndị nta biko ha mara ihe ha mere batara anyị bụ ndị ọ na-enwe ka ọka eme ya ma ndị ahịa ma ndị gọọmenti ma ndị ọrụ oyibo ma ụmụ akwụkwọ anyị ụmụaka anyị jekwa akwụkwọ anyị anọ n'ekperi ọntụrụ ha arịa dịrị keke onweghị ebe anyị ji bịa n'ahịa echuka anyị ịdị onye keke nwa gị o jere ka ọrịa eji bịa gbuo nwa nnụnụ na-enye hue biko government should help us in this situation of security. Thank you very much.
Afamo bụ Oluchi Chukwu. Ndị be anyị ekele m unu. Hey, ọnọdụ afịa kịta na ọ na-agbawa m isi. Na-enweghị ihe anyị na-azụ. Na anyị tụkwuru wee na-ekiri afịa, anụgide ya pịwa fon. Ka anyị wee chụfu n'ụra mana still enwe ihe anyị na-azụ n'afịa. Na anyị tụkwuru wee na-ekiri anyị nwere ihe dị n'afịa adịrọ. Nke anyị ezido ọnụ ikwu okwu sef because ọnọdụ a anyị amaghị ebe anyị na-ebido na ebe a na-akwụsị. Mgbe ị na-ego ihe ụmụaka na-eri bifo ị na-egote bụ 1 naira mana kịta iji 5 naira igote nwuhu iji 2000 igote nwuhu agụrụ a na-akwadoti nara anyị ọgọdọ kwọrọ anyị nwa ndị gọọmenti ka anyị kere na anyị aka biko na nke a karịa ya nye aka na ihe niile ọ kasikwe nke bikos ọ na-akwụ ndị workers ụgwọ ọfụma ifu na anyị ga na-ere ahịa ọfụma mana nke a bụ na ndị workers bịa ha na-ebe akwa na adịghị akwụ ha ụgwọ afịa adịrọ ya nyere anyị aka bututere anyị ọnụ afịa ihe at least ọnụ afịa ihe datuo ọfụma ọ na-akwụ ndị workers ụgwọ ọ bụrụzi onye oke egote ngwere egote ihe niile a na-aga ọfụma kịta because ụmụ nwaanyị na-asụzi oyibo what a man can do and woman can equally do it better site ha tinyetụrụ n'anya ofu nwaanyị n'akụkụ at least nwaanyị ahụ ga-enwe ike sorokwa na ihe a na-eme at least nwoke na-aje nwaanyị a na-eso ya n'ọta ka ihe kwesịrị ịdị o wee dị mma ọfụma abịakwa n'Enugu steeti o sekuriti ha dị oke kama na ihe ha ga-emere anyị ebere maka ndị emo oti ha na-ejizi ya because of them n'akụkụ ya ada anyị ebe ha na-achọ onye keke akụrụ nwatakịrị na-ala skuul ọ dịrọ mma ma ụma sekuriti ọ dị oke n'Enugu anyị anụzi tigbo ozugbo n'Enugu anyị na onye laba ịrahụ ụra ọfụma tete ọfụma na ya ka anyị chọrọ ọdụmọdụ na-enye ụmụ nwaanyị ibe m bụ si ha kulite n'ụra enwezi kịta na-anụzi na-achebe di nye m buru pịa wata fụọ ị ga-erete ego rete at least di nye gị itinyekwe nke obere ahụ irete na pịa wata famili a na-aga ama nụzi mpa nkechi bịa ka anyị lụọ ọgụ mma nkechi hapụ ya so ụmụ nwaanyị ibe m biko ana m ayọ unu pụtanụ ọ bụrụ pịa wata rebenụ ọ bụrụ ụgụ na-erebe ị ga na-erete ihe ị ga-eji wee na-azụ ụmụaka gị otu a ka ọ ha m n'olu daalụ some people some na-esi n'aka nne o asị m some na-esi n'aka nne some na-esikwa n'aka ụmụaka ahụ ọ bụrụ isi ike na-ebutere ha ịdị na-etinye aka n'ebe na-adịrọ mma anada ka enyi sikwa som ndị nne bụ na enwere nwa ga na-eme ihe na-adịrọ mma ịkọshọn na nne ya pụtasị gị jee zụọ nke nna be gị bife bịa zụọrọ ya nke ya si fugo ebe ahụ ka nne si wee na-ada mana ọ bụrụ ma ọ ga-adịkwa mma na ọ ga-adị mma na anyị nwee ndidi na ọ ga-adịrị anyị mma ekpere nna ekpere obodo anyị bụ Chukwu ya biko gbata ọsọ enyemaka mee ka everything dị mma and gọziere anyị gọvanọ anyị ka ihe na-aga ọfụma anya bụ ekpere afọ m bụkwa Oluchi Chukwu daalụ
afọ m bụ Ekene Ona from Iweze South n'ihe akpọ ka in Nsukka Enugu North Senatorial Zone. Well, for now ihe ndị afịa na-agabiga na ihe ndị ọrụ oyibo na-agabiga na ihe ndị ọrụ aka na-agabiga bụ almost ofu ihe maka na ka ọ dịbe oke ka ọ dịbe ọgụnụ o nwere onye arụ fọrọ na gọọmenti a ka anyị bido from nke anyị mụnwa mara anya bụ ndị afịa Ibia na new market, after I know na yaketa new market. Area new market. Di na Enugu State. So far so good. The condition I bunda afia no na new market ju na kita ara for anyị. Anyị nọ na nje afia. Aka na ekwu na anyị nọ na nje afia. The current government nke etiti abịa tinye tax. Anyị akwụba tax. And I believe na government bụ inye m nye gị. Ihe dọrọ government na anyị nwa bụ ndị afia bụ government nye anyị nye government. Tax government na anyị ga-akwụ tax. Anyị na-akwụ tax. Mana the government anyị na-akwụ the tax. Ị nwere ike isi ka ọ bịa mara ka anyị bụ afia ebe nwaanyị na-azụta afia ka anyị sha eme. Ma ya na-azụtakwa afia ma ya na-azụta afia. Ihe n'anya na this line nke nọ na ihe na-akpọ line a bụ ọdaanụ mgbada ọdaanụ. Ihe na-aga ebe a bụ ijiji oke ngwele. Mana anyị na-eme expect ihe kwesịrị ịga ebe a bụ mmadụ. Then mgbe mmadụ na-agafete ebe a dị busy, anyị na-akwụ tax at least ọtụtụ beta. Mana nke a bụ na anyị na-akwụ tax mana this place is scanty. Okay, gọọmenti kwesịrị ime ka afia nwa na-akwụ tax dị busy. Mana ihe gọọmenti na-emebe ha anaghị tax achara anyị waka.
Ihe gọọmenti ga-eme ka afia were dị busy.
Na ihe gọọmenti ga-eme bụ iro na main road major road ebe n'ụzọ ajebiru to Iva. Ebe ahụ ka afia niile nọ na new market. Na main road, but I believe na gọọmenti na ha chọrọ ka ụzọ main road dị free. N'ihe ha ma bụ ime afia. Mana ọ bụrụ ọzọ n'ime afia ka na-azụ afia na ọzọ na main road. Na major road moto na-aga ka na-azụ afia. Ije na main road ebe ahụ ụzọ ajebiru to Iva. Na ndị dị busy ebe ahụ anara ego bụ ndị ngwo. Ha dị busy. Ndị nke a na group nke abịa na 200. Group ndị nke ọzọ abịa a na-eme by 10 to 12 to 4. Ihe a ka asha na dị busy. Na ya then ndị nwa nọ n'ime ahịa kwesịrị ịdị na ereta ahịa. Ọ bụzie na main road ka na-azụ ahịa. Which mụnwa believe na the government ahụ anyị na-akwụ ụgwọ kwesịrị ịbịa put things in order. Major road ahụ onye ọbụla bata n'ime afịa. Emmanuel main road bụ ihe moto na-agba not mmadụ ịdị na-azụ afịa. Iru ebe ahụ sef anyị nwa na-azụ ahịa n'ime afịa bụ anyị mechaa afịa anyị na-ana n'ụta ka moto na-echikere onye ọbụla ọkpa maka na ndị agha na-anacha 200 the busy wheelbarrow block cha the whole main road. Moto na-azụ ụzọ mmadụ na-azụ ụzọ.
Ka ndị isi afịa ya bụ ndị isi unu n'afịa si wee malụ n'ụdọ ọnọdụ anyị.
Ma onye isi afịa ma gọọmenti ha si abụ ofu. Onye isi afịa ebe a I discovered that not the busy achọ nke ya akpa nke ya. Because na ịma ngwa m na ego ha na-anata na main road ebe ahụ na onwere ihe ha na-benefit. And ịma ngwa m na onye isi afịa enwere ihe ọ na-enweta from that main road. Ọ bụ na o nwere ihe ọ na-enweta from main road ahụ. Ọ bụ na enwere gọọmenti na-enweta from main road ahụ. Na ha ma nkwe ka ihe a mebe exist. Mana ọ maka ọsọ ya nwere na onye isi afịa ma ndị gọọmenti nwa na tax nwere ha na-enweta ha na-agafe ebe ahụ eme anya ka ọ na-ada afọ mana ha fụchara ya niile. Ịma na gọọmenti politicians abụrụ ka esi kwuo na mbido ka a ga-esi mebe. Mgbe onye isi ala na-achị gọọmenti Enugu steeti batara na ọ gwara anyị na 100 days na ihe dị iche ga-emebe. Mana afọrọ m ihe dị iche mebere kama nọ na-akawanya njọ just like onye isi ala bụ Tinubu si wekwa anyị nkwa. Ada ekuzi okwu infrastructure na ihe na-ekuzi okwu bụ ka mmadụ ga-esi wee zọrọ onwe ndụ maka ihe na-egbu karịrị. Every day by day a na-waste blood. Ọ bụ na ọ bụ na anyị nọrọ onwe anyị na-ada egbu mmadụ ma ọ na ọsọ taasị ọ bụrụ edife ọ bụ nke a bụrụ ya edibie. Mana nke a bụ na anyị ga-anọrọ anara anyị taasị a na-egbukwe ndụ anyị adịrọ save na Nigeria. O nwere onye ndụ adị save na Nigeria. Onye ọbụla na-azụ onwe nwere dị save. Onye so na adị save na Nigeria ya kwuo. O nwere gọọmenti nke a bịara munye ọkụ na-arụ ndị mmadụ nwere onye arụ fọrọ. Ihe m chọrọ ịma na nke anyị ji bụrụ mmadụ ikwu ihe ị chọrọ at the end of the day emebe nke ha. O nwere na ebe nke gọọmenti nke kịta nke Tinubu bịara gwụ mmadụ ike m na o ji onye ọbụla eme karikachọ. Ikuche otu abụ n'ezi. ikuche ị na-agwa ya okwu n'ụdị na-enye ya advice ọ na-ahụtaghị na bụ an opposition party APC mana ihe ya niile bụ na omekịta anya na omekịta imi ọ ma ngwa m onye President Tinubu ama ngwa anyị na enwere nwanne gọọmenti na-eme affect so na advice m ebe the current government nọ ndị APC bụ na ha mata nọ mmadụ ka ha na-achị ha mata nọ mmadụ ka ha na-achị n'ihe ha na-achị na-agabiga karịrị anyị na-ezere ọnwụ anyị na-ezere karịrị and ọ kachacha njọ na gọọmenti APC a
afa m bụ Mrs. Caroline Obi ọnọdụ obodo anyị na ka o si wee dị ọ na-emetụta m because na ma onye ihu ma onye azụ nwere onye ọdị emetụta because na onwerozi ebe ama a na-eme ọ na-abụfu oge ndị ozi ọma na-ekwusi na mmadụ ga-afe ya jide ego na mafụ ya ego ifugo ihe ị ga-ego ego ime mfụ ego dịka ọ dị kịta ihe niile adịka ngala ọnụ ọbụnagodo ọjị anụ anyị na-ere ofu penta ọjị a bụ 15,500 ile 16,500 ka eji ele so otu a kịta ihe niile dị onwe ezebe otu a ụmụ nwaanyị na-atagbuzi onwe ha n'afọ n'ụdị dị iche iche agbada otu akwụkwọ akpọsa ele bi n'elili nni abịala otu anyị nọ kịta ewere ụgwọ dị iche iche egbusisi ụmụ nwaanyị anaghị tasị anaghị na-ekwụsị anaghị nke esowama anaghị nke anaghị ọchịcha bụ na ebe a na-anaghị adị n'ebe dị iche iche ịnọkọtakwuo ị na-agba m ọsọ o nwere ike esi ji akụ aka n'ụzọ iji ekwefụta bikọs na maka na ijighị ihe na anyị kwụchara kịta 36 inwe shed na anọ ị ga-akwụchacha 36 ma ịkpọsara ya ma ịkpọsaghị ihe ị ga-akwụ ya so nọ ihe dị na ya na ọ gbakaziri anyị alụ anyị na-ayọ ndị na-achịzi ha ma ebere ha ụtasị mgbe izi ya na anaghị 1,000 naira anyị jiri obi ọcha na-akwụ nwere onye na-agba ọsọ mana nke a bụ na nwere 3 minutes abịakwa si weta ya amaghị ileta gị ọ gị weta iweta ewe ka ikpoche nke gị ị na-ejegharị so ọ dịzi anyị ọ dị anyị njọ mana anyị na-ayọ Chineke na-agbanwela anyị ọnọdụ obodo a na-agbanwela anyị na-emetụ ndị isi niile aka na-emetụkwa ndị niile ndị ga-ya achịkwachi aka na-emetụ ndị niile na-alụ ọrụ aka so onye a gwara nke dị mma ka ọ na-anya ka e wee mee n'ụwa niile onwekwa maka na ụwa na-ejimejiri ụwa na-eji ọkwa onye nwụọ nke ya agaghị onwekwa ebe ọzọ ọkwa onye nwụọ nke ga-aga anyị na-ayọ Chineke ya biko maka otu anyị na-ene nkịta nwanne nyara alụmụla amụgodo manya maka gbakọta onweghị owe nsị Chineke biko melu m ebele ụnụ ụtụtụ Monde jebe mishọn jere sekpụla nsị Chineke biko ihe ọbụla bụ uche ya meelu m ka m letagodo ego nji igolu nri ri nyaa so kwucha ya wefụta mbịakwa nyekwa maka nleta nke nji igolu gokọrọ nri nalụ welu si ebe a nye ụmụazị lie nke m so ibe nna ya obodo anụwa bụ obodo a biko ihe ọbụla bụ ọgbata gosi mee ndị ka ebe niile dịkwa na mma ma ndị elu ma ndị ana ma ndị ihu ma ndị azụ Hausa nọrọ Igbo nọrọ Yoruba nọrọ ebe niile nọrọ ma ihe gara ka ọ dị na mma ana m ayọ Chineke ya biko na onwere onye ọzọ ga-eme na abụ Chineke ga-agbanwe ọnọdụ obodo a ọ bụrụ ma ekpere onye a na-ekpere mana ọ mbụsọ ma ọ masị Chineke ọ gbanweela anyị ọnọdụ obodo a ana m ayọ Chineke ọ ga-adịla anyị mma n'ụtụtụ ọ ga-adịla anyị mma n'ehihie ọ ga-adịla anyị mma n'abalị ọ ga-adịla anyị mgbe niile ọ ga na-enye anyị anyị na-ahị ya papa ana m asị na meela anyị karịa ka anyị pụrụ ịyọ na Jizọs Kraịst bụ onye nwe anyị.
Afa m bụ nna Jọfọ Chijioke. Ọnọdụ obodo anyị jogburu dị n'esigbo nkakụ. Ndị obere mmadụ ewughị ya were ọnụ okwu. Anyị na-atagbu ụwa anyị n'afụfụ n'ime ahịa. Enweghị ụzọ akụ wee jewe Ọnịsha dị nso n'ebe onye ọbụla nọ. Ọ kachasị n'ebe ndị ahịa nọ. Ị na-anya na main road. Na mbogone na ndịda ewughị ya n'afọ na-agafe. Onye pụta jụọ na ịda afụzi ebe ndị na-abịa ego ga-ahịa ha ga-asị gị bụ na ego adrọ. Ime blame ndị mmadụ. Ebe ọ bụ na onye bụ ọ dị ka akwụsịgo nke ahụ onye bụ pịọ wata ga na ego. n'ime shop ebe bata ebe m na-akụta 6,000 naira. Na-enwe ngwa ha debi ega to debi kichie kita 36,000 naira. Ewere onye na-egota uzi ihe yi ụmụaka n'iri. Gị wabụ ya bịara ahịa mari udu ma nri nkịtị sef. So obodo anyị jọgburu uwe ya. Na ogologo ụzọ anyị. One government batara ahịa one day n'ime ahịa ebe a. I'm a very old man. We say no die ke I say no die jọgburu uwe. Na ahịa Jim obodo rola anyị oge ọ na-achị. Ihe a bụ ihe elefuru go m ihe a before. Butu oye butu. Ị na-eye ebe na ị ga-afụ dị otu the main road dị before. Mmiri na mbuze na-akwatu everyday, na-akwatu everyday until ọ dụrụ otu ọ dị. Ife a na-abịa ime ebe ịkọrịta ego n'ime ahịa akọrịta ya eburu wee na. Ndị na-akụta 6,000 naira kedu ihe mere ha n'ime anyị? Ewero. Onye kpa ya ofu mkpụrụ ngwa ahịa tata. Ịchọ bụrụ half. Gbanne ịchọ kwakọrọ wee na. Ihe kọsịrị ebe na iwere ndị nọ n'ime anyị. Kọsịrị ebe na ego adọrọ. Ihe kọsịrị ebe na ụga na ekwere ndị mmadụ megharịa arụ. So, gọọmenti Enugu steeti akalụ njọ. Ebe ọ na-ejogbu onwe ya bụ na ị ga-akpa ya ngwa ahịa 10,000 naira n'ime shop anagọta 6,000 naira ma ị nawa village. Ị nawa village ebe ọ bụ the best. Ị na village ịnọbụ na township before ndị nke ahụ wee banye. Anyị eweji protection anyị na-eweta n'ebe gọọmenti nọ. Ihe m na-ayọ ka eme bụ obodo anyị bụ Nigeria hapụ ndị winrụ ka ha chia. Na were ndị ajọ mmadụ wee magoro ndị ezigbo mmadụ wee ndị mmadụ nenere anya na ọ ga-achịwa obodo anyị. Amagoro ha wepụ ha ndị ajọ mmadụ abanye chịwa anyị. Obodo ọbụla ndị ajọ mmadụ na-achị obodo ahụ na-atagbu onwe ha n'afụfụ. Ọ bụ ndị ezigbo mmadụ na-amụ ụfụ mmadụ ibe mmadụ n'afụ. Maka anyị nche niile bụ ndị nne na nna mụ. A na-ewere isi n'ebe nne na nna mụrụ wee pụta na amara na afụfụ dị. Mana ọ bụ ndị ajọ mmadụ pụta ha magoro ndị nke ọzọ chụpụ ha. Ha megokwara ndị nke ọzọ chụpụ ha. Ndị ahụ batara abụ sọsọ aja ka ha na-ekpunye ndị mmadụ n'ọnụ. So anyị na-ayọ bido na federal gọọmenti ka onye bụrụ ndị winụrụ bụ ihe na-achị anyị n'obodo a. Ya bụzi na ndị ajọ mmadụ na-achị anyị n'obodo a na ọ jọgburu onwe ya. Ana m ekene unu.
Afọ mbụ Sister Stella Ofie. Chai, anaghị ekwu ọdọrọ m mma chaa. Ọdọrọ m mma chaa. Maka na ihe na-eme ugbu a ọ na-agba m anya mmiri. Ahịa anyị na-azụ, ihe anyị na-egobu dịka 60,000, ihe a na-erezi 130,000. Ịwọ na ọ majinyere ego karịrị ego. Ọ bụ ọzọ ya na-ekwu ka a na-eme. Not too much. Ama m onye je ekute mmiri kwọrọ ka anyị kwọrọ. Ọ dị too much. Na-ayọ ndị ọchịchị anyị ka ewedata aka ka ha mara ihe emere ya. Ụmụ ogbenye atagbu onwe ha n'afọ. Onye ọna na-ebe ma ndị ukwu ma ogbenye ma okenye ma ndị big man. Maka ana m afụcha ndị big man na-abịacha ahịa ebe a. Otu ha si eti mkpu. Ha jikwere ego bịa na ha na-ese na ha ego ya ji na ya afọ ọzọkwa ya. Na ihe ya gote na o buru ibu ọ bụrụ gịnị oke ngara ọnụ ihe garara ọnụ too much. So ọ dọrọ mma na-ayọ gọọmenti ka agbata ọsọ enyemaka. Ebe nchọ ka gọọmenti gbata ọsọ enyemaka o buru ibu. Na mbụ mgbe izizi earlier this year fuel atinyeghị ego. Ozugbo fuel bịa atinye ego ihe niile ria. Anyị na-enwe aṅụrị lasị ihe bịa daa. Onye ọ na-enwe aṅụrị ma okenye ma ndị ụmụaka everybody nwe aṅụrị na ihe daa. Within ebe March obido tinyebezi ego. Tinyere ego gbago to 1,500. Even not too bad. Nigeria nwe oil. Gọọmenti Chineke gozi Nigeria. Gọzikwega anyị oke. Ihe niile Chineke tinye na Nigeria nwe nke na-amịta mkpụrụ ọma. Ọ bụ gịnị ihe niile a na-ebupụ ya outside. Nwe nke Nigeria nwere. Onwe nke na-erute dịka ndị mmadụ. ọ bụrụzie outside ka a na-ebupụ ihe a, which is very bad. That fuel a mere ka ihe gara ọnụ. O mere everything dị gara ihe niile. Onwe ihe amam ihe m ga-ekwu na nke ahụ. Ọ dị too much. Another one bụ gịnị? Nchekwe dị mkpa n'obodo niile. Nigeria enweghị security even ma one. Even ma ofu. A na-asị na enwe security na-enwe onweghị security anyị nwe. Because ị ga na-aga n'ụzọ, ị na-eche ka ya ga-esi wee ruo ebe a. Because ndị gịnị ndị ntọrị. Another one bụ gịnị ndị yahoo anụnwa na-ere nkịta. Onweghị onye mara onye bụ onye. Ị nwere ike ịbanye m na moto ịma na ndị yahoo ma ndị ntọrị. Aka ya eme asị gị ngwa bring your phone weta nke a. Ike akwụ ekwu were egbe chekwu. So which is very bad. Ka ebe ihe anyị ga-aka ofu ka yara ịbụa. Ọ dị too much. So ama m ebe ya nna ya Chineke na ayakwa gọọmenti ka a benete ihe a niile na-ere na ka ụmụ Naịjirịa ka obi anyị nadata maka ụfọdụ ụmụaka anyị mụrụ ụfọdụ nọcha agbapụzi outside si na ebe a ka ha mma ụfọdụ pụọ a na-arịrịtezi na ga-anata because ọ gịnị nchekwa onye ga-achị obodo oyibo ga-anata ma ọ dịghị ndị ga-echekwa ya onye achị obi ya n'aka because ị nwere ike ịna-akpụ ọ na-aga n'ụzọ asọrenda agụ tọrọ gị ozugbo jee n'ime ọhịa atọ gị jee n'ime ọhịa tọrọ gị jee ebe masị ha sị kpọba afọ ego ma ewetaghị ego ahụ agbagbuo onye ahụ ịhụ na ihe ahụ adịrọ mma so na ya gọọmenti ka a mara ihe a ga-eme ya ha tinye ebe ahụ ọnụ ya ihe m chọrọ ikwu.
Afa mbụ Josephine Ndụka ọnọdụ obodo a dị ọkwa mma maka na ma fuel ihe niile ome ngwaahịa arịrị ọfụma ọ na-emezi ihe onye ya egote nwe a na-eme anyị na-ata afụ anyị na-atagbu onwe anyị n'afụ n'obodo ahụ ijikwu eziokwu adebe ọ na ọka njọ bụ na prezidenti anụbeghị m onu ya na ahụkwa nke mbụ bụ si ka patuo fuel ihe adịba mma na crayfish ka ọ na-arị azụ niile ọrịrị nke ezi ka ndị ugbo ogbe ya esi gote nwu ihe ha na-eri ọ na-ahịa ahụ onye bịa chọọ igoro ihe 1000 ọ sịghị nye nke 200 n'ihi na ego adịghọ mma ego na-akọ amamebe kwadobere ego adịghọ ọnọdụ obodo adịghọ mma onye dịka ya akọ ọnọdụ obodo adịghọ mma mana nchekwa ma n'ihe niile maka na ị na-aga n'ụzọ ụjọ ezuo gị arụ ị na-aga free because na ị nwere ike na-eme na ụdị bụ na ka ije ịpụta n'ụzọ atọrọ ha onye ma ọ bụ na-afụ ka egosiri ya egbe so ọnọdụ obodo adịghị ọkwa mma o amakwa ihe a ya eme ka emee ya ndị nọ n'obodo a na-atagbukwa onwe ha n'ahụfụ
kedu ihe ọ dị ka gọọmenti ọ ga-eme iji wee nyere aka akachacha ụnụ bụ ndị afịa
ọ ya ka m kwuru si na taksị karịrị si wepụrụ anyị oke taksị a na mgbe mbụ ihe nnuburu nọ ndị na-arụ ọrụ bekee na-akwụ taksị nke ugbu a n'afịa abịa majiri ihe ime ma ihe elete na ihe elete mana ụlọ omekwa mana ụlọ abịa n'ụlọ etichasị ego n'ụlọ a na-akwụ nnukwu ego nshọta anyị na-atagbu onwe anyị n'afọ n'obodo a ọ bụ na ndị mba ofesi ya bịa nyere anyị ka ha bịa nyere anyị o ọ bụrụkwa nna anyị echenji onye isi si chenjikwa ya o
afa m bụ Samuel Udenyi mana ihe eji mara m bụ Ogbuka ama nọ na market na-ere ji ka m si fụ ọnọdụ obodo anyị ọ jọgbukwere onwe ya kịta maka ọtụtụ mmadụ afọ rie ma ọṅụ and nke a m na-emegodi kịta ọ galara ọnụ and ọ ka na-agarakwa ọnụ na-aga n'iru asị m kwuo m ga-asị na ajọ ndị ọchịchị so wee bute ya maka ebe ha kwesịrị ike ịdị na-enyere ndị ha na-achị aka ha na-enyere ha aka dịka otu n'ihe mere ihe eji gala ọnụ kịta bụ ụkọ mmanụ ụgbọala nke a na-akpọ fuel ya na diesel ọ na-eme ihe a na-etinye ego kwa ụbọchị ihe na-atọ ya n'aka gọọmenti bụ ha nyewere ndị ha na-achị aka ọ bụ site n'ịdị na-agbazie ha ego ma ọ bụ ịdị na-emekwe ka nke ha kwesịrị ike ịdị na-eme dịka inye ndị ha na-achị ọkụ mmiri ọṅụṅụ ya na imezi okporo ụzọ ọ bụghị dị na ndị ha na-achị sọsọ ụtụ ha kwesịrị ike ịdị na-enwe ndị ga na-eje ajụta ndị ha na-achị ka ha si feel ma ọ bụ manage the country. Ndị gọọmenti nchọ ka ewepụta bụ gọọmenti ga na-enezi ndị ha na-achị anya ọ bụrụ ha nọtụ ha jụọ ese mara ka ndị ha na-achị si efili ha na-efili kwa ọfụma ka ọ na ha dị efili ọfụma.
A sị na ekwekụọ ama agba ekwe ụmụ nwaanyị akụọla o ọkwa na nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị oge anyị ji akpa maka ọdịmma anyị karịkwa maka ọdịmma ezinụlọ. Nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị bụ ebe anyị na-akpa maka arụ ike anyị, ndọrọ ndọrọ ọchịchị, azụmahịa, omenala ndị ahụ dị mma nakwa ihe ndị ahụ ga-eweta ọganihu n'obodo. Naanị ihe ị ga-eme bụ sonyela anyị na nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị ebe ahụ a na-akarị ihe na-eweta ọganihu n'obodo. Ndị nne, ndị nna, oge a bụkwa nke anyị. Sonyela anyị na Aneke TV n'ebe a na-emetụ aka n'ihe ndị oyibo na-akpọ social media na TikTok, YouTube, Facebook, X, Instagram. Ọkwa na Aneke TV ka ihe ndị a niile na-eme. Aneke TV, anyị apụọnụ.
Aneke television. Heu agịrịgbo m dị egwu nkwa azụghị n'ahịa mgbochi okwukwu kakwa ogwugwu mma. Heu mba ụwa bịa na ihe ebube eme mgbagbu ụwa gbatawa na ihe ebube emewa. Aneke television na-emere ogbenye mere amadi ihe. Ị na-agba nkwụ, ị na-eme nkepụta nwa, ị na-akwa ozu, ị na-agba akwụkwọ. Bịawa na Aneke television bịa ka ezuoru gị ozi ọma. Bịawa na Aneke television yidume na-emere ogbenye mere amadi ihe. Ụmụ Igbo bịawo na nke a bụ nke anyị. Ị mara ebe ọ ga-alụ etiwo mọnwụ ntakịtụkwa mọnwụ si nne. Ya mere ha ji wee weta Aneke television. Ọ bụ onye mgbagburu ahụ nna. Ọ dị na soshal midia, ọ dị na mgbagbu, ọ dị n'Enugu steeti.
Community secondary school in Valley. More 3 minutes. A minute more.
Frontline Africa is Aneke TV's flagship current affairs program where critical national and continental issues take center stage.
On Frontline Africa, we examine politics, the economy, security, business, health, and a wide range of other key sectors shaping society.
The program is insightful, engaging, and interactive, providing a platform for informed analysis and meaningful public discourse.
Here, issues are discussed raw, balanced, and expertly with depth, clarity, and a commitment to fact and accountability.
Join us every Saturday at 5 in the evening, only on Aneke TV.
Many thanks and welcome to Frontline Africa, broadcasting live on Aneke TV. Today, we'll take you, as always, behind the headlines, cutting through the noise to bring you the sharpest analysis, unbiased and perspectives and critical insight on the stories shaping our continent. From politics, economy, and we'll have our seasoned panel analyst who is ready to unpack the biggest stories of the day. And with us, as always, is Ozo Iboneku Ogazibora, Esquire, who is former Commissioner of Information Strategy, Culture and Tourism. Ozo, it's a pleasure to have you.
It's my pleasure. Thank you.
Ozo is equally a local luminary and expert public affairs analyst. And with us also is a seasoned journalist, Emeka Odom, who is a development communication expert and a public affairs analyst also. And Mr. Emeka, it's a pleasure to have you as well.
Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you. All right. And I'm Uche Osai, and this is Frontline Africa. Let's get started. Gentlemen, Friday is June 12th. You know, May 29th used to be democracy celebration in Nigeria. But given the former president who deemed it necessary and wise to posthumously recognize the late MKO Abiola, the acclaimed winner of June 12th, Nigeria thought it wise to celebrate democracy on June 12th. And yesterday was the Democracy Day celebration, meaning that the president had to address the nation. So let's start from here, where President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has marked Democracy Day with a forceful address defending Nigeria's democratic journey, urging citizens to stay committed to the nation and calling for stronger institutions, credible elections, and greater youth participation in building the country's future. In the speech, the president praised the resilience of Nigerians since the return to civilian rule in 1999, paid tribute to democracy heroes, and sent a direct message to young people to believe in Nigeria, stay engaged, and help shape its progress. Now the question is, gentlemen, the president said Nigerians should believe in the country despite its challenges. And my question is administration, has they done enough to earn the confidence of Nigerians?
Okay. Well, in assessing Nigerian leaders, you are always at a loss on what one has done better than the other. But then, I want to use one aspect of his broadcast to assess it. That aspect was what he said about the failure of grassroots governance. He said he attributes the spread of crime to absence of grassroots governance. I have always said that, and I'm also a believer in that philosophy that government at the center is like government of an empire. And government of an empire cannot work without government of the provinces. Now, in Nigeria, we can see that from 2005, the local government system continued to take the back seat. Up to this moment, when it is like the local government system is no longer in existence. Following that Supreme Court judgment in the case Attorney General of Lagos State against the Attorney General of the Federation, the local government was concerned to the status of a parastatal within a state. And when you look at section 7 2B, it says that the state assembly legislates for the local government. And when it says legislate, including its finances, that is to say that local government is within the powers of the governors. So to some extent, you cannot even blame the governors because the local government is part of the state. Now, Tinubu said that he had worked to achieve autonomy, financial autonomy for the local governments. He has been making some moves, and it is not working because the law has not changed. Now, with this, we have a list of proposed amendments of the Constitution. Very likely, by the time the amendment is concluded, the local government will now stand out as a tier of government. So, perhaps then, we begin to have governance clusters in the 774 local governments. But in the absence of that, where everybody will have to go to the center, the state government, government will continue to fail. Government will continue to be distant to the people. So, yes, I want to tell you that he is about the only president who has taken strong steps in achieving the independence of the local government in Nigeria. Obasanjo tried his own. Then Obasanjo, perhaps, maybe his Attorney General didn't look at it well. Obasanjo didn't understand the law. He didn't understand that the position of the law was that the local government was a parastatal in the state. And the suit by the Attorney General then was the man who became the vice president, Osibajo. And they went to the court and defeated the federal government, defeated Obasanjo's federal government. And they showed Obasanjo that, no, the law, as you are looking at, does not grant autonomy to the local government. And it was proven. That is why it has remained a problem. But now, since Tinubu came, it was Tinubu's government, Lagos government, that went against the federal government. But when he became the president, he knew it was an anomaly. And he started working towards that. So on account of that, I will give him some strong pass mark that he is working towards improving governance, especially taking governance to the grassroots in Nigeria.
All right, that's quite apt. You took it from a perspective many analysts, really go into. However, before we begin to question that, Mr. Mekodom, let's get your perspective on this.
Yeah, thank you so much. The president said in his broadcast that, the near absence of governance that's what's implied, by implication, the mere absence of thorough governance at the local government area level, it's not good for our democracy, and it's because of that, it has a tendency to erode whatever gains that is being made at the center. To a reasonable degree, yes, but in another perspective, there are issues to raise. Honorable here has made it very clear, coming from a legal perspective. You see, we run a federal system of government. Everybody agrees that is what our system says, but that is mainly in theory. In practice, can anybody really come out to say we are practicing true federalism? I don't think so. Even the president, as he is, when he was the governor of Lagos State, one of the things that he and his colleagues were championing at that time was true federalism. Now, why will a country that has professed to be running a federal system of government, that heads of the federating units, heads of the subnationals will still be agitating and angling for true federalism? It simply tells you that means the federalism that we are running still has some things. It's still incomplete. Now, between that time and now, I do not know how much that has changed in our constitution that will enable one to say, oh, we are now in true federalism. So if actually we are running a quasi-federal system of government, it simply means that we are still, stuck in a system where federal government, with their might, to a certain degree, still determines a lot of things that ordinarily should be at the subnationals. Yeah. That is the way, for anyone who understands our system that we run today, that is the way things are as of today.
The exclusive list.
The exclusive. So we have said that, look, the exclusive list of the federal government is overloaded, and it is not a myth. It is a fact, and Mr. President understands it. So if Mr. President understands this, for me, coming to say, oh, that the reason why it looks as if things are not working well is because there's no true federalism. I mean, there's no true governance at the federating unit. Now the question is this: at the time the subsidy was removed, in fact, a whole lot of policies that drive development, economic development, political development, social development of this nation as we are today, these are policies that are determined by the federal government. Basically, that's the reality on ground as of today. Now, what we see is that yes, governors, at the end of the month, they go away with a large chunk of money. And Mr. President has several times said, look, go and ask your governor, what he has done with. That is number one. Number two is that, yes, at the inception of this administration, you asked your Attorney General to go to court to press for autonomy, the local government autonomy. Because we talk about local government autonomy because if the local government system is functioning as expected, we know that they can help to further drive down development to the hinterlands because the local government system is closer to the people. Now, having secured that monumental judgment, what more has the federal government done to ensure that judgment was not merely academic? Now, if you ask me, for an administration, for a system that took the bull by the horn, yes, I agree with Honorable that the Tinubu administration perhaps is one government that, more than any other government since 1999, that has tried to drive, the autonomy, the local government autonomy to the level that he has tried now. But it shouldn't end at the point of securing a court judgment, a Supreme Court judgment. I should have thought that for an administration that took that, bold decision, took that bold step to get that, to pursue that court judgment and got it, I thought that they would have probably taken an extra step again to ensure that decision becomes, because you have to drive that decision to the ultimate end. And what is the ultimate end? That the local government areas as of today are indeed and truly independent. If it requires you, if you discover that, oh, we have just gotten the court judgment, but yet that, because I remember there was if you remember, one of the governors in the southeast here, after that judgment was gotten, one of the governors in the southeast here said something like, that I'm not trying to quote him now. He wasn't this explicit, but from his tone of his statement, it's like it won't work because there's a relevant section of the Constitution that still makes it very difficult. For instance, it still links the local government area and the state joint account system. So
if you get an administrative autonomy, then you now come to financial
exactly
autonomy.
because the money will have to come to through the state government So if the federal government truly, because you see, we must be very careful. We are dealing with politicians.
And if you get financial autonomy, then come and get a second term in office.
Yes, we are dealing with politicians. And so when a politician comes, when you see
that is why it has to be left for Nigerians, not the chairman. So if you are a chairman, you join in the crusade for the autonomy. After your tenure, you won't go.
Exactly.
Yes. If you advocate for that strongly,
now,
you won't go
now,
back.
let me tell you, when you see a politician armed with some loaves of bread, and walking majestically towards, let me not say hungry people, those who need the bread, the loaf of bread. You see, don't be too quick to praise the politician to say, oh, this man is very caring, he's very sensitive. Yes, he has a loaf of bread now. Yes, also that these people may eventually benefit from the loaf of bread. But the truth is that the man may be pursuing another objective. And the loaf of bread is only going to help him get his objective. Not really because he's interested in feeding you.
Perhaps he's interested in getting the bakery, and the people will side him that this man is feeding us with bread.
No, but you see, things are changing.
Okay.
From 1999, we have now had a lot of graduates of government system. People who were presidents, people who were governors, people who were local government chairmen, people who were commissioners. And while you are in government, you are favored, you are protected. But out of government, you are no longer favored, you are no longer protected. So since people now know it, so many people are actually trying to work towards writing the system, instead of continuing with the skewed arrangement arising from that 1999 constitution. Because the culprit is 1999 constitution.
I want to ask a question.
Yes.
You see, this current administration, yes, when they came at inception, they pursued this noble goal of getting a court pronunciation, a Supreme Court judgment on, the issue of local military autonomy.
Yes.
Now that decision was secured, and Nigerians held it. We praise this administration.
Yes.
But in practice, it has been working so. So if this same administration ultimately has in mind to let the local military system work for the good of the people, how come that they can't go back again to the drawing board to say,
very good,
now we have gotten this judgment and here the thing is not working? So what is the impediment?
No, the impediment is this. For you to make do and make use of that judgment, there must be constitutional alteration.
That's what I'm going to say. That's exactly where I'm going.
You go to that section 7, 2b. It says that the state assembly,
yes,
will legislate on the revenue,
yes,
of the local
even tenureship.
Right? Now, if another tier of government has the power to determine your tenure, determine your revenue,
yes,
it is in charge
now
of you.
That section of the constitution, is it part of the amendment that that is going on now?
Yes, it is. It is likely. I don't want to be explicit so that I don't look like a liar. But I am meant to believe that it is part of it.
No, you see, because if it is, we will know. Because there were public hearings.
No, because this thing is full autonomy of the local government. That's the amendment.
Yes.
So by the time they talk of full autonomy, then you cannot encumber it with another constitutional impediment. So it is likely that that particular section or subsection will go, so that it will be free, right? There is also police.
That's a different ballgame entirely. You see, now, but ultimately, for me, I am reasonably convinced that there's more Mr. President and the federal government can do to further drive this process to ensure. You see, because
Are you thinking that the politics of it is so cumbersome that the Mr. President wouldn't want to get into it?
No, it's not the politics. It's not the politics. The truth is that it is the law. There is nothing the president will do while that constitution is still not changed, even with that Supreme Court ruling. Because that earlier Supreme Court ruling was hinged on that the local government is a parastatal, he didn't use the word, it's a parastatal of the state. And is based on that section.
Yeah, but even
so there's nothing you can do
even with what we have now.
Law is changed. And it is not the duty of the Supreme Court to change that.
But even with what we have now, there are about 1 or 2 states that have come to announce that look, their local government area in the state gets their money as soon as it comes to the state, that they transfer it to the local government, and that they are functioning independently. Whether that is true or not, but at least we have heard that story from 1, 2, 3 local government areas. How come it hasn't gone around? And the other states.
Do you know that now, if you ask some local government chairman, some local government chairman, even in Enugu State, they will tell you, yes, we are getting the money. They are giving us the money, but leave the camera, yes. Ask him, so you guys are not getting. He said, that thing was for the camera.
It takes us back. It takes us back to where I'm talking about. It takes us back to where I'm talking about. With due respect, you see, that's why for me, a lot of times I don't focus my attention on what is said or the downstairs in the public space. What I'm concerned about is the hidden intentions.
But speaking of these hidden intentions, directly looking at the influence of the executive, this administration, the executive powers, and their influence at the federal level, and when it comes to their relationship with the legislature, don't you believe that if they so wish, they have the influence to necessitate speedy amendment to the constitution? That's
the point I'm making. Look at Osun State. Look at Osun State. Look at Osun State. Why were the local government area allocation seized?
It was the same thing Obasanjo did.
So how come other states?
Obasanjo did it to tinubu.
Yes.
He seized the allocation.
They were accused.
For close to 6 years.
They were accused that that the tenure of the local government area chairman is still running, right? And that what we have there now is their illegitimate local government area, people that, in fact, they say that we don't have elected local government because Supreme Court said don't release the allocation to, except if there's an election. Now theirs were held. Now in many other states today, where there are similar situations,
okay,
why don't we have the same case?
Let me help you. You see, the states are not really comfortable with the local governments attaining
independence,
unrestrained independence, because it looks like you sitting down waiting, and the provinces within your empire are now conferred with powers for them to look for relevance outside your state.
Yes.
If that autonomy comes, the regulation of election in the local governments will no longer be the same.
Exactly.
Right? You are now likely to have a state governor from PDP, while you have 7 local government chairmen from
other political parties.
Another political party, and it will lead to endless wars.
Wars.
Yes, that's what the governors are afraid of. Most of the governors. But the truth is that the same governors are impeding the local government system, that nobody is benefiting from it anymore. The simple things, not gargantuan projects, simple things local governments are supposed to do. Provide simple access to farms, repair markets, do covers,
street roads,
mere streets, those things that are not supposed to be the concern of the state.
Even some markets,
rebuild markets, repair markets,
cemeteries,
and the rest of them. They no longer do that at at all. If you live in a rural area or you are at the present relating with people in the rural area, you find out that if in the 80s you could walk from your rural area to another community. For instance, I'm from Ohum. When in the 80s, it was just like a walkover to Okana, the next town. And if you face north, a walkover to Apato. If you face west, a walkover to Egede. But these days, you can't do it. To start with, the roads are there, overgrown by weeds. Secondly, it's no longer secure because of herdsmen. So a lot of things happening, people don't even go to the farms because they don't have access, they don't have ways of, even those days, people were using bicycles to evacuate produces. But nowadays, you don't even have the access roads. Where you have streams, these are gullies you cannot pass these days. But these are supposed to be local government responsibilities.
So,
right?
So that's exactly where I'm going to. And that's why I talked about politicians. When you see them with a loaf of bread, don't be too quick to praise because you don't know what is at the back of them. You see, because politics has completely discolored all of these things. And so, in fact, he ended, perhaps I didn't want to hit the hammer on the nail. I'm happy that he did exactly. So, the truth of the matter is that we have a system where, in fact, I've said it before several times that the governors are holding our democracy they are holding the peoples on a hostage, and we will explain that. So they don't want they enjoy some measure of autonomy at the federal government level. That's why a governor can decide to belong to any party, pursue his elections, win it, and be in charge. But he doesn't want the local government area in his state to enjoy the same level of autonomy. Because, in fact, Honorable was very, very kind in saying that it will lead to the language you used was problem or chaos.
Yes.
I don't want to use that language. And I would rather use the language that the governors don't want. Because, when you say chaos, it speaks of nobody wants that. It will lead to loss of control by the governors of this local government. Because see, now the reason why the governor is like a supreme leader in his state is because he can sit down in the government house and dictate and even promise somebody that, look, don't worry, we'll deliver the state to you. If you have, for instance, you have 20 local government or 27 local government area, you will be there and make a promise that all of them will be raked in during the election. Because you know the things you have done, the people you planted in those places are there, they make it. So, but if there's true autonomy, every local government area will enjoy, the chairman will enjoy autonomy, and based on his performance, if he doesn't belong to the party of the governor, it wouldn't mean so much. His return to power will be dependent on his stewardship to the people. And in which case, many of the governors may lose the control, and they don't want to lose such control. Yeah. That is why they themselves don't want the autonomy. And Mr. President certainly will not tell us that he's not aware that the governors don't want that autonomy.
Perhaps while interacting with a certain highly placed individual, let me not mention the particular place, they too are scared that would give direct access of the federal government to the local government, such that the governors may not have they may have little political control.
How so are we that was not the overall intention that made federal government to pursue that autonomy?
But even if it is, it may be, but even if it is, what we are looking at now is how does governance get to grassroots?
You know what my mind tells me?
Right.
You know what my mind tells me?
We are questioning the intents, but we are talking about the politics of it.
You know what my mind tells me? My mind tells me that was originally the intention. Thinking that
to erode the...
Yes, thinking that possibly federal government was going to have a hard time with some of the governors. And so if he's having a hard time with the governors, he can get through, he can rather boycott them and work with local government area chairman. But when it became obvious that, look, the governors are even more willing than
to fall over
themselves
to get to
the center. So there was no need of pursuing the autonomy again. Since they're all falling in.
All right, gentlemen, let's bring it in. And we're still speaking about the president's speech, and there's a whole lot of angles to it. Part of it, now that we're talking about politicians, and you mentioned the election, in that speech, he did say that many Nigerians will be looking at the elections and stronger institutions. And he did call for the election, the upcoming off-cycle elections that will be coming up in Osun State and other states should be free, fair, and credible, so that INEC should do their job in a way that everyone would accept that this election is transparent, and that security agencies, that they will do everything possible to see and conduct an election that Nigerians will be proud of.
Yes, that is the standard. That's what Nigerians expect, but not limited to Osun and Ekiti alone. That's everywhere election is held, including the general election that's coming next year. But you see, the most important thing here is that, let me tell you, free, fair, and credible elections don't drop from the sky. They don't drop from the sky. You see, if an election is going to be free, fair, and credible, from the early morning period, you will know that this election that is coming, whether it comes in the afternoon or it comes in the evening, there's tendency for you to be free, fair, and credible. Why am I saying so? Is because from the very point, you see, there are indices and benchmarks that build up to produce a free, fair, and credible election. You don't run an election, you don't expect a free, fair, and credible election when even the processes that lead to the appointment of the INEC chairman, some people still have issues with them, and some people still see it as not fully democratized. Yes, our system, our law may say, oh, the president should appoint, right? But ultimately in line with democracy. You see, our system here has, if you look at what Jega said at the beginning of this 10th assembly, when they had their workshop, somewhere in Akwa Ibom, Jega was their resource person. One of the things that they talked about is the appointment. You see, we need to amend our relevant laws that talks about how INEC chairman and INEC commissioners are appointed. In the last administration of General Muhammadu Buhari, there were issues of and accusations of, card-carrying members of a particular political party appointed as INEC commissioners in some states. Now, under that circumstances, how do you expect a free, fair, and credible election? That is number one. With our experiences and the things that we have gone through in this country, one would expect that if we have worked very hard to achieve electronic voter registration, we have worked so hard to achieve electronic voter accreditation. Now, and we are finding it difficult to achieve electronic voting proper. What about the result transmission? Why should we find it difficult to transmit our results electronically? Since we have noticed that when results are, when from EC8A is populated at the polling booth at the end of an election is sorted in public. It is counted in public. That is really where, in fact, if you follow our election trajectory, you find out that at that level, the election is still a bit pure. The results are still very pure and sacrosanct. And everybody agrees that, look, once that election is counted, the ballot is counted, and the results are known, it is entered into the form EC8A. And everybody agrees, the party agents, the INEC officials, the security agencies, and even observers that are there. And the moment the presiding officer at that polling booth captures that from ECA is that they already signed, what is wrong in transmitting that to the IRF portal? Why shouldn't we make it a first priority in our management of election results? And we are having argument, we are doing all kinds of things, and at the end of the day, people intentionally make sure that doesn't get first line reason. And at the end of the day, you're talking of a free and fair election. You see, a free and fair election doesn't just happen.
Yeah.
You build up to it.
It has to be worked for.
You worked for it.
You're right.
All right.
Just for want of time, Honorable, let me come to you. We may expand on these issues some other time. But while Mr. President was talking, a lot of Nigerians were focused on security, inflation, and unemployment. However, Mr. President did say that speaking to the young Nigerians to stay in the country, he want them to concentrate and join in building Nigeria, a better Nigeria, a Nigeria that will be so believable and fair for all in this very instance. Does that in any way, allay any fears for you?
It does not. But then Mr. President said what he was supposed to say. As the Nigerian leader, he wasn't going to tell the younger people that it is good to flee, to run away from the country. He's not going to say that. He's going to tell them to stay. But we all know the truth, that Nigeria is such that any person who is below 30 and has the chance of going elsewhere to actualize, and it is safe not to go and slave in another country, not to trek through the desert, or to try to jump immigration in other countries, or to go and do crime. But if it is to go and do honest things and earn money, I would personally encourage any young person who wants to do that. Because at the moment, there isn't any hope.
There isn't any hope?
Yes, for the younger people, except privileged ones. Because you have to look at the cycle of a man. If a man is born and he has left the university at 22, 23, how many years does he have before he begins to think of coming home? That is retirement. That's a maximum of another 30 years. And people may think it's long. It's not. It is not long. So, the president telling them not to go, yeah, that is very good. But if they can go without going to do crime, without trying to jump the rules, it is perfectly okay. Then, on the other scores in the economy isn't encouraging at all. Even the social environment is not encouraging. Because a situation where you are not safe, you don't feel safe, nobody is restraining you, but try to come out in parts of Enugu after 9 p.m. You can count the vehicles, and everybody is on high speed because people are afraid. They don't feel secure. So the government has failed security-wise. There's no doubt about it. The government has not done anything about security. I'm not aware of anything it has done. Security has indeed gotten worse than it was. We now have a situation where soldiers were beheaded and their heads displayed like you display hunted rabbits or these small animals. Soldiers captured by non-state actors. The government cannot be supplicant. The government ought to be the dominant violent force. And because of law, it is controlled. But in the absence of a government dominating its environment, where people are now coming to dominate its environment, that government has failed. So the presidency on that score is not doing well at all, right? Then you look at the inflation. Look at the purchasing power of the Nigerian. You say the national minimum wage is 70,000 or 71,000, right? If you are on grade level 12, and maybe you earn about 200,000, right, a month. If you, at the end of the month, you buy a bag of rice, then buy a few other things, then you have done 100,000 or more. Then you buy fuel for you to travel from here to Owerri. For you to travel from here to Owerri and come back, fuel will take at least close to 100,000. You see that the person has nothing at all. And if you have an old parent who you give money or you take care of the medication, you find out that the person has nothing at all. So the purchasing power is weaker at the moment. The president said he's reviving the economy, and then you can see what fuel is doing to everybody's economy now, every person's personal economy. Like me now, if I want to go to my community, which is all, I used to do it with 20-liter fuel. Then about 6,000 or so I would have that. But today I would need 30-something thousand to do that. That is to say, if I get there, I won't have to drive around. I will just go straight to my house. And when I finish, I have to come back. No stopping on the way. So you see that people are poorer. There is no progression in people's individual finances and the economy.
All right. Mr. Meka, just before we leave this issue of democracy and the presidential speech, somebody did raise a very critical question. And when we question democracy, the issue is the document we have, the constitution, is a military document. And they ask if this document can enthrone true democracy in Nigeria.
Yeah, well, I do not agree completely that what we have is a military document. Yes, the document principally was put together, in a military by a military administration. But remember also that between 1999 and now, there's been several amendments. That is not to say that some aspects of the constitution people are not uncomfortable. I mean, there are not aspects of the constitution that people are very uncomfortable with. But notwithstanding, you see, the major thing in public governance and constitution is about political will. There are many aspects, I'm not a lawyer, but even the constitution as it is today, there are many aspects of the constitution that is being trampled upon very clearly. Several times we have seen cases of rights of people being trampled upon. We have seen cases of sometimes when people want to go and protest, we see one or two cases of brutal force. We see people being clamped down. Is that what our current constitution says? The current constitution didn't say so, but we see it happen on in one or two other places. So we have seen cases of where the constitution makes it very clear, the federal character principle. But we have seen cases where certain sections of the country are dominating in some areas of our national life. So it's I believe that the problem we have more. The problem we have today has more to do with political will of our leaders, not necessarily the constitution. That is not to say that our constitution is perfect as it is now. Of course, nobody can come and tell that the constitution is perfect as it is today. After all, no constitution is perfect. We keep working on it. It's a living document.
Okay. Okay. Also, just from the legal perspective, your legal colleague, Michael Zokeme, continued to argue that there was never a time the people of Nigeria sat together to author the document we have today, the 1999 Constitution. Do you agree with that?
Yes, Zokeme is right. Actually, there was a constitutional drafting committee. And there was a constitutional committee, constitutional conference was held, draft made. But eventually, that draft, we all know that it was Professor Awalu Yadudu who personally wrote it. And Abdul Salami Abubakar okayed it. That was why, as at that May 29th, when they were going to swear in Obasanjo, there was no copy of that constitution. It wasn't ready. It wasn't ready that time. So, yes, there are so many reasons people say that constitution is imperfect. Right. Just look at religion. That constitution has pronouncement of a particular religion, Islam, Muslim, more than 70 times, while Christianity once. So you see, it's unfair. And then there are so many other areas, this issue we are having in local government was all designed so that with that same culture, that political culture of centrality, controlling Nigerians from the center, that was the purpose. And it was the same mindset that caused Obasanjo to now try to enforce it so that he would control the local governments from Abuja. And then the Tinubu government in Lagos said no and went to court. And were able to at least grab local government from the federal government. So that constitution, a lot of things are not good with it at all.
Okay. On that note, we'll go on a short break. And when we return, we'll continue to look into these other issues. Stay with us.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
You're still watching Frontline Africa, and with us here has been Emeka Odom, journalist, development communication expert, and public affairs analyst. And also with him in the studio also is Ozo Iboneku Ogazimora, Esquire, who is a former commissioner of information strategy, culture, and tourism, who is equally a local luminary and public affairs analyst. Gentlemen, it's been wonderful so far. Now, away from the president's speech, let's take a look at Governor Soludo's claim that Southeast contributes 8% of the GDP. And following this, the World Igbo Congress, the umbrella organization of Ndi Igbo in the diaspora, has disagreed with remarks attributed to the governor of Anambra State, Professor Chukwuma Soludo, on the economic contribution of Southeast to Nigeria's gross domestic products, GDP, describing the comments as misleading and an incomplete reflection of the region's economic weight. Governor Soludo was reported to have made the remarks during a public economic engagement in Anambra State, where he referenced Nigeria's regional economic structure and suggested that the Southeast accounts for about 8% of national GDP. In fact, gentlemen, I have the communique from the World Igbo Congress in my hand here, from the office of the chairman. Let me get your perspective on this very issue. Let's start with you, Mr. Meka.
Okay, yes, thank you so much. I must tell you that when that news broke and you know, that information you know, by the Anambra State Governor, the respected, you know, Professor of Economics. First and foremost, you see, people paid attention to that, not just because he's a governor, because this is a man who was the national economic advisor to the President Olusegun Obasanjo, and also a professor of economics. So that statement he made carries a lot of weight, and I can tell you, in time to come, in many years to come, except if there's a very serious counter narrative, you know, on that, a lot of people are going to make reference to that statement outside of, you know, the Southeast. But for me, my thinking is that's a great disservice. That statement is a great disservice to the economic ingenuity of the Southeast. I'm not just talking about the people now. I'm talking about the Southeast itself. Yes, I've read a lot of counter arguments to what he said. And for instance, the World Igbo Congress you are referring to talked about you know, the contribution of the Southeastern people as going beyond the 5 states of the Southeast, and that is correct, because many Southeast people are located in very many parts of the Federation. But that's not even the point now. The point is that now, first and foremost, except this information that Professor Soludo is bringing up, I do not think there's any statistical evidence anywhere, either from the National Bureau of Statistics, which is the official federal government, statistical body, or any other group that has come out to collaborate what Professor Soludo said. In fact, Soludo was referring to probably a study he did some time ago, either during the 90s or something like that. And you and I know that the economy of Southeast has grown between that time and now. You can't tell me that the economy of the Southeast as of 20 years ago is even what it is today. That can be a valid argument. Again, also, if you say the Southeast contributes just about 8 to 9%, of the GDP, then you need to tell us what other regions are contributing. What does the Southwest contribute that has Lagos there? And if you take away Lagos, the rest of the other 5 states, what are they contributing? Number 2, what does the Northwest that has Kano and Kaduna? What does the South contribute? The Northeast and the North Central. Because see, these are other information. These are corresponding information we need to be able to properly digest or to either to accept or reject what he said. Then again, also, you also need to understand. Yes, if you say Lagos, if you say the Southwest has the largest, but these are regions and geopolitical zones that the federal government has a very huge investment. Like this, I've seen another study somewhere, that says that the Southeast comes up to about the third, either the third or the fourth geopolitical zone, but not as low as what Professor Soludo's theory says. Now, these are regions that, for instance, in the South, with Port Harcourt, Delta, Akwa Ibom, these are places that has very huge investments in the oil sector. And of course, you know that the oil attracts a whole lot of economic activities and along the value chain. Then you begin to ask the questions: what economic foundations in terms of industrialization that the federal government has done in the Southeast to be able to spark off a whole lot of economic activities? But look at the biggest point is this. Apart from Lagos today, apart from Lagos and perhaps Kano today, you know that the Southeast has the highest level of non-formal economic activity going on. And Professor Soludo did not tell us in his study whether the informal sector, because I say this because even previous studies I have, even official government studies hardly ever take note of the informal sector. And it is the informal sector, this is where the large chunk of economic activities are domiciled. Apart from Lagos and Kano, I want to be challenged, which other city in Nigeria has a lot of informal business activity compared to Aba and Onitsha? So, you see, that is why that report, though coming from a respected economist, that's the fact. But honestly speaking, I'm not surprised that it's receiving knocks from right, left, and center, and it will continue to receive. But ultimately, I say it's a great disservice to the Southeast, because you cannot continue. For me, you are demarketing the Southeast.
All right.
So if you say even if the Southeast today decides to, even if the economy of the Southeast decides to crash, that Nigerians will not miss it. So at the end of the day, what point are you really making? Okay. Now we appreciate the fact that he was talking against the continuous sit at home and bastardization of the Southeast economy. Yes, we appreciate all that. his concern and everything. But for me, they say where you are preparing any medicine, a medicine that is to be administered in the eyes, you don't need to bring pepper very close to it.
Exactly. Honorable, be as it may, did Soludo state an uncomfortable economic fact?
No.
And would this statement in any way weaken the Southeast case for federal government's investment in infrastructure in Southeast?
No. Soludo's statement is just one other act of trying to be politically correct. You know, there's one thing I've noticed about our people, our Igbo people. When they want to appeal to other interests outside Igbo land, they talk down on the Igbo. They try to bring the Igbo down. That was why Soludo brought in classroom textbook economy to Nigerian realities. What he said is complete rubbish. It doesn't make any sense. If he had said the Southeast brings 8% and stops there, that may be true. I'm not an economist. But for him to say that Nigeria would move on if the Southeast collapses, it is not true. Nigeria didn't move on when the East pulled away from Nigeria. And there was a war that claimed millions, right? Nigerians didn't move on when the Monday sit at home was in full swing. Everything stopped. Trailers moving from the north to south-south or from the north into southeast, all of them stopped, parked at Utukpo or stopped at Port Harcourt. So that idea is pure economic analysis. It has no basis at all. You now look at what the WIC told him. The WIC said, look at the contributions of people from the Southeast in other regions. You have people who are contributing close to 20% of whatever is done in these other regions. And you say that the country can move on without them. That means he has no idea of the actual... He may have heard of realpolitik. He may not have practiced real economic. Because that is where it is. It is not that thing they do in the classroom. It is what is obtainable, what we see here. Because of sit at home, he has been singing this sit at home all along. Let us even get that to reality. Who is still obeying sit at home in the Southeast, for instance? The federal establishments. The federal high courts, the court of appeal, they don't sit on Mondays. While enugu state high court sits. You understand? So who is still obeying it? Is it the individual? Is it the state civil servant? No. The people still obeying it are not even from this region. What he should actually do is to try to work his own part of the Southeast into building an economic force. I haven't read of the strong industry he established. His people from Anambra, from Enugu, Imo, and the rest of them are in millions in Lagos, in Kano, in everywhere, even this South Africa where they are being killed. Do you know the reason they are living? Because of the lack in his region. He is a power in this region. He hasn't done any of those things to stop those people from living. Because if he does that, if he sets up an industry employing 1,000 persons, 1,000 persons will not leave. Right? If he sets up 3 industries employing 1,000 each, 3,000 persons who are likely to be feeding 4 persons each will not leave. They will be here. And the GDP, that his so-called GDP, will be growing. But unfortunately, he hasn't done any of those things. And he's telling us about the Southeast going to collapse and Nigeria moving on. Nigeria is not going anywhere if the Southeast crashes. Nigeria is going to crash with it because the engine room is this southeast.
The engine room is the
yes, it is. It is. When you look at the gas reserve in the southeast. Look at the petroleum they are exploring in the southeast. Look at the manpower. How can you talk of the southeast collapsing? That is ignorance. I don't want to say it's insensitive because it means he doesn't know. He doesn't, as an economist, he should know the manpower here. What obtains here, the quality of the people that are coming from here to other parts of the world.
All right. Gentlemen, for want of time, since we are still domiciled in the southeast, let's look at another issue that involves the southeasterners, though on a national scale. And that's speaking to the peterobi Kenneth Okonkwo dispute, where peterobi has demanded a full retraction and apology from Kenneth Okonkwo over an alleged defamatory broadcast, warning of a 5 billion lawsuit if the demand is ignored. And them asking, the peterobi's demand, does it suggest a strong legal case, or is it mainly a political move to protect his image and control the narrative? Barrister.
Well, let me tell you, my view is this. If I were peterobi, I would ignore him. You know why? That's what they call throwing stones. You don't throw stones to a barren tree. You throw stones to a fruiting tree. Tree that has fruits. In the mango season, you throw stones to mango tree to get mango. When you are not in season, nobody throws stones to mango. So, to me, peterobi ought to have seen him as a distraction.
As a distraction?
Yes, he's just a distraction that should be ignored. And in any case, peterobi is aspiring for a position where people are guaranteed in law to attack him. And he cannot do anything about it. Right? So let him start learning it from now.
All right. Mr. McCordon, let's look at it from the angle of the Southeasterners. Both gentlemen are from the Southeast. And over time, the Southeasterners are accused of pulling one another down. Let's come from this very perspective and then toe the line the legal luminary has posited on this issue.
Yes, you see, Honorable made a statement earlier on, and I'm going to draw from that statement. He said sometimes, if you are following events in this country, sometimes we find out that most Southeasterners, anytime they are looking for something at the federal level, looking for something beyond the Southeast, there's this tendency for them to talk down on the Southeast, including the people of the Southeast, including their own, as a way to probably gratify their would-be benefactors, whatever that's, they are looking for and things like that. And if you look very carefully, you find out that that is not too far away from the truth. It is what we have been seeing over a period of time. But that's very unfortunate, You see, yes, peterobi is aspiring to become president of Nigeria, and we know very well that perhaps the president of Nigeria is that position is one of the most criticized. But the question now is there what are we seeing now? Is it just a mere criticism or slander? Because see, we must draw a difference between the two. As a journalist and a civil society person, sometimes I find myself criticizing leadership. What is criticism, by the way? Principally is about expression of differentiation of opinion. Maybe I just express my difference in the way you have decided to do this thing, and I say, look, I don't subscribe to that. I think it should have been done this way. That is criticism. And anybody, any nation, any leader that criminalizes criticism, that person has a tendency to be a dictator. That administration has a tendency to be a dictator. That leadership has a tendency to be a dictator. So criticism is part of life. It's part of leadership. It's part of followership. However, we must be very quick to draw a difference between criticism and slander. To my understanding, that I am not a lawyer anyway, so these are matters for lawyers to determine. I've been following the events, you know, the communication, the narratives in the public space from Andy, you know, the Kenneth Okonkwo, you know, I keep referring to his stage name.
People are saying that he's still living in bondage. That's part
so
of the criticism.
I respect him a lot. He's a respected thespian, even though, you know, he may not have been, you know, a thespian from training, but at least he has ventured into that profession, and so I respect him for that. However, you know, he has erred, he has driven too far in the erroneous terrain. What he did, to me, is not just criticism. That is pure slander. Pure slander. And as a matter of fact, to make the matter far more ridiculous for him, he's a lawyer. And I should have probably thought, as a lawyer, the first thing you must know, these are things that probably I know very well, that I've not been to any law school, but I know that these are probably things they would have taught you in year 1 or year 2 of of the law. No, law school is 1 year now. Year 1 or year 2 of the law faculty. The difference between a legal suit and a demand notice. And if I follow these events very correctly, what peterobi sent to Andy, sent to Kenneth Okonkwo, was a demand notice and not a lawsuit. But here we are, he went to town. Peterobi has sued him for 5 billion naira. And my own colleagues in the media, everybody took that to town. But I tried to read. Somewhere I ran into the documents that was sent to him. It was just a demand notice. Look, you need to retrace your steps.
Pre-action notice.
Pre-action notice. And pre-action notice is not the suit itself. All you need to do is, when you get a pre-action notice, you look inwards and say, this thing I said, have I heard? And as a gentleman, if you have said something you ought not to say, or something you don't have any evidence of, you can still have opportunity there to apologize, to say, sorry, I got it wrong in so, and the matter goes away.
All right, just before.
So I honestly, this distraction is unnecessary.
That is why I say peterobi should just let it go.
All right, just before we run out of time, you know, from a legal perspective, at what point does criticism and political commentary cross the line, you know, into defamation?
Defamation. Well, this is a very big subject anyway, because you see it from legal perspective.
Okay.
So, if you are a political player, right, you have to, first of all, understand the law governing propaganda. Do you understand? It's just like what Odom said. Odom said he went to town against the pre-action notice. What he was trying to achieve, propaganda leverage. Do you understand? So, whether somebody was defamed or not, what you are now looking at is whether the person will take it and run for own propaganda value, right? Or he will accept to just put it on the table and wait.
Anyways, that's all we can take for today on the Frontline Africa. There are a whole lot of issues, you know, that would have been unraveled, but for want of time, gentlemen, we are so grateful to have you join us always on Frontline Africa, where we bring to limelight and beyond the headlines on issues. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
And you've been with us, we've been speaking with Ozo Ibuneku Ogazimora, Esquire, former Commissioner of Information Strategy, Culture and Tourism, who is a legal luminary and a public affairs analyst. And with us also is Emeka Odom, who is a journalist, a development communication expert, and a public affairs analyst with deeper insight on these very issues. So as always, the conversation continues beyond this studio. Stay informed, stay engaged, and keep your eyes on unfolding stories. I am Uche Osai, and thank you for watching Frontline Africa on Aneke TV.
Frontline Africa is Aneke TV's flagship current affairs program, where critical national and continental issues take center stage.
On Frontline Africa, we examine politics, the economy, security, business, health, and a wide range of other key sectors shaping society.
The program is insightful, engaging, and interactive, providing a platform for informed analysis and meaningful public discourse.
Here, issues are discussed raw, balanced, and expertly with depth, clarity, and a commitment to fact and accountability.
Join us every Saturday at 5 in the evening, only on Aneke TV.
Who is a woman? She is not just born, she is awakened. A woman carries history in her hands and possibility in her steps. She is a daughter, mother, dreamer, healer, not made to follow, but to walk beside. Not to be silenced, but to speak life. She builds from fragments and sings over scars. Where others see endings, she dares to begin again. Her silence is loud, and her presence is a protest against every force that tried to diminish her. To know a woman is to glimpse the divine, for in her voice is rhythm, in her womb is the future, and in her soul the sacred strength that has shaped the earth itself.
Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective. Time, the silent witness to human courage, the keeper of memory, the archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, Voices once rose, ideas once burned, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed, it is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance, it is inheritance. Echoes of the past, where history breathes and legacy lives on.
In the long arc of Africa's history, few figures stand as tall or resonate as deeply as Nelson Mandela. His life was not merely a personal journey from prison to president. It was a moral compass for a continent still navigating the complexities of leadership, justice, and nation building. Born into a system defined by racial segregation, Mandela's early political awakening was shaped by the harsh realities of apartheid. Yet, what distinguished him was not just resistance, but the philosophy underpinning it. Drawing from African humanist traditions such as Ubuntu, they believe that I am because we are. Mandela's leadership transcended vengeance and embraced reconciliation. As he famously declared, resentment is like drinking poison and then helping it will kill your enemies. This principle would later define South Africa's transition from oppression to democracy, particularly through mechanisms like the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, which prioritized healing over retribution. Academic scholarship often frames Mandela's leadership within the theory of transformational leadership, a concept popularized by political scientist James McGregor Bonds. Transformational leaders, Bonds argues, elevate the moral consciousness of both leader and followers. Mandela exemplified this by turning personal suffering, 27 years of imprisonment, into a national narrative of unity. Equally compelling is Mandela's embodiment of what scholars call servant leadership, a theory advanced by Robert K. Greenleaf. Mandela governed not with dominance, but with humility. Upon assuming office in 1994, he resisted the allure of prolonged power, stepping down after a single term, an act that remains rare in many political systems. For African leaders today, the lessons are both urgent and enduring. First, power must be anchored in principle. Mandela's unwavering commitment to justice, even when it demanded personal sacrifice, underscores the importance of ethical leadership in fragile democracies. Second, nation building requires inclusivity. His insistence on a rainbow nation offers a blueprint for managing ethnic, religious, and political diversity across Africa. Third, institutions must outlive individuals. Mandela understood that sustainable democracy depends not on strong men, but on strong institutions, a lesson echoed in contemporary political science research across the continent. Finally, Mandela's life challenges future generations to rethink the meaning of leadership itself. As he once reflected, leader is one who knows the way, goes the way, and shows the way. His journey reminds Africa that leadership is not defined by authority, but by integrity, vision, and the courage to unify. As the continent looks ahead, the echoes of Mandela's past remain a guiding voice, calling not just for remembrance, but for renewal.
Time, the silent witness to human courage, the keeper of memory, the archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once burned, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed, it is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance, it is inheritance. Echoes of the past, where history breathes and legacy lives on.
Your Excellency, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, here represented by His Excellency, my brother Senator Kashim Shettima. Your Excellency, General Gowon, Your Excellency, Mrs. Gowon, Your Excellencies, General Abdul Salami and President Jonathan, Your Eminence, please permit me to stand on already established protocol. It is a great honor for me to have this opportunity to speak for 2 minutes on this occasion of the presentation of the book from our father. Unlike Kingsley, I would like to say that I'm here in a personal capacity. If my father were alive, he would be the one seated there. General Gowon appointed my father High Commissioner to Canada, Ambassador to Belgium, and First Ambassador to China. And my parents remembered the visit of General Gowon to China when he was ambassador. And I'm proud that I was able to continue that relationship, father and son, up to this day. President Jonathan spoke about leaders be remembered for policies and infrastructure. The reality is that policies change, infrastructure also changes. What is abiding in the memory of people about their leaders is who those leaders are. Do they remember you for your integrity or for corruption? Do they remember you as a patriot or as a parochial person? Do they remember you for justice or for injustice? And I think General Gowon represents for us and all subsequent generations an example of the values that should govern you in your life. And this is the most important thing. I'll leave you with one memory abiding for me. At the age of 8, I was sent to a Catholic school in Kaduna, St. Anne's. And I was classmates with a young man called Yusuf Opam, whose father, Colonel Pam, unfortunately was one of the victims of the 1966 coup. But what I remember at the age of 8 was that General Gowon, as head of state, would send a handwritten letter to Yusufu, signed Uncle Joe. That is a window into the person that you're dealing with, that as head of state, commander-in-chief, he would write a handwritten letter to the son of his dead friend so that the boy would continue to feel he had a father. That is our memory. Thank you for being a father. Thank you for being a role model. Thank you for being an example of what a true Christian or Muslim leader ought to be. Thank you.
Thank you so very much indeed. The Emir of Kano, His Royal Highness Dr. Lamido Sanusi Lamido, who is making his way and greeting those in the front row. And as he does this, I'd like to take the microphone very quickly to His Eminence, who has a word or two. Your Eminence, sir.
From the tiniest cells to the farthest galaxies, life holds secrets we are only beginning to uncover. Why are we here? What connects us all? What unseen forces shape our destiny? Join Professor Jude Udenta as he explores the wonders, the questions, and the revelations that define existence. Mysteries of life, where every answer sparks a new discovery. Watch now on Aneke TV every Monday.
In Africa's most populous nation, women make up nearly half of the population. They vote, they campaign, they mobilize communities, they shape families and economies. But inside Nigeria's highest lawmaking chambers, their voices remain a minority. Today, a proposed constitutional amendment seeks to change that. It is called the Reserved Seats for Women Bill, a proposal that could reshape Nigeria's democracy for generations. Supporters call it long overdue correction. Critics describe it as political tokenism. But one question remains: can democracy truly represent the people when half the population is largely missing from power? Nigeria has one of the lowest levels of female political representation in Africa. Since 1999, women have struggled to gain significant presence in the National Assembly. Currently, women occupy only a small fraction of seats in both chambers. The Reserved Seats for Women Bill proposes a major shift: 37 additional Senate seats, 1 per state, and the Federal Capital Territory. 37 additional seats in the House of Representatives. 3 additional seats for women in each state House of Assembly. The arrangement will last for 16 years, 4 election cycles. Supporters say it is designed to create small space for women until equality becomes normal. Advocates argue that Nigeria's political structure has long favored men. Campaign costs are high. Party structures are male-dominated. Election violence discourages participation. For decades, reforms have been slow. The Reserved Seats Bill is designed to break that cycle of exclusion. Nigeria will not be the first country to adopt special measures for women's representation. In Rwanda, constitutional quotas helped women become the majority in parliament. In South Africa, party quotas increased female representation after apartheid. In Senegal, gender parity laws transformed political participation within a decade. India and Pakistan also used reserved seats for women in parliament. Supporters argue that without deliberate intervention, equality may take generations. Not everyone agrees with the proposal. Critics argue that democracy should be based on open competition, not reserved positions. Others fear symbolic representation without real influence. There are also concerns about costs and expansion of government structures. A central question remains: must reserved seats be written into the Constitution? Legal experts argue that constitutional backing would ensure stability and protection. Without it, future governments could reverse the policy. But constitutional amendment requires approval by the National Assembly and at least 2/3 of state houses of assembly, making the process politically demanding. But beyond politics, the debate is about representation in society. Advocates say visibility in leadership shapes ambition and opportunity for young women. But experts warn that representation alone is not enough. Broader reforms are needed in education, security, political parties, and economic empowerment. As debates continues, Nigeria confronts fundamental questions about democracy and fairness. Can temporary measures create lasting equality? Will reserved seats empower women or remain symbolic? What does true representation mean in a diverse nation? For supporters, the bill is correction. For critics, it is controversial reform. But both sides agree Nigeria's democracy is still evolving. The future of the bill may depend not only on lawmakers, but on whether Nigerians believe democracy works best when every voice has a seat at the table.
an age of endless information, the true advantage is not access, it is interpretation. Welcome to Aneke TV, where journalism goes beyond headlines, beyond reaction, beyond speculation. Here, stories are investigated, issues are analyzed, voices are challenged, because an informed society is a stronger society. A discerning audience is a powerful audience. We are live, daily broadcasting, relentless clarity. Aneke TV, where knowledge meets broadcast.